Good evening, everybody. I could go into detail and give you a bit of the past and all the rest of it, but I just want to keep this story short because I've tried doing this about 5 times today. It's taken me about 5 hours, nearly an hour. Well, one of them was actually an hour long or so, and I just keep messing up every time I do it. So I'm just going to keep it simple and short. It's about my sexual life and about how things have got worse, and this year being the worst year ever. But anyway, it starts off when I was a kid. Didn't really have any friends, and then obviously I was naughty when I was 8 or 9 because I killed a cat. But I think it was more doing it for revenge. But obviously, at the age I am now, I'd never hurt a cat or nothing like that because obviously I've grown up and I know what's right and wrong. But at that age, I was sort of, and I had autism and I wasn't a very happy person. So the cat scratched me, I put it in the shed for a week. So I let it out, it scratched me again, I put it in next door's garden underneath the pond when it was frozen on the top, and obviously it died. And obviously I didn't want to get in trouble for it, so I said I didn't do it, but obviously I got caught and found out that I did do it, which like you all do. But obviously it's a sin I shouldn't have done. But we all make mistakes in life, and that was what happened at that time. And then I knew this Amy. I can't say the surname for legal reasons. She was a friend for a couple of weeks, maybe. I can't remember how long it was. It wasn't really that long. Then she went and saw her friend Mike. And she would have been about a few years younger than me. So not much age difference at all. So anyway, so after that, what happened after that? There was an incident in 1994 which plays on my mind quite a lot, and I think it was a set-up with this person who was male, and obviously I won't go into details about it, but let's just say, if I was to cut that story short, or to cut a long story short, going into explaining the details, and it's like a sly way of how my life has worked. So, but let's just say that I'm not satisfied and I'm not very happy with the outcome of not having anyone in my whole life. And obviously that would save me going into an hour or 2 detail trying to explain this one issue. I knew this Lisa Pike at school, but obviously she wasn't my type. We were just friends. Just didn't take to her. She's just a lot of people would, a lot of males who prefer the sexual women would criticise the type of attraction Lisa Pike is. So I'm not that sort of person that criticises people, but let's just say she's at the low end of anything I possibly fancy. So, I just don't like to be rude or insult people, because obviously they can't help the way they look, but she's just the reverse of what I take to, and not my type. However, we were good friends, and that. She's also into different subjects and interests to what I'm into as well. She had 3 friends she used to hang about with on the playing field at school, which was Daniel, Kerry and Louise. But she liked the Spice Girls and that sort of thing. In the music, that's a music group, and into celebrity soaps, and all that sort of stuff. And I'm just not into any of that. And I was into my jungle at the time, because when I was at school I was into old school jungle, and I had these dance trance mixtapes. So I was listening to all that back then. Obviously music styles have changed today, and obviously I'm a lot older today. It's more like dark ambient and deep ambient, dark classical, chill out. Still listen to some jungle even, but not much as I used to. And it's more likely to be the deeper stuff and the very sort of, rather than the stuff I used to listen to, because obviously when you get older music tastes change. In Willhavington there was 2 girls. One was a blonde girl and the other was a blonde girl. Now, it'd be wrong for me to say that they were good looking, because obviously they're children, but other people said that they were very sexy. And obviously I was about 14 at the time and they were 11. One was called Kaylee and the other one was Xenia. Kaylee snatched my CD out of my hand. She grabbed my drum and bass selection 2 CD, but got hold of the red CD, which was This Is Drum and Bass, which was a 3 CD set, which had Elements of Noise, Yes track on the red one, and it also had Subsequence Drum in Space. So I'm lucky she didn't grab the drum and bass selection 2, but I think she did originally and I managed to grab it back. And my cousin tried getting it back, but she had that off me, and I never got that back. I never saw her again actually after that time, and she looked a bit like that Amy I knew from North Petherton actually. But anyway, I never really made any friends apart from a few that I saw relatives when I was at Lavington, and obviously there was no single girls as such. They were all in relationships or they all knew somebody, so I couldn't go with anybody then. It was just nobody available. And then obviously there's not much change after I moved to Bridgewater. Just walking about anywhere in Bridgewater, I was being mugged at the time repeatedly by this ex-mugger Dan, but I think he's changed today. But I don't want to say any more than that just in case there's any issues, because obviously some people can just fire up out of the blue, and some may not cause any trouble at all, so I just don't want to go into any details on that. Just before we started doing that, I attempted a job. So I did 2 hours, but people were starting on me and I just had to leave. But there was a period of time just before and after, which was before I moved to Bridgewater, but also in the period when I just moved to Bridgewater. So that's just sort of when I was just left school. I saw Lisa Pike at Bridgewater College, but she was in a different department, and obviously I wasn't fancying her that well. She just had a different way of, and obviously I wanted to be friends, but sort of at the same time I was being naughty, calling her names at the same time. So I was in the wrong there too, which is another sin that I shouldn't have said. But obviously I guess I was just had my off days. I wanted to try and get a life, get someone that was more my type and for interest as well, but I wanted to keep her as a friend at the same time. And then I saw her again in the street, and she tipped the umbrella over me when it was raining, and that's the last time I saw her, and only know her on Facebook. But obviously I forgive her for that, because obviously I said bad things back then, so she got revenge, so that's paid off. But anyway, I knew this Karen I fancied. She was 1 year older than me, so she would have been 18, because I was still 17 I think at the time when I went to Bridgewater College, because obviously back then you left school at 16, you were an adult at 16 but a full adult at 18. I couldn't go with her unfortunately, because she was having an affair with the one of the staff workers at Bridgewater College, and the staff worker was roughly 45, so he'd be older than I am today, believe it or not. Only by a couple of years, but he would be a bit older than I am today in 2021, because I'm 40 now, so he'd be 45. Now obviously back then the age gaps never really mattered, and she got in a relationship with that staff worker for a short period of time, so I couldn't go with her. So that was a pain in the bum. However, I did have other friends that I liked and knew, and I knew Tara Bowerman, but again, she was on the edge of turning against me, and obviously she wasn't really that good looking actually, to be honest. She started looking very negative at a very young age, but I don't dislike her as a friend or anything like that, but over the years, where people have caused trouble over the years, quite literally nearly everyone I've known in my life has turned against me. When it comes to females, it's too late for anybody at all. Every female I've known that's someone I can fancy is gone, totally gone, and they're all single parents, but we'll come to that later on. After I left to Bridgewater College, and moved to North Petherton again for the second time around, I tried to get to know this Amy, but I was mainly speaking to the little brother she had, which is Callum, and although I was speaking to him on a regular basis, I could never get to speak to Amy, so I was sort of just speaking to him in generally out and about, just normally, to try and get to sort of see if I get to speak to Amy, but it was never to be, so that was that. However, that got me into hip-hop music. That Callum got me into hip-hop music, which I was listening to right up to recent years. And obviously I'm getting a bit old for hip-hop now, but I was listening to it and I like it, and I've been listening to it up to about a couple of years ago. So it's not something I listen to all the time, but that's what got me into the hip-hop. I mean, I knew a few tracks before then that came out 2000 area, or that year, I can't remember, it was 1999, 2000, 2001, but that sort of area. And but I never took to the hip hop. I just thought it as a one track sort of thing, as a normal track. But when I saw Callum, that's what got me into hip hop. Anyway, there's not really any one single, and they tried. I mean, there's been a bit of trouble on the estate at the times, and things calmed down. It got really nasty in 2002, then it calmed down. So it's had its ups and downs, and people have tried to calm people down that give me trouble, and it's got really violent at times and all the rest of it. And there has been a few things I caused myself trouble, but not that much trouble, I guess, a little bit, but it's sort of more revenge sort of trouble rather than, and obviously that just makes the thing a little bit worse. But it's not really nothing major, if you get what I'm saying. It's sort of small things. But anyway, there was a period of time where they tried to help me find 2 or 3 people there, but mixed with enemies and haters, and it's a mixed up side. Some hate, some like, some don't really like you, some for you, some have a bit of respect, some didn't. It's a little bit, not like it is today. Today it's everybody's hate. So, but these girls that I tried speaking to, they didn't really like me, so they sort of told me to go whistle, basically, each and every one of them. But a bit later on, things got a little bit nastier there, and come 2003, I tried to go and know this Maria, because this Maria asked me to get her some beers from the shop, because she was under 18, and but I think she was 16, but I don't know, or 17, and I thought, should I try and get with her? Because obviously that wouldn't have been a problem back in those days, because I was very young myself. I was only 20 something, in my early 20s, and back in those days that wouldn't have been a problem. And there was many people that were 16 that were big people, even as high as their 30s, even at 40. So, but that doesn't exist today. That's all changed, because I'll come to this in a minute, but. It doesn't really make any difference, to be honest, what the person's age is, as long as you can fancy the person. But that's just what was going on back then. So then I got the beer, and they turned her against me, and they turned this Maria against me. The other person that was turned against me was Susan, but this was separate and wasn't someone from that estate I was living, because there was 2 Susans. There was one that was connected to the estate, and there was another one, but this other one turned against me. I can't remember why, but I think they turned her against me, basically, because of a specific music track. I can't remember what it is. I think that was influencing the problem as well. So that was the end of that. What happened then? Yeah, I moved to West Street in Bridgewater in 2005, June 2005. And there I had a decade of really rough threats. But the first year, which was 2005, and 2006 and 2007, were extremely rough. It was like a hair of a western. It was shouting to break in, to They used to say, I'm going to break in your car. They don't say that today in threats, but they used to say that. And they used to say that they're going to break in your home as well. And to, it was mainly that really, and to smash you out. Or to put a bottle around your head. You might have had the occasional weapon threat as well. But it wasn't until about 2008 that they started including the lethal devices and the bow and arrow method of threats, and started talking a bit like that, a lot of venom talk at the time. So yeah, it was getting quite nasty that way, and obviously a lot of sexual threats as well, you know, like a child or whatever, and the sicko threats. That's probably the main threat I've had all my life since I was about the age of 15, even though I haven't done nothing wrong. So that went on for years and years and years. Anyway, I tried to make friends with people, but they were just telling me, people were just turning people against me. It was too mixed up side again, rough people. But come 2008, it's becoming more one-sided and more people were against me. Obviously, Bridgewater Fair it was that sometime after 2009, I can't remember what the year was. But a lady tried asking me out. She was only about 18, a blonde. She wasn't a single parent, and she seemed to she knew that I had autism, or she could make it out. That didn't bother her. She sounded like a normal person actually. I was dying for the toilet, so I needed to go back to mine. But in the process, I was being stopped by a police officer because I left a sheet outside of problems that I state when I go out. And I was arrested for it. It was misinterpreted as being a sheet I left to cause problems. So what I did is I had to get arrested for it, and when I went back outside, after saying I'll only be a couple of minutes, it was about half hour or more later, and you know, when I went to the toilet and did, you know, she'd already gone and didn't see her again. Then I sort of had these clairvoyant readings. Bridgewater Fair 2011, I was told that I was going to get a girl called Chloe from North Peril, and said that I have to go to that carnival for it to happen. And then the fuel explosion occurred on the M5 motorway, and they didn't have the carnival on in North Peril because of that issue. So that messed that up. And then there's obviously been a lot of other things as well. I mean, we've had the music industry bringing out tracks to put against me, which has caused people to turn against me or to stop me getting any one. We've had control against me, road closures, enemies hanging about outside stopping me get out, enemies sort of getting with those people that I wanted to get with. They've turned people against me, and there's been hundreds of incidents where that's happened. It's not just a few. And even with the music industry and suggestions with the newspaper, and you know, putting people like killers on TV, on the news, that resemble me, or dangerous paedophiles that have with resemblances to me, which has, you know, backfires at me, and it causes all these all these problems. And there's a lot of local looking faces that are in the newspapers going back at that time, even as far back as 2002. But you know, you can't help what's being in the, you know, being put in the papers or on the telly and what it resembles. So that's what caused a lot of the threats I was getting back at that time as well. But anyway, the next thing that they did, which was annoying, was Fathers for Justice. They put a scaffolding up all around the building I live. They took the CCTV camera down. I think it was broken, so they went to replace it, but they didn't replace it in a hurry. They parked a van outside, which made the suggestion of a rent-a-kill van or whatever it was. Well, can't remember the names of the vans, but that was partly on a regular basis. And they decided to open the Palace nightclub every night, and they also decided to open the bar next to me, and I put parties on while there's scaffolding all around where I live. So I thought, oh bloody hell. And I had to put up with that for a little while. And at that time, I thought I'd ask my relatives to sleep, so I asked the Dandos if they wanted to come over for a night, and then obviously they stayed one night and that's it. They started getting funny a bit later on, and all sorts of things sort of occur, and I don't want to cause trouble for them or say things that I could misinterpret or anything like that, but they did fall out eventually, and then they tried making up again in 2011, and then obviously, or well, I say I tried, or sort of we both tried, sort of, I don't know, sort of, and then obviously I didn't, you know, after the second fallout was sort of never sort of forgive. Anyway, Sadie, she's a relative that she's the only no. Sorry, I'm just thinking, just getting a bit confused. But Sadie's in a relationship with someone called Bradley. Obviously, it's not my business to go into their details of their relationship, and they have a happy life together, and obviously the others have a happy life and got partners and all the rest of it, so they're doing pretty well. But it's the friends on Sadie's friends. There was Kim and Amanda. Now they used to like me a little bit, but obviously where people cause trouble, even at Palace nightclub or whatever, caused them to turn against me as well, and they both turned against me and they both got me down as sickos. And the other bad thing is they're all single parents in relationships as well, and obviously they hate me today. They really hate me the worse than they hate me before, sort of thing. So I don't have nothing to do with them. Yeah, so at Bridgewater, so we come and move on, trying to socialise in town. I mean, I was trying to walk to my dad's when he was living up North Peverton, and that when he was with Esme, and I was just getting a load of threats, people shouting from cars, aggressive threats. I had hundreds of threats per day. I don't know what caused it. It just seemed to occur. I mean, it was never. I got chased a few times, and I had someone smash a glass bottle across my head on one occasion, and was pushed in the canal in Bridgewater on one occasion. But luckily, when I had the bottle smashed across my head, it had a weak part in it, and it didn't do any. It didn't feel painful at all. It just like a bump, a hard bump, and it just shattered, and it just went down the back of my coat. And then he sort of went to kick me in and take chase, but then he's just ended up shouting his head off, saying that I was sick and all the rest of it. And he was quite a young person as well, because I was pretty young myself. But anyway, a few years after this, I tried to get to know this Sally, which is connected to the Dando family, good friends to the Dandos. But unfortunately, she doesn't remember me, and it went into a lot of trouble, and I didn't realise that some of the trouble it went into was very, very serious. And then I was told by the crisis team, was it the doctor I had or the social worker, I can't remember, but I think it's brought up, and I thought, hold on a minute, and then obviously from that time when I found that out, I didn't bother getting in touch or trying to speak to her or that, because I sort of messaged her as well, but I didn't realise things were a bit more serious. So in the end, I just left it and thought, I don't want to cause trouble or get myself in trouble, or, you know, make her feel worried or scared or anything like that. And also, I found out that she was in a relationship and also a single parent, and then I left it at that, and sort of, you know, so they could get on with their life. At this period here, I had a clairvoyant reading with Sue Hudd at Secret World Healing Weekend. She predicted that I was going to get a move to Burnham-on-Sea, basically, and she predicted that I was going to get this girlfriend called Lauren from Tesco's. She's going to have dyed red hair, and unfortunately she's got that bit wrong, and she said things were going to improve from there onwards. They didn't. It's just got worse and worse and worse. We're living at the worst this has ever been. 2021's the worst this year ever. But anyway, I was using dating sites and all that sort of thing, you know, from 2014 onwards. But I was also using it before then. I've wasted £10,000 on dating sites and I've had nothing at all. Not even a meet-up. There's 3 I went to meet up with and they were munters, so I didn't bother meeting up. I didn't get out to see them off the bus or walk to them. I just pretended they weren't there, and I knew it was them because I was sort of called and I sort of walked on. Or said I'll be back in a minute, and I never came back. But I mean, they're really, really, really bad looking. And anyone that I've tried contacting who's sexual have put me down as sad, sick, or told me that they're going to get their exes to attack me in the street with a weapon or whatever. And also, I'd not realised that a lot of these teenagers were single parents, and the ex-boyfriends of these single parents have threatened to say that if you go with them, they don't want me around their child, or they said they would beat me or stuff like that. So it's just caused a lot of trouble. But it's also caused a lot of scamming as well. This is included in that £10,000. I had to report a couple of cases to the police. £525 transferring £500 to the USA for a single lady. I've also been scammed by an escort who also claimed to be single, and she had nearly £800 on me, and I had to go to the bank and do all sorts of things there. So firstly, she gave me a garden stick gnome, a garden gnome, or a garden gnome, and that was 150 quid, and I didn't realise. So then I said, that's no good, that's not what I wanted. And I said I wanted a proper phone. But take into account I was suicidal in 2018 at that time. So I paid another 300 quid. And then she said, before she can give that, she needs more. And I went to walk with her to see this chap who was pretending to be a dealership, and said then she came back, and then she kind of gave what I wanted, but it wasn't given, if you know what I mean. What she did is she said you could do what you like, you know, so you could, but what she did is deliberately jumped on me for no more than 1 minute just to take a picture with her phone, or to film 1 minute's worth of what she was doing with her phone, and then get off. And also she was holding me down as well in a way where she's sort of forcing you to not to enjoy it, and obviously very clever, sly technical techniques that she caused, and obviously I wasn't very happy, and then obviously I think I reported it, because obviously the money went, but there's nothing they could do about that because you willingly gave them money, so the police couldn't do nothing about that. But anyway, let's go back to 2013. What happened in 2013 is the clairvoyant said this, I was going to get this Laura. Now I saw Laura with dyed red hair. I tried speaking to her, I saw her on the bus on a regular basis. Saw her a couple of more times, but I could never see her. It's sort of very rare I sort of saw her after a specific time period. She came out of Shoe Zone, she had this massive mobile phone, and the next time I saw her was at Moorland shop, and then the next thing I knew, after a couple of years, she's a single parent in a relationship with a man, so it's too late for that. There's also another Laura, but it's Lauren. We'll come to that in a minute. Obviously I can't give surnames to any of these people because that'd be breaking law, and I don't want to cause offence, so I can only give like first names because it can mean anybody then, and then obviously I don't cause any trouble. Right. Yeah, so 2014, obviously I was trying to socialise and look around for single people, but obviously these setups that occur when I go out were just being done like they were in Bridgewater. They were extremely heavy in 2005, 2006, 2007 and 2008, and also in 2011. And it also occurred where there was like hundreds and hundreds of setups when I went to Bridgewater Court as well, and been in the police station. There seems to be setups there. And there was also a load of animal sounds coming out in a real vicious, negative way, and a far-fetched sexual way with stuff said that's not true, and obviously I've even had animal sounds coming out in a pattern all the way to say that Jesus is turned, or that you're going to burn in the fire of hell after death, and that you're being ripped to pieces and all that sort of thing. And it gets even further far-fetched than that. I mean, there's thousands and thousands and thousands. There's even audio recordings of this. But to cut a long story short, I'm going to just leave that aside so I can say what I want to say when it regards my sexual life. So 2014, I sort of saw some sexual people, but unfortunately, they just, nothing sort of progressed. They sort of didn't really know you, so it sort of takes a year for them just to sort of chat to you. And I had a couple of people chat to me, and then it also occurred while enemies were passing, and they seemed to be people from Bridgewater that happened to be at the same time but in Burnham, which was an unlucky coincidence. And obviously it's caused people to turn, it's frightened them, and obviously they've avoided speaking to me. And it always had to be timed on the nail to when these people chat me up, these sexual ladies to chat me up. And because it's always been done timed on the nail, and each and every single time, it's caused about 30 people just to turn against me that I've spoken to. And that's just in a period of up to about 2018, from 2014. Anyway, I had a couple of clairvoyant readings in the past, and they've all been sort of saying that things could get worse, but you're going to get a partner and things are going to change. They said you could end up in jail if you retaliate, but you're going to get a partner before that problem occurs and you end up in jail. Never occurs, but the problem's worsen. However, the partner doesn't come into my life and all that sort of thing. I mean, I don't take them as granted anyway, you just take it as a guide, but they always seem to be wrong on that specific part of the reading when a partner or girlfriend comes into my life. There's a few threats that are being shouted outside my place, but the first 8 months I moved there in Burnham, there was no trouble at all. Then the setups began to get heavy in 2014 and 2015, but nothing like they are today. We'll come to that in a minute. That sort of problem's always been bad. Those setups, like, if you don't know what setups are, then I'll give you a quick example. Causing a car to be timed to smash into me on a regular basis. Timing a car to smash over a drain cover every time I walk over a drain cover. Timing someone to sneeze or cough in my face. Timing vehicles with wording coming out as a message or in a deliberate way to reveal a message. Timing a glass panel or plastic panel to fall out of a street light as I'm walking past, or a branch to fall off a tree. Timing an enemy in my path. Timing a rough person or threat to occur in my direction. But obviously it was only happening hundreds of times a day back in 2015 and 2016. Now it's thousands, but we'll come to that a little bit later on. Because these setups have also controlled my movement on the path to stop me getting anyone, and they're just nailing me as that effing sick and that effing, can't say the word, but sad. Because I won't fancy a granny on a Zimmer frame, they got me down as sad, but they're really digging it in. These days, the viciousness and the maliciousness and the outright nastiness of the setups is the nastiest it's ever been this year. But again, I'll come to that later on. So, obviously 2015, people started moaning about my age on dating. People were moaning about my age in general. Threats were occurring. I was being told that I need to fancy people that are negative. There was a short period of time, it was only for about 3 to 6 months, where people said, you need to look at basic attraction now because you're in your high 30s or something like that. But it soon quickly moved to tell me that I need to be with negative attraction and single mothers and people. Basically, they told me that I need to go with people uglier than people that did illegal things to me as a child, and over a decade older than people that did illegal things to me as a child. Not only that, but I've been told, this is a recent threat, this only occurred just before the coronavirus lockdown, and that was to tell me that I'm a sicko if I look at anyone the age Jesus Christ was when he was crucified. And if we go back into Jesus Christ's living life, he actually had a partner in his living life, and it was a younger age than when he was crucified. And obviously the Bible was not actually in the Holy Bible, it's something that's been taken out, but because obviously when they written the Bible, there were scrolls that they didn't include, or they just left out for some reason, or they didn't discover them, or that sort of thing. But it turns out that Jesus Christ was in a relationship with Mary Magdalene, and when they got in a relationship, she was 12 or 11, and Jesus was a young man. But back in those days, there was no law on age of how old you have to be to go with someone. So it was right, back 2,000 years ago, he would have been allowed to do that, and it would have been seen as normal. But obviously there's laws today where you have to be over the age of 18 before you can go with anyone. But anyway, I've had all this problem on, dating. It got so nasty in the end, I gave up. I gave up in 2019. I was just wasting my money. Nobody was bothering to reply to any messages. I messaged thousands of people each month. I was wasting money. As I said at the beginning of this recording, it's cost £10,000. That's to stop. I thought, I paid that and I'm not going any further, wasting any more money. It started off with paying postal orders to just-in-time dating in 2004, which I discovered when I went to Bridgewater Library, or the internet cafe at that time, and I made the payment there. But it gets even worse, because when I started these dating sites, I signed up to about 50 dating sites in the first year of 2004 and 2005, and 50 of those dating sites, including ones I posted postal orders to, all decided to close down. So 50 per year closed down on me, and I thought, how can that be? And then obviously pay ones did as well. And then on autistic dating and Asperger's dating, they were stopping me see people. They were blocking me see members, even though I paid to see them all. Or they were working really slow, and I went trying to report it, and obviously I couldn't. They didn't have anything to report in, and I wasted my money on that. So they've been doing all that. And they've been doing that right up until 2015 or 2016, repeatedly. And obviously that is one reason I don't have anything now. And then you had these £1.50 per message to try and get someone to visit you. And then I find out that's a scam site that's hooked up. And these are big name sites that are doing it as well. So obviously I didn't get anyone when I wanted anyone then. So anyway, come 2016, things got very nasty. Very, very nasty. But it wasn't until late 2016, because I had a bit of high cholesterol problems, so I was doing a bit of jogging on the beach. But I do remember, just before it started getting extremely rough and really nasty, that there was graffiti on the beach, and it said, "Royal Big, shoot, don't shoot." Then it had a face either side of the drawing of like a sexual lady sticking her middle finger up with a ring in the left ear on both pictures. And next to it had a picture of a man holding a gun to a child with a t-shirt saying "just in time." And then obviously that graffiti sort of went pretty quick, because obviously when people write stuff or do graffiti on the beach, it only lasts for about 6 months, and then obviously the salty air just gets rid of all the graffiti that's put on the beach. It's not like if you put it somewhere else, it lasts for 2 or 3 years before it goes. On the beach you'll only get about 6 months. And that was late 2016 or early 2017 that was put there. Then obviously from 2017 onwards my life got worse and worse. Now obviously we can skip the escort, because obviously she scammed me, but what I will say is I did find out later on that the Dance Transmission Control booklet, which is a merchandise catalogue to order cassette tape packs of jungle events that took place in 1994 had a lookalike, a match lookalike to this escort that robbed me, except she was slightly negative, more negative looking than the person on that mission control, dance transmission control merchandise catalogue, which had a picture of Rat Pack on the front cover. But anyway, there's another person that I tried to make friendship with, which is called Gemma, but this didn't really have a story until recent times, because I started speaking to her and she started saying alright when I saw her out and about. For the first few years, didn't really know her that much, saw her, didn't really say nothing. She was a bit tearful when I walked into the charity shop and saw her, and I thought, oh, right, yeah, okay, leave it. And had a bit of trouble from the staff when I walked in there in the early days up until about 2018, and sort of avoided the shop. And I saw her walking on the beach on a regular basis in the lockdown periods, and she sort of said alright, I said alright, but I think she thought I was Sven, and then obviously she realised that my name was Justin, and obviously later on it just got, things just turned, and to actually cause offence or anything like that, it'd be wrong for me to say, but let's just say that that's the end of that, okay? Lauren, as the possibility of another person that the clairvoyant predicted for me, Sue Hudd, which I mentioned was going to occur at Tesco's. There is a Lauren. She was single, and she did start to get to like me, but people were causing trouble in the shop and saying that I was dangerous and sick and all the rest of it. So she hooked onto that, and in that time period she sort of turned against me because of what the people were saying, and she got in a relationship. Now, obviously I can't give surnames for legal reasons, but the boyfriend to this lady has actually threatened to attack me with a weapon, so not a very nice outcome. But later on, I see her again, she sort of laughs and looks at me when I go in. She thinks I'm Sven. She thought I was Sven for a period of time, from about 2018 onwards. And then obviously she started sort of thinking this and that. But in that period of time where she turned against me, she got in a relationship and she's become a single mother, so it's too late. But anyway, I've gone into this shop, Tesco's now and again, and obviously when I've seen her, she's just looked away, and then it's got nastier and nastier through time when I've gone into that specific Tesco's shop, and obviously I try to eliminate going there the best I can, because obviously, similar to what I said with Gemma, but a bit more sinister than the way Gemma left it. But you know, I don't want to cause trouble. I don't say I want to sort of, you know, all the rest of it, but you know, it's just a storyline of because they don't really know me, you see, it's not really going to sort of materialise. And also, I was known as being sad for trying to message this Sophie as well. However, the problem with this person is she's a single mother of 4, and I didn't realise that she even had a teenager child, and she's only in her 20s, past 25, but I'm not sure what she is in her 20s, but she must have had this, you know, been in a relationship when she was sort of very young to have that occur. But obviously I can't say surnames and I don't want to cause trouble, and again, she doesn't like me. However, she did look at me in the shop before Morrison shut down to sort of say, come here, you know, sort of, as if she wants to get to know me. But people were saying that I was I can't remember the name now. They were mistaking me as someone, I can't remember the name. It's possible they were mistaking me as Sven, but I don't recall that being mentioned, or I don't recall being mistaken as Savelle until late 2017 or around April 2018. I can't remember when it was, but it's not something that clicked straight away. And definitely didn't have that threat back in 2016. So yeah, now we go on to the miserable years from 2018 onwards. Things get worse after that scam and when I felt suicidal and was going to end my life. The snow changed my idea of wanting to do that, and there was just a lot of things. I sort of got less depressed. I don't know how that occurred. Maybe I was walking about more, just getting out a bit more. I don't know. I just something took off the edge of wanting to commit suicide. And then obviously there's new neighbours that moved in, and obviously there's been threats and there's been other problems as well. But obviously I don't want to cause offence or cause trouble for neighbours, because obviously it can cause issues. But what happened was things got a lot worse, and obviously it started off, I was getting rid of all my stuff. I was sort of selling some of my stuff cheap to get some cash because of the escort that robbed me. And then obviously later on the threats occurred and got really nasty when from 2019, and it got really aggressive, and that's when I was being mistaken as Savelle by everybody out there. And I was getting aggressive threats, up to 50 or 100 threats per day, being shouted at aggressively. And then obviously that continued until the lockdown. But around June the 9th, I very first noticed that I was getting eye problems at my place. But then I didn't take much notice of it, and then it reoccurred in July. And that is the real starting point of the eye problems. So I was suspicious that someone was using an X-ray, a microwave weapon converted into an energy weapon, ultraviolets, lasers, or it could have been a strobe or something else. I don't know what they're using, but it was causing gritty, burning, stinging, sour, sore eyes, and there's a feeling like your eyes being forced open and outwards and dry and all that sort of stuff. But it's cost me thousands upon thousands of pounds as well, because it's buggered up all my CDs. I don't know how it's been done, but it's been over a period of time. It doesn't happen immediately. I've put it to the test, and CD messes up after 2 months when this problem occurs. With the eyes, it seems to be instant or irregular. It just seems to occur, and it leaves you with eye problems. So yeah, and obviously you've got it's also wiped data off of USB sticks, it's buggered up hard drives, and it's also buggered up 2 computers. And because that was done in like a period of just a couple of months, I had to start foiling the room and putting RFID sheets up. But I found that it was doing nothing at all when it comes to eliminating the eye problem. However, it did stop USB sticks and CDs from being buggered up. I don't know about CDs so much, because I have had a couple of CDs where they've been buggered up, but it's cost me all my favourite jungle tracks, it's cost me all my music, and I literally felt suicidal at the time I found this out. But not only that, it was also being done on the other discs that I was saving them to as well, because I got a couple of M discs at the time. It's buggered those up as well. And obviously I only bought a couple because they're very expensive, but it's buggered them up, and all the data on there's corrupt. And I thought to myself, that's my life gone. So what happened later is obviously I had to chuck all my CDs out, lost all my stuff on the USB sticks. However, because I had a couple of USB sticks at my dad's or CDs, I managed to gather back some data like family photos that are lost, and I do have them on USB sticks, but I carry them on me at all times because I can't leave it at my place because of that issue. So that's that. So after losing all my music and the radiation problem, taking the foil down and up putting it back up again, and because it's so expensive to buy, you're looking at doing one wall will cost you about 30 to 50 quid, because you're like doing 2 layers on each, and obviously the foil is expensive because you have to get expensive foil because the other stuff just doesn't, it's hard to do. And you know, you get 50 meters or whatever, you sort of want to fold them over, but it doesn't work. You know, it's been taken down. I've given up. So, but it's not just the foil. Maybe hang on, let's just work it out a minute, because $340. No, it's a bit cheaper than that actually. For one side of the wall anyway, because I sort of put a couple of layers on as well. But when you take it up, I've taken it up and down. I've done it about 8 times since 2019. So if you're working that out, foil wise, and then the RFID sheets, they're extremely expensive. And I didn't realise that when I pulled the foil down, that I ripped them all, because they were only fine sheets, and they come to over £1,000. But they didn't do nothing, they didn't hold it out. So obviously that was a waste of time. So my eyes were getting so severe come May 2019 or April 2019 that I had to go to the hospital, and then obviously they still weren't stopping the problem, so I had to go and stay at my dad's in Uxbridge for several months. Then obviously the eyes started to recover, but things weren't perfect, so obviously I went back to mine and they started again. I stayed at my nan's and it started there by one of the neighbours there, but I could see it in like, whatever this device was, seems to be a blue light. There's a whitish blue and then it goes into a dark blue, but I haven't got a clue what they're using, like I said. But anyway, if we skip that, let's just say that the cost of, when you take this into account, you've got to take into account that I left 2 boxes outside of stuff when I was staying at my dad's or nan's, I can't remember, and I forgot to pick them up, and then obviously they got stolen. You've also got to take into account that there's been a couple of times where I lost my money in my pocket messing about with this issue, which was a coincidence. That was coincidence, obviously, but it's the fact that it happened at the time period when I was doing this. Then you've got to take into account the cost of all the RFID sheets. Then all the records that I took off years and years ago before I gave them to a friend on Facebook who fell out with me later on. We sort of both fell out, and he obviously kept the records, but I took the records off, put them to the USB, and those records were very expensive as well. I lost all my tracks from those records because the issue, and obviously it's cost thousands and thousands of pounds, this radiation problem used to buy energy weapons that the neighbours have caused. And not only has it done that, but I lost all my favourite jungle tracks as well, and they're not easy to get hold of. One of the records, which is Nut E1, that does a track called Underwater Fireworks and Liquid Affray, I recently found out that the original DAT tape, the original recording's lost, and that Night Force Records had to repress it, taking it from the original 12-inch vinyl. So I thought, if all my music's like that, then I've lost it all, because when you do it like that, you know, it's not very clear, because they don't take it. When they did it, and I listened to it, I noticed they didn't clean the record first or play it a few times. They just take one cut from it, and then obviously it plays clear and goes all muffled towards the end where they haven't played it enough times to clear the groove from the dust from the groove, sorry. And I thought, oh my god, I've lost all my jungle music and all the rest of it. And then directly after that, when I rescued a load of tracks onto these USB sticks, when they were continuing this problem, I lost all those tracks as well. So basically I've hardly any jungle tracks now, and obviously the CDs that I bought, I started to buy back off eBay. They got too expensive, so I just put them in bundles and said I can't guarantee these will play because obviously the energy weapon. So I said it's a gamble. They play, they don't. And just put them on there, making losses on bids. So that's what I did. And today I don't have a jungle CD at all. I have no jungle CD. The only music I have now is a couple of tracks that are rescued onto the USB sticks that I carry on me all the time. and change my music to dark ambient. So that's all I can do, because obviously I'm into music, and that music's gone. There's a few tracks I've got, on the USB sticks in my pockets, but there's nothing than what I used to have. And then obviously, as this occurred, the threats were getting worse outside, and the direct threats were getting nastier. And then obviously I had a bit of peace when we had the lockdown. But directly after the lockdown, we hit the worstest time ever to occur in my whole life. December 2020. Right, here we go. Thinking to myself, I still not had a partner, had no fun, can't get anyone. So I sort of think, well, what about getting a transgender? And obviously they got a problem at my age as well, So I thought to myself, well, I gave up on this in 2018, because obviously that was the sort of last thing I looked for, a transgender, because I couldn't get an escort, because escorts were telling me that they don't do you. You just say you need a proper wife or partner to do it, or whatever. And I thought to myself, well, obviously, when you've had illegal things happen to you as a child, you think, oh, well, I can't have that, and all the rest of it. And another thing that's been annoying me is this has been going on since 2008, but in 2008, this wasn't occurring on every bike. But timed as I get a stretch, they were timing a loud bike. But since 2014, they have timed, there's been no more than 10 bikes that have passed per year that have not been timed to a stretch. So in other words, out of thousands upon thousands of bikes, they managed to get each and every bike timed on the nail to getting an impulse or a stretch. It's also timed going to the toilet, timed having a bath, timed waking up with a sudden stretch, and waking up. They've done this completely. Now, not only that, but they're causing problems. I'm feeling like jelly where they've been doing it. There's been up to thousands of bikes per day. Well, not thousands, but up to 1,000. And obviously it's causing bladder problems where I can't hold my wee as easy as what I used to, because I'm trying to avoid getting a stretch, because it's been fixed. This even happens when I'm on holiday at my mum's. So I think to myself, why can't they stop it? Because I'm getting very annoyed about it. But it won't. But let's get into 2021, because that has been annoying me for many years. Right, that's probably, it's the setups and that in particular, and the radiation problem that's really, really annoying me. But let's get into December 2020. Now, I've already mentioned this issue with Laura, so I'll skip that part when I was walking to Tesco's. And that's when I noticed when the setups were getting very heavy. But it wasn't until the 24th of December where it really kicked off. And then in the early hours at 5 a.m, Christmas Day, I had death threats shouted, and it was a violent one, and it was on sexuality, claiming this and that. That's not true. But anyway, from there onwards, you can't go out without extreme heavy setups. And also, they were starting to time lookalikes to people that did illegal things to me as a child, timed as I get a stretch, followed by a baby bounced about in a sling, or in a loose sling, on top of the way, on top of the issue of the loud bikes and timing a bike in my direction in the street if I get a stretch. Now, there's no longer a time where I can actually get a stretch without this being caused. There's not been a single stretch or impulse this year, the whole of this year that is, without a bike or that issue being timed to a stretch. Not a single stretch. They've got every single stretch or impulse counted for, timed to the split millisecond, and obviously I've even reported this to the police because I'm getting annoyed about it now. So it's not something that they can do, they told me, but they can keep it on there for reference, and left it at that. Come January, I had the roughest, nastiest threats that I've ever had in my whole life, and the violence or the maliciousness of the threats are the way it was in 2001 to 2004. that specific period, there was really aggressive shouted threats, rougher than the threats I was getting from the Palace nightclub when I was living in Bridgewater. And the threats decided to go back to that level. But I wasn't getting threats under my real name. There was a few threats under my real name that was as aggressive, and it's quite frightening as well, and I was sort of trying to avoid it. But most of the threats I was getting was me being mistaken as Sven. Now, I don't know who this Sven is, but recently a social worker thinks that it could be someone that's been arrested or been put on the telly, and people are mistaking that person for me. But anyway, a bit like what I was mentioning, what was going on back in 2003 and 2002. But yeah, not only that, but the setups have got heavier as well, where they're timing people to sneeze in my face, timing cars to smash into me, forcing me across the road or forcing me to stay on one side of the road, using a catalytic converter on the back of a car to control my movement or to divert me into a direction. Or they're deliberately trying to force me away from sexual-looking people into old grannies on Zimmer frames and nailing me as a sicko, or getting really aggressive. But it's the way it's being done. It's the heaviest it's ever been out of all setups that have ever occurred. This year has been the heaviest year ever out of every other year of these setups being going on. Even when I was doing the deep depression pages, writing down the stuff or photographing stuff when I was on the bus, up to about 2019 or 2020, when I was going out to places on the bus, when I was walking around Bridgewater, when I was living in Bridgewater, is actually this year is the heaviest all these setups have ever been. But it's not only the heaviest it's been, it's the nastiest it's ever been. And and so is the threats. The threats are not the most frequent threats. I've had more threats than what I've had this year in the past days, but the threats are the most aggressive. This year is the most aggressive year for threats and the most vicious sexual year for these setups, and they're causing a lot of trouble. They've timed Carter over a drain cover, vertical wording, people sneezing in my face, or what I told you about timing a bike time to a stretch, or the other issue that I mentioned. It's the most violent they've ever been. It's the most vicious year yet for these setups. Just walking out the door, before the lockdown, it would be about a maximum of 40 to 50 setups on a busy day. Now it can be up to 100 in the first 2 minutes. That's how heavy it is. You can't go anywhere. And then you go out the road and it's a setup. It's like they got everyone's movement controlled around me, deliberately got everyone's movement, forcing everyone out of their house to occur in my direction, where there used to be, to force all the movement around me to cause as much people in my path than ever before. And that's what they've been doing, because the setups are the most nastiest they've ever been, and they're doing it on sexuality, nailing me as sick and getting really vicious and really violent, getting really stern about it, getting really tempered about it, getting really sort of digging. I mean really digging. I mean, it's like they're trying to say they're going to rip you to pieces and do all they can, and just making it clear that they're going to rip you to pieces, but in the most sour and most vicious ways. They've also made the suggestion that they'll rip you to pieces if you go to hell. I don't know who set it up, but they've got no advanced technology to do it. It's the nastiest they've ever set these setups up. And also the loud bike issue, they're not just timing one or two bikes to get in a stretch. If they want, they just time a load in one go. They seem to they've increased that as well. So the bikes are, every single day this year, it's been tied to a stretch. But in the hot summer days, there can be up to 800 bikes per day, but usually around about 300. And it's being tied to each and every stretch with never a miss. And then obviously you've got the threats as well. And the threats are not just happening across Somerset, they happen down my mum's as well, down in Hampshire. So I'm being mistaken as Sven down there, and it's getting aggressive there too, as well as in Somerset. Right across Somerset though, everywhere I go in Somerset, I'm getting threats. I'm being mistaken as this Sven, and all the threats are sexual and vicious and nasty. I've even been, people take chase or threaten to, smash me with a weapon or to get really violent or to shoot me dead. So it's been really, really nasty. And before we go any further, just want to say that I'm 40 years of age, my name is Justin Langford, and after all this in my whole life, I've still not had anyone. So, basically, what I'm looking for is any single lady that I can fancy that is not a single parent, and that is it. But everyone's a single mother when they're a teenager. Next problem, they're moaning about the age gap, and it's very difficult to fancy people in my age gap. I mean, there are people older than me when you get specific types of old people, but they're all in relationships with sexual types of people. So I've been looking for a transgender lady, but they got a problem with the age as well. But the difference with transgender ladies is they do actually look like a male when they reach my age group, all of them. So they left me with no option but to go with someone younger than I am, because I'm 40. I mean, in other countries, what's happened is, going back many years ago, people are losing their looks. What's happened is the way people the way they live their lives, the healthiness of their lives and what they do. They seem to be aging. As soon as they hit the age of 25, they look like they're about 50. So they're sort of like that now. And, you're being known as a sicko if you look at anyone aged 32 when you're 40, and you're getting aggressive threats over that as well. But going back to the 1990s, it was okay for Karen to go with one of the staff members at Bridgewater College, and he was 45, and I was, and she was 18. But back then that was approved, that was okay. But what's made it even more difficult for me finding anybody is everyone that has a smartphone will only make friends with people they know in their smartphone, and they're all in relationships as single parents. So I don't know what to do. And here's the biggest mistake of all. June the 8th, 2021. My storage has been busted. All my stuff's gone. I can't locate it and don't know who's got it. I've had a break-in and I put all my stuff in there, preparing to move. So it gets even better, doesn't it? So this is the worst day ever. The worst day ever, and this is why I'm making this video. So obviously, I hate to say it, but I'm actually suicidal. But only recently I found out that the Bible, the Holy Bible, Jesus Christ makes it clear, if you commit suicide, that's a sin that will land you to hell forever and ever and ever, to burn in the fire of hell. So I've got to sort of live the rest of my life with sour times. So basically I've had nothing at all in my whole life, apart from illegal things that happened to me over and over again as a child. And there's nothing I can do because nobody will accept the age gap, and there's no one's single. But if there is anyone single and wants to help me out, because obviously I can't do it myself, because you can't socialise, because if you socialise, you're being told you're a right sicko, you'll get in trouble for involving yourself, and say don't involve yourself with people you don't know and getting violent. So this is at social places, mind. And obviously I try avoiding these social places because there's a lot of people that cause a lot of trouble. And anywhere I go, I'm being mistaken as this Savan guy, and I don't even know who this Savan guy is. But what I have found out is whoever this Savan guy is listens to guitar music and plays a guitar. Well, I don't listen to guitar music and I don't play a guitar, so I don't know why people are mistaking me as Savan, but they are. But anyway, what I will say is I'm 40. If you can accept the age gap and you're from the United Kingdom and single and not a single parent and a sexual type that I can take to, then please get in touch. But obviously I want someone who's down to earth with a great sense of humour, someone who is reliable, responsible, and not someone who's going to cheat on me, or someone that's going to take the mickey out of me or anything like that. Because and that's what, because obviously I'm not going to find, without help, I'm not going to find anyone. The clairvoyant that predicted me a girlfriend for this month is all through, and she basically said things were going to get worse. She said you will get a move, but with the girlfriend. But unfortunately, it's possible the move will take place, but she did say that the girlfriend would be the help because things were going to kick off a little bit when I move. But she said because you're going to be with a girlfriend, they're going to know that you're in a relationship and then things are going to calm down. But how's it going to work if things kick off? Once I noticed I had all my stuff broken into and reported it to the police this evening, it gets even worse, because these setups and these threats that are occurring are still on the nail. So we've had another 100 bikes tied to a stretch on top of that this evening. There's been another 300 setups in a constructed setup way, and again nailing me as sick and getting aggressive with the setups, and that's continuing on top of that burglary. I've lost away, I've lost everything, I've got nothing. Apart from a couple of recorded CDs that I've done which are left at my place, then everything's gone. I've lost everything, my whole life. So I've been treated like this all my life, stopped from getting fun, action with anyone. No one that can help me. Everyone's turned against me. There's not a single person I can turn to that can help me. There's no one left, no one's single. Everyone that I knew, they've all turned single parents, they're all in relationships, they all hate me. And now this. What I would just like to say is I'm quite literally suicidal, and if no one helps me very shortly, then I'm just going to have to, do this. But, I'm put in a trap because, like I said, if I do that, Jesus will put me in the fire of hell forever and ever and ever. And I can't afford to take that risk, if the Bible's right. So I've got another problem. So, what do I do? Because I'm buggered. Do I sit there and just end up being ripped to pieces for the rest of my life, being known as a sicko and getting loud bikes tied to a stretch and setups in my path, and on top of losing everything from a break-in and all that? Or do I just accept the issue? And it's not going to be a good day either, because it's the 8th of June today and tomorrow's the 9th of June. The 9th of June appears to be a rough day. It always has been. It was at my old place, but I never really knew until I looked back on the deep depression pages that it was a rough time. But it doesn't stop there, because not only is that that break-in with all my stuff going from the place, I've lost all my deep depression page packs, all my life story packs, apart from the ones that I did from 2016 onwards. I've lost all the past. So all my evidence of all the digital audio recordings, animal recordings and all the rest of it, and all the threats I recorded, and all the trouble that I had back in those days, I've lost it. Can't do nothing. No one knows who broke in. Police can't do anything. So, and just before I started this recording, I had another threat shouted at me. So, to end this, what I'd like to say is this. If any female is single or transgender with smooth attraction body and skin, very nice, good looking, great sense of humour, calm, doesn't matter if they're mentally disabled, as long as it's someone I can fancy and have fun with, then please get in touch, because obviously there's nothing I can do. No one can help me. No one at all. There's no one I know. No one will make friendship with people they don't know. There's nothing I can do. I've had my sliced. So, I want to question the Bible as well, because there's a lot of stuff that goes against me in the Bible. And that's another thing. I forgot to mention this. I messaged a couple of young ladies who had rapture dreams with Jesus Christ in their dream. One only turned single parent a year ago and said it's too late, and said good luck, try and find someone. And the other lady that I tried adding is moaning about my age because she's only in her 20s. And that's someone that's one of Jesus Christ's angels that had a rapture dream, a vision. And it gets even better, because even if you die and go to heaven after you leave earth, there's no sex in heaven. The Bible makes it clear that you don't have sex in heaven. So what do I do? Because the only, there's nothing, after life like this. You can't call it a good life. But, it's Justin Langford, or Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford. I was born in 1981. I'm aged 40. I've had all these problems and the break-in today. And my life's just getting worse and worse, so a continuation of problems on top of that as well. And I mean, it's being directed. I mean, they know that this has happened because they got it on the nail. They know they're doing it. They know they're doing it to rip me to pieces because they know I've had the break-in, and they continue to do it after that. And it's all malicious, and it's timing vehicles to smash into me, and it's done in a vicious way, and they're timing loud bikes time to a stretch, and they're getting aggressive, and they're causing the threats, and there's been a load of nasty threats on top of this evening. So, if anyone wants to help, I prefer transgender because obviously I don't want to go with a single parent, but unless there's any other options that you can think of, I'm buggered. To make contact with me, then obviously my phone number is 07818152881, and that's on Vodafone network, but please be polite and don't cause offence. And only message or phone if you're actually willing to help, or you actually know someone, not someone that's going to mess me about, because that's what I've had all my life. And on Facebook, I'm Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford, JUSTIN ZOROKTYLER And then obviously I'm on YouTube as well. My email is candlelighthauntings@gmail.com. That's candlelighthauntings as one word @gmail.com. So you can message me when I get access to the internet there. And because of recent problems, the social worker has actually upped my banding with the council to silver, but it's still not good enough to get them to move. So that's a pain as well. But what's happened today it basically makes you wonder whether Jesus Christ has fallen against me, because being 40, never having anyone, having all these problems, what do you say about it? I mean, I'd love to hear your comments, and if you've listened to this, I'm glad you have, because it's very questionable, because obviously I'm not making this up. Please leave your comments in the comment box below, and if you want a discussion, do that as well. And try and have a good day. I know my days are not very good, but I'll leave it there. And thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Evening, everybody. This is part 2 of Jesus Christ may have turned against Justin Langford on love and sexuality. Before you watch this, you need to listen to volume 1, because then you get some idea of this one. There's no good news for the rest of my life. I've had a clairvoyant reading, and there's been a whole load of trouble. So it starts off with all my stuff going missing on the 8th of June, and obviously that put me suicidal, but there's not much I can do. The good news is it does not affect me having my laptop, because I still have that because that's at home. You need to watch the previous video for all these details, and about never having a partner or no sex in my whole life or nothing like that. But it gets even worse. It starts on the 9th of June. I wake up with loud bikes timed to a stretch. Then there's a load of setups, timing a car to smash into me, and all that sort of thing. There's a list of some here from the other day. I'll read it out to you. 100 usual cars smashed over a drain cover, just to give you some idea. This is, and this is the other day. This is only the other day. Sick, colour car, that grey car, black and blue, sexual, message to you van, justice van, a t-shirt, sorry, Langford digger, sex t-shirt, no chance, van, white cars, etc. Can't say the name of this van because it's someone who did illegal things to me as a child, but it also covers another person's name of someone that hasn't done illegal things to me as a child, followed by a laughing armchair picture on a van, perfect match paint book carried, black white van, 3-wheel bike with a device that looks like a mechanism, like somebody's having fun, baby in a sling bounced about in a loose way, sorry, a girl on a Zimmer frame, 50 cars or so in a setup, 70% setup way, the afterlife written on the t-shirt, hellfire top, seagull says being shot dead, ha ha ha, you child whatever. Obviously there's a lot of stuff there which I can't mention. Later on that same day, girlfriend bag, no chance van, granny only on a Zimmer frame, granny's for you van. That's that van used to have a different name on it, and it used to have a picture of Zimmer frames in the sky in heaven, but they painted it over and put Granny's for You van on it instead. They've also painted over the child Leicester van, which occurred directly after on that day as well. Bow whistles, the Rocking Donkey van, disabled person, push my way in a severe type, see a homeless guy in a laughing G van, black and blue car, hard fighter jumper, having a smashing time van, spanners on side of a van, Schick SHK van, Baxter van, just a load of stuff like that to cut a long story short, so it's not been good. And obviously we've had like drains hit over every time I walk past a drain cover, the time in a car to be smashed over. Catalytic converter setups, which is the vinegar type smell you get on a car exhaust, which is started as I pass, but it's being done like, you know, every other car sort of thing. Timing people to sneeze in my face. They've been doing that on yesterday on the 9th of June. I go to eat something, and as soon as I take a bite, they time someone to sneeze in my face. They did this yesterday as well, where they timed. They keep doing this. They've done this about 6 times this year. It might not sound a lot, but when you look at the type of thing it is, it's very nasty. They're timing either an adult in my age group or a rough type person to chase a little girl or to chase a young lady, where the lady or the girl starts screaming and shouting, but always timed when I'm on the scene. Well, that's happened 6 times this year. I've not had nothing come back at me from it, but you know, it's not very good when it occurs at the time you're around. And just last month or the month before, one of the people that was chasing a little girl that the girl didn't know looked similar to what I look like, and I was at the scene at the same time, so I was not too happy about that. They've also because of where I was yesterday, they had trouble setting up all these sorts of setups, and there wasn't too many threats either, considering it was the 9th of June, which I found out that's World Sex Day. I think it's a religious thing, I don't know, but it's definitely called World Sex Day on the 9th of June. There was a lot of shouting and arguments last night. I couldn't get to the air raid shelter because someone wanted to walk in there with a gun, and I had to wait some time for that person to get well out of the way before I went in there, which has scared me a little bit, because I go in there on a daily basis or on a regular basis because I like to go out and about, and there's not really many places you can go, and it's always windy, and I come in here to like get away from the draft, but or the rain. But I went to bed. A couple of gunshot sounds made, obviously, because I don't know who's doing it, but had that issue. Bit of eye problem, but nothing too major, not on the 9th anyway. That will begin again today. So yeah, we started the day with a nasty setup. An ear-shattering loud bike time to get in a stretch as I walk out the door. A setup to Naomi is that effing sick with the setups, if you get what I'm saying. And then I go to walk past someone with two people. I go to walk towards the road, but on the path, staying just near the curb on the path, and they were trying to sneeze in my face. So when I walked away from them, I couldn't really go anywhere, so I was forced to stay with that sneeze, but I knew that I could get past. As I was getting towards the road, this car went close to the curb with a caravan behind it, and I almost had my leg ripped right off, because the caravan was wider than the car, and when it passed, that went onto the curb exactly where my foot was, and I literally was about no more than about 2 inches from my leg being ripped off, and I was hitting the roof because of that setup. And it doesn't stop there, because directly after that, someone carries poles out of a house, which they didn't see me coming, and I didn't see them coming because I'm in like a hidden area, and it was time to hit me. And then after that, there's a load of other setups nailing me as that sad, that sick, because I won't fancy a granny, and just really aggressive, really nasty, really malicious, black and blue cars, telling me that they're going to rip me to pieces, or telling me that they've actually made the suggestion, not actually in the last few days, but this year and recently, that they're going to rip me to pieces in my next life, and that they're going to do the same to me in my next life. I don't know how or who's doing this or what's causing it, but it's getting really nasty. And then obviously I have to go to Bridgewater to go for a medical review. But I want to tell you about a clairvoyant reading, but we'll get to that in a minute, and I had that on the 9th. So I just jumped into the 10th now. So, actually no, I'll do the clairvoyant reading first, and then I'll do the meeting. Right, a clairvoyant, I did a phone reading last night. 4 of them didn't want to answer the phone. The 5th one did decide to answer the phone, but I've deleted all the numbers out of the phone because I can't remember which one I spoke to, because I was in a hurry to get the reading because I was feeling very low, because obviously I've lost all my stuff, had my life gone, got no life, got no girlfriend, got no future, and the clairvoyant even makes, although it's only a reading, the clairvoyant makes a bad suggestion with my future as well. So I'll run with you in brief. The clairvoyant thinks that things are going to get a lot worse. She thinks I'm going to get a move to a temporary accommodation, which is actually true because the social worker has sorted that out, but don't know when that's going to occur yet. And I managed to get silver banding with the council, but they really only need to get gold to move. If I can get gold, they just won't allow it, that's the problem. But if you go to this place, this mental hospital type place, then you can get gold and then you can get out of my place, but you'll have to be there for about half a year or a year before you can get somewhere. So it's just a case of having to put up with that. But I don't know what I'll be doing yet. I just don't know what the future holds, but the clairvoyant says I'll be going there. She then says that it's going to be a bit of a rough area, so she says you need to be careful. because it could end up pretty nasty. And concerned for my safety, she just said make sure that you step with caution when you go out and about in the time period while you're at that place, because she does sense a bit of bit of problems that could occur. She doesn't believe that I'm going to get a girlfriend. I butted in and asked. I didn't say it like that. I said, I said, I know I don't want to sort of put you off the reading of what you're giving me or something like that. And I said, but would you be able to pick up on anything like in the way of companionship or a partner or anything that's going to cause some sort of form of change in my life in the near future? And she says she just can't sense anything. She just says that she can't say that. She just doesn't think that I'm going to get anyone. She just has that feeling that you're just going to have to live your life alone. That's basically what she said, actually. You're just going to have to live your life alone and try and deal with the situations and the way of your life, and try and just do all that sort of thing, which is not good, because obviously I've not had anyone in my whole life. I've not managed to have proper enjoyment with anyone in my whole life, and I've had illegal things happen to me as a child. And the next problem is everyone's a single parent at 40. I'm struggling to fancy people in that age group because they develop that granny sort of skin look and old age look, and everyone's a single parent. And when it comes to transgender, at 40 they look like a fella anyway, so I can't even get one of those, and they're not allowing for the age gaps, which I mentioned on the previous video. So I'm going to leave that out because obviously that's on the previous video to this one. Anyway, the clairvoyant said I'm going to get a place, and say where. She didn't make it sound like it was over enthusiastic, I might add, and she said that that there might be a little bit of trouble at my place when I do eventually move. And I thought to myself, well, that's charming after the days I've been going through, over the last all my life sort of thing. She said there's going to be a bit of trouble. She says, but then she sort of says, well, it doesn't matter where you go, what happens. Everyone, everywhere, you're going to face trouble wherever you go. It's the way people, the way people are today, and you just have to face the facts and just have to live with it and just try and get on with your life the best you can and try and ignore it. So she said that, she had quite a stern accent on that bit, and sort of made it clear that everyone has their moods and you just have to abide by it and just accept it. So if there is a bit of trouble, you're just going to have to accept it. She then says, she picked up on my drinking, and she says that you're not going to be doing that much longer when you move. And I thought to myself, what do you mean? And I thought to myself, well, that's all I got in life, I've got nothing else, so I have a drink in the evening. And she said that she basically made the suggestion, she didn't say this, but she made the suggestion that the government are going to ban alcohol sales in the UK, so nobody will be able to buy any alcohol in the UK. That's the easiest way to put it. She didn't say that, but that's as good as what she said. Or if she didn't say that, she meant something similar that affects me where I can't drink. So yeah, that's that. She said there was someone that was originally going to help me out and find me a girlfriend, because the situation of my life and life not being very friendly to me. She said, I don't know who this is, and I can't guarantee what she's saying is actually true, but it's more than likely it might be an old school friend who's sort of asked around if anyone wants to help you if you're single. So I don't know, but whoever this was, because she didn't actually say, I didn't actually ask a question, I was just getting reading from her. This lady has turned against me and put an axe in my back basically, and just turned against me, and it's not going to be. She did say that I've had gone through very tough times, and I've got a lot of tough times to face. And I was thinking to myself, do we have any positive news for the future? But soon as I had that thought, and I was thinking, what's the next thing she's going to say? She sort of changed the story then, sort of told me stuff about like how to decorate your new place and how to make things look a bit more better in your place, and how to try and sort of change your way of life, like trying to all that sort of thing, to cut a long story short. And I thought, oh right, I mean, I don't care about my place, I've not had fun in my whole life. I want a partner, I want enjoyment with someone. I'm 40 years of age, but no, there's no good news there. Right, now it's time for the medical review at Glanville House on the 10th of June 2021. This is where last year I saw my doctor, Dr. Mortimer, and he threatened me with psychiatric care if I didn't take the medication that I've been given, because he believes I have schizophrenia, and I keep telling him I don't. But he told me that there should be no threats at all. He should that be completely gone. And obviously he said there should be no setups, and he said there should be no loud bikes trying to get in a stretch, which they originally found out that information when I put it on Facebook when I was in the mood several years ago, and that was they found that out, and that's how that became to be a topic that was mentioned to the social worker later on. But under normal circumstances I wouldn't mention stuff like that, but as I mentioned in the previous video, this is a constant thing. This was really bad on the 9th, and it's been bad today as well, but there's nothing you can do about it. But anyway, let's get on to today's meeting, because they're getting a little bit nasty with this, because right, let's have a look at it. They want to change my medication from the 15 milligrams of olanzapine. Originally it was 20, and I was telling them that I don't want to take that much, and obviously I won't go into detail with the olanzapine, but they want me to take this paper. I've got paper here because they give me sheets of paper. It's called Peril or clozapine. Is that it? Yeah, just a minute. I've got a piece of paper. I need to get that out of my pocket a minute. That's the other one, I think. They give me a couple of these. No, it's not a piece of paper. Just 2 seconds. I wasn't prepared on this spot. There's so many setups today. 1 page, 2 page, 3 page. How many pages of problems are there today? Yeah, that's right. It's called clozapine or something. Clozapine. So yeah, and then they give me another one. They were trying to. Well, firstly, they were trying to get me injected that day. Today, they tried to force me to get injected with that today. And I thought to myself, I'm not having that. And then they said, well, the problem is, all these threats that you're getting shouldn't be occurring at all. So they were telling me my threats, there shouldn't be any threats at all. And they were saying, you've got to take this medication. And then they said, but it wasn't so much the threats. They were going on about these setups, problems that occurred, I just mentioned earlier, like vehicle names and wording and sneezing in the face and all that sort of thing, or enemies walking in my path, or trouble walking in my path, or being hit by vehicles in a sly way. That's all known as setups. The social worker and the doctors and everybody in the crisis team, they're complaining like anything about me moaning about the setups or taking pictures of the setups and people reporting it, and they said that it's got to stop. But the problem is, as I mentioned in the previous video, these setups are on the increase to the heaviest they've ever been, and it's no different on the 9th after my stuff went missing. It's no different yesterday on the 9th of June, and it's no different today, and it's no different after the meeting either. These setups are still heavy and nasty as hell. But yeah, so they said they're going to have to inject me with that, and I thought to myself, I don't want that. And then obviously they said, well, give it some thing, and then they said they need to check your blood for sugar levels, and I thought, that's very good, for olanzapine.
And then they said that you have schizophrenia, and I said no. I said, when I was diagnosed in 1993, when my parents paid for me to have a proper diagnosis, I didn't have schizophrenia, and they told me that this professional told me that I had autism and Asperger's, and said that I didn't have schizophrenia because they had to ask these questions and what happened and all the rest of it. And well, not what happened, just ask questions where they could tell. I don't know how they tell or whatever, but they asked these questions, and then they knew that I had those disabilities, mental disabilities. The issue when they thought I had schizophrenia came when I had all these threats in North Periton, and it got ended up going into what's the name of the place? Beach Court in 2004. And I was getting a bit stressed because threats were quite nasty in those time periods, because between 2001 and 2005 threats were extremely rough and very nasty and extremely shouty, and that's how it's been this year, unfortunately. It's not been that rough right through this time, even at the Palace nightclub at my old place where I used to live. It's only recently got to that level of threats again, but I'm just sort of putting up with it and just writing it down or taking a photo if it occurs. But they're moaning about they're telling me I've got to stop doing the audio recordings of threats and animal sounds outside. I've got to stop taking photos of people in the street. I've got to stop carrying that CD around that asks, saying, because on the CD it says this, I use the CD to lean my paper on. It says, anyone single? My name is Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford, 2016. The reason it says 2016 is because I haven't updated the paper. I just replaced the case cover and put the paper in the new case. I've been doing that for the last 5 years. And then it says, never had enjoyment apart from being illegal things happened to me as a child, so wanting a younger age lady than the zombie looking type, and don't want a single mum or someone that's crazy. And then it says, anyone left brainy enough in any race to do this, and with question mark, and then it's got my name and it's got my old email address. So yeah, it's that's basically what it said, and people have seen it and they just don't bother looking at it, and they just put me down as sick or whatever, or just laugh. But anyway, they told me that I got to take this medication, and said that the police are going to start cracking down, and saying that the police want you to stop taking these pictures of people or setups in the street. And then they said if there's no pictures, you won't have the setups. And I thought to myself, yeah, well, I get the evidence, because obviously I've had illegal things happen to me as a child, not had anyone, and it's being done on like sexual grounds, like I said earlier on, like a time in a lookalike to someone who did illegal things to me, trying to get in a stretch, followed by a baby being bounced around in a sling and taking the mickey out of me in a real nasty way. And how am I supposed to sit there and accept that? But they give me no choice, because they stopped me doing this now, so I can't go around writing stuff down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to be very discreet about it, if I can, or get the photos. I mean, I've already sort of had to put some limit to it, but the police are going to actually crack down. They're going to make an arrest if it carries on. So that's what they told me at the meeting. And it gets even worse, because they give me an alternative medication from this clozapine, and and I can't remember what the name is, but when I looked earlier on, I noticed it's on my DVD I have, and it's called I might have written it down, hang on. No, I didn't write it down, I only wrote that one down. Oh sugar, put it on the candle flame then, hold on, just a minute. It's called Making a Killing, The Untold Story of Psychotic Drugging, and that's the one of the medications that they offered me as an alternative to being injected with this clozapine. So yeah, that's not very good, is it? So Yeah. So it gets better there, doesn't it? When I walked, so I basically said, so I thought to myself, if there's any problems, I'm just going to have to put up with it. I'm not going to be able to report it or say anything. So, directly after I walked, before that, there was actually somebody who was having an argument saying that they're going to bash me in outside of Glanville House as well, where the meeting was taking place. This is a rough person, but I couldn't exactly hear what he was saying because the doors were shut and the windows were shut in the building. But you can make out that he's shouting something, and I can't even guarantee that he was shouting at me. But I managed to walk out after the meeting and there was no problem there. And then I walk into two rough people who start on me, and I think to myself, oh, that's a good start, isn't it? I mean, and then after that, there's a whole load of setups. So I was going to look around Bridgewater, and then I thought, no, I can't. I've got to get the bus home. There's nothing I can do. There's just too much setups in my path. Then I tried phoning my dad up to mention the problems there, and I was forced off the phone because of setups, pushing me about and done in a nasty way, including bikes tying to a stretch and all the rest of it. And I can't photograph or write down anything about it, and they're saying it doesn't happen. And not just that, yeah, but you've got to take into account that all my stuff went missing on the 8th of June, so I got nothing. All I actually own now is the spare laptop that I got, the bed I sleep on, clothes, the recorded CDs I done recently. Everything else went. And that's documented in the previous video, if you want a better description of that. But, that occurs. Then we have increased setups, increased threats, and life put down the drain. And then obviously now it gets even better because I'm being forced to be injected with this crap and the rest of it. And I'll be told I'll be arrested if I take pictures in the street or photograph criminal setups that are occurring. And it's not stopping. It's not changing. Nothing's stopping. When I left the meeting, these setups were just as heavy as what they were when I was at the meeting, and just as heavy as what it was before I lost everything, which I just mentioned. There's no remorse. Whoever's doing these setups just want to make the suggestion that when we rip to pieces on sexuality and really getting nasty about it, there's nothing I can do about it. So I can't report it now because they've made a new rule where they're going to force this on me, this medication, by injection, if I mention anything about future threats, setups, loud bikes tying to a stretch, or any other problem. That includes the eye problem. I said that I had glaucoma because that's what the optician said when I had an eye check a couple of months ago, and they said it's not on their records. I need to contact my doctor to see if that's true, or you need to go for another eye test at the opticians so that they can get it recorded because they've lost the information. So they told me that, and then I sort of brought up the police issue of the threats that occurred because they filmed it and said that this is how I got silver banding, because obviously I audio recorded the threat and it was true. If I didn't get the recording, then obviously I wouldn't be on silver banding. But it turns out that the recording that they did when they come around, when the police officer put the recording on, they didn't actually record it. They forgot to record it, and apparently they've recently checked the audio recording again, and they said they've had a better listen to it, and that there's no threats at all on there. But you can clearly hear that the threat on there was what it said. However, the good news is, even though the threat has been, although they've sort of mislaid the threat as being something else, they have, however, kept me on silver banding with the council and not dropped it. So I'm still on that, but I can't get gold. They're not going to let me have gold. So with all this,
let's get on with this evening, shall we? The calm before the storm. That's to cut a long story short. Save me stating it or saying what all the problems that I've had. But anyway, is it worth me living? Or should I just end my life? Because if my future's just going to look like this, I mean, I can't moan about anything, I can't have my say about anything. There's just going to be a loud bite tied to each stretch. Or look like someone who abused me as a child, tied to get in a stretch. If I'm walking out, or when I'm walking out in the street, some other sort of setup. Or in that sort of way. I got the setups hard against me, the heaviest they've ever been. And that's one of the main things they're moaning about. Saying that the police are going to arrest you if you carry on taking pictures. Well, I said in the past, and a clairvoyance mentioned this as well, and this is without me saying anything. It's not a recent clairvoyant, but a clairvoyant said, you're going to stop writing things down in the street and stop photographing things as soon as this partner arrives and comes into your life. And she says you're going to change completely. And she just said that. And another thing she said, I don't know if it's the same clairvoyant because I've had quite a few readings, and it's not something I mentioned either. It's something they picked up on without me saying anything. And they've actually said that I don't need to take medication either. They said they're looking at it in the wrong way. They can't see the reality of what's going on, or the people that are causing trouble for me. And this is without me saying anything, by the way. The clairvoyant picked up on that straight away nearly. And she said it wouldn't hurt for me to take medication, but she says you definitely don't have schizophrenia or the medication that the doctor that's trying to give me, or what I'm telling you now that they're trying to inject me with this clozapine. But what the clairvoyant thinks I have, and she said because she's obviously in contact with spirits and they're giving information. She's saying that I do have depression. She said I do have that, and she says you do have a bit of anxiety, and she says you have a bit of paranoia as well. So, I mean, I don't like to say that I have paranoia as well or whatever, but I'm going by what she says. So, I have had a bit difficult times, so maybe she's right, Maybe I have to accept that. But one thing that she does disagree with, she does believe that I get threats, and she does believe that I do not have schizophrenia, and my parents don't believe I have that either, and people I know don't believe I have that either. And someone did say, going back some years ago, that someone with schizophrenia wouldn't have the ability to make a music track using a program like Dance EJ or other similar music programs on a computer. And also a schizophreniac cannot edit or do music in that way. I was also told a schizophreniac cannot watch a full 3-hour movie without issues, and I can watch a 3-hour movie with no problem at all. So that's things that need to be looked at as well. So basically we're saying I wouldn't be able to edit music, make music using samples or anything like that if you had schizophrenia. So obviously that confirms that I don't have it. And the other thing that was mentioned, and this is on a documentary on YouTube, it was taken off in 2013, but they reckon it's an electrical issue that affects the mind, and they also claim that only a person that's a reptoid, a reptilian hybrid, or humanoid person can develop schizophrenia, and they reckon a normal human being that's not a reptilian hybrid does not develop schizophrenia. So, but whether that's true, I don't know. But that was on a documentary. I mean, they have put a lot of conspiracy stuff on there, and it's turned out that even humans might get schizophrenia as well. But the one thing I want to clarify is I do not have that problem. I do not have schizophrenia. Schizophrenia, according to the doctor and people in the crisis team and social work and all that, is people that hear voices in their head, experience hallucinations of seeing things that are not really there, and that type of thing. And obviously I don't get that. The only time I sort of get hallucinations or things like that is if I smoke cannabis, which I've tried in the past, though I'm not one for smoking that specific herb, because it makes you feel very funny, very gigglish, and cause a right embarrassment, to be honest. So what it does is it causes these funny thoughts, which are known as hallucinations, to occur in your mind, and you know, some of it's stupid, gigglish, sort of babyish thoughts that you get when you smoke cannabis, but that's the only time I get that. And I've also had it on an antipsychotic medication that I tried back in 2004 called Risperidol. Now that seems to cause funny thoughts to occur in your head as well, but I'll leave it there. I won't say any more than that. But I only ever sort of took that one when it came to that specific medication. Yeah, so with all these problems, you know, I don't know what to say, because no matter what I say, they're going to use this as an excuse for a mental disease. But it's not very clever, because I'm starting to end up, this year in particular, I seem to be ending up walking into people that are very unsteady, very unsafe, or people having an argument, or people getting a weapon out, or people, I'm walking into those types of people. That seems to be a frequent issue nowadays, ever since late 2020. However, it was being done before the lockdown as well, so it could have been going on. It's about 3 years. It's always happened where I've walked into these types of people, but it's becoming more frequent. As this action that I was saying on the first, like I was saying on the video, the previous, on the previous video, this action's getting more malevolent, more malicious, more nasty, more frequent, more timed on the nail, more, you know, it's all fixed in a very spiteful way, and you know, a lot of trouble's increasing, even the threats. And this is the other thing, as I was just saying, I'm being told this, right, and not only am I being told this, but we're going through the roughest stage for the heaviest setups in the whole history of setups, the roughest threats in the whole history of threats, except for 2001 to 2005 area, or 2004, whenever it was. And also, the loud bike issue's bad, and there seems to be a lot of animal sounds coming out in a negative pattern as well. And it's all decided to increase, and now I've been stopped from having my say, or the police are going to arrest me for taking pictures or photographing threats or anything like that. And it also means I can't report it or have no say either. So I can only mention it to family and keep it as in my own folder on the internet, you know, as conspiracy theories, without letting anyone else know. However, there might be 1 or 2 times where I try and, you know, escape a link out here and there if I feel really, you know, trapped or think they're up to something. But yeah, it's not good. Nothing's good. And obviously, if the clairvoyant is right, there's no good future either. So it makes you wonder, why should I bother living? And they all say pray to Jesus Christ. I mean, I did this 15 years ago, and people were telling me, even on dating, put your faith in Jesus Christ. I did in some way. And 15 years later, life gets even worse, and I don't have anyone still. So yeah, and I think that's about all I can say, really. But if there is anyone single that wants to help me out, that's got a smooth attraction, like a feminine type of attraction and not a male attraction, then please get in touch, because I'm 40 years of age and never had anyone, and I can't take to the old type, and some people do actually look like grannies, or very young grannies in my age group, and it's not my fault that I've not had anyone, it's because my enemies have stopped me getting anyone. So if you want to help me out, anyone, then I'll be in the UK, in Somerset, somewhere, where I'll be, I don't know, whether I'll be camping out if it's turns off at home, or where I'll be at Axbridge at my dad's, or staying at my nan's at Highbridge, or at my place at Burnham, I don't know, or even at this new place, or wherever I go, I'm going to be centred in Somerset, or in the area of Somerset. So if you want to make contact with me, just, my mobile is 07818152881. Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford on Facebook, just JUSTINZorrockLangford, and that's my full name, so it's Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford. Type that in on Facebook and you get my Facebook, although it's likely to have a lot of negative stuff or evidence of problems like setups. And that's another issue as well, because I always put, like, these setups, I can take up to over 100 pictures a day of problems being caused in my direction in a spiteful or suggestive or deliberate manner. They've been digging up that in the past for me putting them on Facebook, saying that's got to stop as well. So I've got to be careful there, because they might have a go at me for that. And but anyway, I thought I'd let you know my life's going to get worse and worse and worse. So if I do end up taking my life, then obviously let's just hope that Jesus doesn't put me in hell, because obviously the Bible says if you do that, Jesus will put you in hell forever. But I'm not being nasty or being funny, but my life's not exactly very clever, is it? And when everybody's had fun, when the Bible itself, the Holy Bible, is like coming out in a way where it seems twisted against me and spiteful against me, but it's, it's just beyond belief, to be honest. But and with a gloomy clairvoyant reading to tell me that there's going to be problems of people that are going to attack me or need to avoid the situation, or when you move you're just going to have to accept more problems. If things do continue like this when I move, obviously I'm going to be in my 40s, well in my 40s by the time I move, and if I still haven't got anyone by the time I move and it kicks off, then obviously I will be taking that option of ending my life. But there's also been another problem. I've been reported by a young celebrity from Ramsgate in Kent in the UK. Which then I've forgotten the name of the person, but that was brought up for an issue for me to have to move, like another reason why they give me silver banding to relocate to a new location. But obviously they can't go into details with that, because it's partly my fault for what I put on the internet back in 2016, which was contained negative stuff, because I was in a mood and had a lot of bad stuff on there that I put and made up videos to try and scare people, sort of pretending to feed it wheat killer on bread to seagulls. Obviously I wouldn't do that, but I was doing it for attention seeking, because obviously I've had no fun with no one in my whole life, and I just wanted to try and get someone and nobody would help, and that's not going to be the case. And obviously 5 years have passed and I'm 5 years older, and obviously people are getting more tight about the age gap, and it's not just in the white race. Blacks are moaning as well, Asians are moaning, Indians are moaning, and it's not just in the UK now. Since about 2015 it started in the USA on dating sites, and also in Africa. So, you know, there's not much I can do. I've been hanged on sexuality. And that's why I've titled this video, Jesus Christ May Have Turned Against Justin Langford, on Love and Sexuality Part 2. So if you are willing to help and not going to mess me about like everybody else has in the last 15 years I've been trying to date, or even longer, then please get in touch, because obviously there's nothing I can do. My life's going to get worse and I've got to accept it. And obviously I can't even carry a CD asking if anyone's single anymore, because it's sort of people are complaining about it and reporting it to the police, and the police are saying it's got to stop, and they're not actually doing anything at the moment. They're just warning me, and this is why they want to inject me with this clozapine you know. But unfortunately, the neighbour of that medication, which is another name for an alternative medication, is on that documentary DVD I have, which is called Making a Killing, The Untold Story of Psychotropic Drugging. So, you know, it's a case of seeing how the days go, and maybe I'll make a volume 3 video to this at a later time. So, thanks for listening. Leave your comments below. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, everybody. There's a part 3 to this video because there's things I forgot to mention in part 2. I had a medical review on the 10th of June. There were a few things brought up, which was I messaged Downing Street on their phone, or left a couple of messages, or phoned them because I was moaning about specific setups and loud bikes tying to a stretch or criminal action in my path. And police and the social worker and everyone in the crisis team, like the doctor, they all accused me of trying to chase women or grab women off the street, or young children off the street, to do illegal things to them. Now that's not true, and this is where the issue of trying to put me into psychiatric care, injecting me with olanzapine, began. In the end, they just give me higher dosage of tablets to 15 and wanted to push it to 20. On the 10th, they started this again and brought the same subjects up again, and I mentioned that I've had illegal things happen to me as a child and never had anyone, and they said that's not true. They said that's caused by your mental problem and hearing voices in your head telling you this. Then after that, they just got very nasty, wanting me to take this medication by injection, and where you have to go in every week to have your blood sugar levels checked. And I thought, no, I'm not having this, and at the moment is on hold, but I'm not very happy. I won't have it, but I'll explain the issue later on if it gets out of hand. Right, I forgot about this. I contacted the police about my stuff going missing, and they said you should have kept it in a more secure place or left it at home, and they're saying there's nothing really they can do. They said probably won't even find the person that's got it, and they're a waste of time. To cut a long story short, over the weekend there's been a lot of setups. In total there's been about 300 threats. 100 of them are shouted from cars, and the other 200 are general threats. Now it might sound a lot, but it's not really a lot when you take it over a space of time and different parts of the day. So yeah, but it's still not good. Right, setups are to time someone to sneeze in my face when I go to eat a roll or pasty, taking the first or second bite. That's happened 3 times. There's been about 30 people in general that have been timed to sneeze, hard cough at me, or hard cough phlegm towards me, or spit talking at me over the weekend as well. There's been about 15 to 20 incidents where a car has been timed at a side road, side path, or another area, timed to smash into me, which I've not been very happy about. There's an incident that occurred the other day that's reoccurred again, but this rarely occurs more than a few times a year. Now it's happened 5 times in just over the weekend, and that's to time a wide load vehicle, or vehicle with a tailboard at the back made out of steel, with an overhang, so they're driving close to the path and it's hanging over towards the path and being timed to smash my legs off. That's happened 5 times, but one of the 5 times was when I was trying to cross a road and I didn't see the vehicle having one of these devices at the back, which almost took my leg off. Right, the next problem is roughly, this is not counted, this is just a rough number. They are timing a car with a catalytic converter on it, which smells like vinegar, to reverse, or to be started, or to drive down to be started, timed as I go to walk past. And it's usually being timed in the wind direction that is being blown in my direction. The other thing that they've done this weekend is timed about 400 cars to be timed loudly over a drain cover, timed as I walk past. Another thing that they've done is timing a sick colour car timed out of each and every road nearly, followed by a grey car. And if they can't time a sick car, it's a grey car, which has happened about 200 plus times. Timing a loud bike to a stretch, or 3-wheel bikes in my direction, or bike wheelies, or bikes on a car roof upright timed to a stretch, has happened several hundred times, at home and while out. I mean, you can't do nothing about that. That bike issue's really annoying. At home, it's not too good there either. They've increased the radiation problem, or using energy weapons, which is causing damage to my eyes, and they've just increased it, and there's nothing I can do about that. There was an incident where someone was pushing a Jesus Christ model thing on wheels at me, and he was holding a sword or a bladed object in my direction, and following that was a sexual car and a 3-wheel bike timed to a stretch. There's also been other vehicle names as well, like the Rocking Donkey, the Wheel of Fire, Borden van, and MCRT, Mercked lorry, that came together in that order. There's also been a Grannies for You van timed again, and Bikes for Your Pleasure, Bikes for You, and a couple of other vehicle worded names as well on the road. I have to walk past the playing field to get where I want to, because the beach is usually, most days it's too sandy and it's blowing gales on the beach and you're inhaling sand and causing coughs and chest problems. On the golf course at that time of the night you can't walk past because all the water, the springs are going, the fountains, to keep the water moist, keep the grass moist on the golf course. That used to be on once a week, but now it's every day for the last couple of years because they're opening it more for more people and making more money. So you're left with the road or the back path. Both of those pass the playing field. So on the road, after 1 o'clock in the morning, you've still got about 50 cars per 2 minutes. It may be less at times, or maybe more at times, but that's just a rough amount that occurs since the end of the lockdown. In the winter months, the back path becomes very wet, very marshy, and gives you no option to take the road or the beach. There's also been a lot of other problems as well. Anyway, I'm going to give you a list of threats that occurred in 2019. I'll try and get through it the best I can without causing offence. Someone says, haha, you never had sex, you had the whatever, and out of you as a child said, over 40, won't fancy a negative body and pizza face, gonna F-word and use a weapon on him said, head case shouted, sexual F-word robbery, child R-word, which is R and is 6 letters long and ends in a T, no one left, everyone's a stale piece of whatever, made everyone a single parent, gotta go with people older than who did illegal things to him as a child said. Taking the swear words out, someone says smash your spine up. Someone says smash your head off, Justin. Someone says supposed to be with old swear word people who are older than the age Jesus Christ was when he was crucified. Someone says sliced your own swear word in the wrists, Justin, because we told everyone you're Seven, a child whatever, and someone who harms children. Then obviously there's a couple of murder threats with a lot of swearing and to shoot me dead. There's another thing that's said, which I've got to re-say in a different way to what it says on this sheet, because it's too bad to say it in the way it's said, and that's to say that illegal things are happening to you as a child in your next life when you're born as a baby, and that you're going to be starving in Africa, and that you're a jobless F word, which is a swear word and 4 letters long. And then obviously another swear word saying, but with ing on the end, and gone said. There's also another thing that's been said, which is you're being blinded with energy weapons at home, and if you mention that to the doctor or the social worker, they discard it as seeing things in your head, and it's even coming out as a threat, so they are admitting that they're doing it. And there's been another threat, which was in 2019, and that's to say that your doctor wants you dead, and that you're going to get a taste of your own medicine, and that you're a dangerous whatever, which is on sexuality, and not true. So we got that as well. But anyway, let's get to some of today's threats all over the weekend. As I said, there's been lots of threats, but there are a couple of threats that I wanted to take out in particular, and might even be some of the milder threats, but it's the information that I'm trying to sort of address. There's a lot of dangerous stuff that's been said, but someone says supposed to be with swear word negative attraction once you're in your 40s, you sick so-and-so, which is a C word, which is a swear word. Only supposed to be with very used people and single parents, now said. Someone says he'll get attacked and smashed out if he's seen with anyone sexual at the age he is. Not supposed to fancy S name, she's only 36, which is paedophile attraction according to that person who said that threat. Being having a weapon put in you, basically said, because G name is only 28 and L name is only 32, and then saying you're a sad so-and-so, which is the C word again. Not even supposed to have sex at 40, said in temper. Negative attraction now, just said. Not supposed to fancy sexual people, Justin said. Someone says being weaponed, dead. And then obviously saying the swear word, you effing whatever, can't say the word. And then child and then R word, which is the 6-letter word that ends in a T. And another person has said, so what if he has no partner, supposed to be with an old bag. Someone says, this is a lady that said this, and this is today, so I remember this one clearly. Someone says, where's his swear word brains gone, shouldn't be fancying people in their 20s and early 30s. And another thing that's been said is that he hasn't had illegal things happen to him as a child. It's all made up, it's all in his head, and they're going to smash me out and all the rest of it. So that's an update on that. But there's a lot of things I could cover. I don't want to go too far into this documentary. It's been pretty bad as it is. There's been a lookalike to someone who looks like me that's chased another girl again, which has happened over the weekend. There's been quite a lot of sly setups and a lot of sly things that have happened, and there's just too many to mention, but if you get my drift, that's the sort of the way it's been. And I'll have to leave it there, because obviously this is only to mention the documentary of Jesus Christ may have turned against Justin Langford on love and sexuality. So this is part 3, but obviously this is going to be mixed in with part 1 and part 2. This is just the ending to it. And thank you for listening. And obviously, if there is anyone single, as I've mentioned, who is not a negative attraction, got a woman type attraction, you smooth attraction type person, obviously it's difficult to find anyone that's not a single parent that's good looking at my age. So if there's anyone younger, or if there's a transgender lady, then please get in touch. CandlelightHauntings@gmail.com. That's candlelightHauntings, all one word, at gmail.com. My phone number is 07818152881. I'll repeat that again, 07818152881, or go onto Facebook and type in Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford on Facebook, JUSTIN ZORROK TYLER LANGFORD, and that's my name. And that's the best way to make contact. Or alternative, if you want to leave any comments, just leave them in the box below, and any discussions, go ahead and leave them in the boxes. And thank you for listening. Have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not in the bestest of moods, to be honest. This is very questionable, because I think Jesus Christ has fallen against me, and I'm pretty certain of it. Unless Jesus is the devil, of course, or whether the Creator's a devil, I do not know. But I've had all these problems that I've recently mentioned on a video, a conspiracy, which is called Jesus Christ May Have Turned Against Justin Langford on Love and Sexuality, Part 1, 2 and 3. And it's only yesterday that I made another recording to complete that video. And then all this problem with the seagulls and animal sounds occurs today. Well, firstly, the very first sounds that I remember occurring by seagulls and crows in a very suggestive way was when illegal things happened to me as a child. They were on the roof of the shed of where this occurred, and they're making deliberate laugh sounds and giggling sounds and ha 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 ha, and then sort of really suggestive. I mean, really suggestive, not just like it, you know. I mean, really, really nasty and suggestive and really insulting in a very elaborate, purpose way. And obviously, this happened not just once, you know. Whenever, you know, not every time illegal things happen to me as a child, and it's also happened at places alternatively to the one person that did it. I'm not very happy about it, to be honest, because you know, it's like, you know, one of the people that did illegal things to me as a child was actually knew about it, sort of was trying to apply the seagulls find it funny, and sort of, you know, in a like a remark way, sort of, you know, as if you can't do nothing because you're at the age you are, you know, sort of thing. There's another incident that occurred. I can't remember if I was a bit younger or a bit older or what age I was, but I was definitely under the age of 10. And this was on Burnham Beach, Burnham-on-Sea. A seagull made a hiss, came down above me and said the B word. And that is like a very clear sound. And Uncle Rob, which is family I don't really speak to anymore, he noticed it. But I don't want to cause any trouble, say that he, you know, because obviously, because I'm only going by what I'm saying, but he noticed it as well, and he thought, that's very, sort of, he gave that impression look, or, you know, like, how is it, you know, why did the seagulls say that? And then after that, there wasn't really any sounds for another 10 years from any animals or anything like that. And then it started again in 2003, for a short period of time. And I just sort of took it as, maybe.
But there was one incident I did forget about, and that's at Avalon School. We were doing some work in the class, and a seagull made a purpose, deliberate sound. Me and Lisa Pike were at the doing our work, as well as other people in the class, and it caused her to laugh because of the sound the seagull made. I was in a mood on that day, so I didn't really laugh. I can't remember why I was in the mood. I was just under the sort of not in a very happy, one of those moody days. And then obviously that's the end of that. But 2003 it reoccurred, these sort of sounds. But then it wasn't until I moved to West Street in Bridgewater, and then we had up to 1,000 or more sounds per day. And hang on a second. What was it I was going to say? Just 2 seconds. I'm sorry about this, but I'm not really that organised, but I really need to get this video done. Right, seagulls were making sound to tell me to have a fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child, taking the mickey out of me, telling me I'm having a break-in or being attacked with a weapon or being smashed out, all that sort of stuff. And even accusing me of doing illegal things to people, which is not true. And this would come with a hiss or something like that. But I slipped and I almost broke my neck. Head hit the bed. This was a metal frame bed I had at West Street at the time, and I did damage to my neck. But luckily, because I sort of went up, I was just ow. And as that occurred, at about 11 o'clock at night, a seagull or crow went ha 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 in that sort of way, and then there was a load of other laughs. And the other thing that's occurred is that animals or dog barks have actually agreed to my enemies, or have given information to my enemies using specific sounds in animal ways to come out like a human voice, to actually sounding like that my name did this and did that to her, or did that, and to tell them to kill me, or to break in, or to inject me, or to use a weapon on me. And some of these sounds that are occurring are really aggressive and like a curse, like a jinx, but I don't know what they're causing the animals to do it. Then we get this grey sort of seagull. Every time the police had to come and see me to moan about something when I was living at that place, a seagull would go, please, please, bleed, please, or please, in that sort of way. Now, obviously you can misinterpret it as other sounds like bleed or peace or whatever the sounds is, but you can make out that when the sound was occurring at the time, it was really clear to say please. It was really done deliberate. And obviously there's been sounds like this. And when the Fathers for Justice event took place at my place in 2008, seagulls and crows and birds and dog barks were off the roof, off the scale for voice sounds. And obviously there's scaffolding around mine at the time, and also the CCTV camera wasn't there because it was broken. I said CCTV camera in the right way, I think, but the camera. And then obviously they had the Palace nightclub open extra nights and had the thing next door, and they were trying to say that I live in there and flying past my window and saying to end my life or to attack me or to do things like that, or to shoot me, or and there was just literally thousands of voice sounds per day by all animals, and that was just occurring back then. And there's literally recordings that I did on tape that I posted to the BBC, which had animal voice recordings on it, but I couldn't take them off because at the time I didn't have a cassette player to do them, so I thought I'll just put my name and give it to the BBC for them to investigate. And then I had a letter from the BBC saying they wanted to contact me, but to interview me and all the rest of it, but with the tapes, and I thought I'll leave that letter, I don't want to get involved in all that. And in the end I didn't hear anything else from the BBC. And obviously the other tapes I recorded somehow went missing from my flat, or they got accidentally chucked when I've had a couple of cans a couple too many. Now, I'm not sure if I did actually have a couple too many, or did chuck them, or whether they did actually go missing from my place. I thought they would have gone missing from my place, but I don't think anyone could have got into my place. And but I can't remember how it got when. It must have been chucked. But later I did some other audio recordings of animal sounds, and I did like hundreds and hundreds of recordings, just basic recordings I put on a compact disc. But unfortunately in 2011 police raided my flat under the Communication Act, and they never give me those CDs of animal recordings back. There's certain things they kept. So there's two things that could have happened. They obviously played the CDs and thought that they were very serious, so they kept hold of them and not telling me about it. Or they just generally didn't think there was anything on them, or they just wanted to get rid of them out of my place. So, they could still exist, they could still have it, and they could find information that's on there that they find that's very interesting. But these sounds went on and on and on. And when I was with my dad, it was sort of stuff that, the crows or birds were saying stuff and making elaborate sounds, and have also insulted me to tell me that I haven't had anyone, and to say that all you're having is people that did illegal things to you as a child. They've accused me of, several names basically, accusing me of having enjoyment, or illegal enjoyment, with several male names and several female names, which is not true. And we have incidents where crows or birds or seagulls have hissed under my head, or saying that you're paying a price, or you're living up to your name, or you're being ripped to pieces in hell, and I don't know what's causing it. And I thought to myself, this is why I've got to take into account that maybe Jesus Christ has fallen against me. But if this is the case, why does it keep happening? And it's not stopped. It's just been a repeating scenario right through. Christmas in particular, and when the Palace nightclub ends, they were sort of making all these sounds. I mean, there's lots of stuff. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of different words that are coming out in suggestive form. And obviously, when I tried recording these threats, it worked okay when I was doing the cassettes, so the BBC would have the recordings that I posted to them at that time. But when it started going into digital around 2006, I noticed it wasn't straight away, so I did have some recordings, but later on, around about 2007, every time I tried to audio record it, the sounds would suddenly shut up, and when the battery went flat on the audio recorder, the sounds would start up again. The dog barks, the seagull sounds, the crow, the birds, and coming out as voice sounds. And then I tried doing individual recordings because I was wasting too many batteries and all that sort of thing. And then you push record on the thing, and it comes to a sudden stop. All the sounds turn normal. And as soon as you push stop, time to the exact second that you push stop on the recorder, the voice sounds start again. So yeah, it's been a bit like that. I've walked past enemies when I've gone down a canal or in town, and the seagulls made a sound telling an enemy to attack me. Now obviously the enemy doesn't hear what the seagull's saying, but there have been a couple of people that have questioned it. Some of my most dangerous enemies that I used to have that were after me left it. They walked past me, they heard what the seagull said, and they were preparing to go after me. And when they heard the seagull making a sound so suggestive, they've actually said, I can't remember the words they said, but they made it sound like they could hear it, and they thought, and they sort of walked past saying, I'm trying to think of a thing that they said on one occasion. They said something like, just leave it, we'll get back. A word similar to say, just leave it, because when they were in a 2, this was. And they said, just leave it at this minute in time. Did you hear the sound that occurred from that seagull then? Sort of something like that. And they said it in sort of a rough term, but a different type of rough than what you get at Burnham-on-Sea. And then obviously they left me alone and walked on after that. So it has been noticed, and obviously people have said that God's turned. And there's been a couple of people that have heard it and cried as well. And we're talking rough people that have been after me from the Palace nightclub or enemies or the rest of it. But unfortunately, a lot of those recordings had to go back in 2011 because obviously the police never gave me those recordings off, or they deleted them. But it's more than likely they kept them for themselves to analyse for investigation of these sorts of sounds, and just not telling me that they had the evidence, or they could have just genuinely wiped it off and just didn't want me to have the recordings and just thought it was a load of rubbish. Whatever happened, I don't have those recordings today. They could be wiping it off for something different, because there was a lot of stuff they had to go through, and obviously, and that was that. They've also said, when I've walked past sexual ladies, that he's a dangerous whatever, or dangerous child whatever, or he's a dangerous whatever, and tried to turn sexual females against me. So we've had that from animals sounds as well. In 2012, these animal sounds were very far and few between, and they were rarely occurring at all. It was occurring, but it's very far and few between. 2012 seemed to be a very quiet year for animal sounds. But what was occurring in 2012 is each and every single time a loud bike would pass, trying to get in an impulse or an erection, a seagull would go ha 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 ha, or a crow would go ha ha ha. The bikes tying to a stretch back then were not every single bike like it is today. And it would only occur to half the bikes, but on some days a seagull sound or a crow would go ha 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 at each and every bike that passed on the road. But before the bikes were trying to get in an erection or an impulse, say 2008, before I actually noticed it, or just before then, because 2008 was roughly the time it started. I mean, it probably happened before then, but I can't remember because obviously I wasn't taking that issue into account so much. But every time a loud bike passed on the road, a seagull would make a ha 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 sound, or a bird would make or a crow would go ha 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 to each and every bike. Some days it was really bad. It's been that same scenario right through. But anyway, to cut a long story short, because this subject I could spend hours and hours and hours just mentioning this one subject, but this is just a short video, so I'm just going to give you like the basics and things in detail. And obviously when I've been attacked, when I was pushed in the water at the canal in Bridgewater, there was a lot of seagull sounds going ha 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 at that time as well. When I had the bottle, which was smashed against the back of my head by a rough person, which occurred many years ago, there was also a crow or seagull that went ha 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 after that. But luckily that on that occasion the bottle shattered. It sort of was a light hit across the head because it shattered before it had a chance, and it just flew on the back of it flew in front of me, didn't cut me or anything like that, just a hard knock on the head really. A bit like accident, like a bit like when you drop a car boot on your head accidentally. It's that sort of pain, but not like, yeah, maybe just a bit milder, but because it's on the back of the head it felt a little bit more painful than that. Maybe I can't remember how painful it was, but and then he went to kick me and then run and start shouting at me on sexuality. But most problems I managed to escape, and I've not had that problem. And when threats have occurred, nearly every threat back then, this seagull sound or crowish or bird or whatever or dog bark would also occur and call me a child whatever, or saying and telling me to have enjoyment with people that did illegal things to me as a child, or that sort of thing. In 2012, obviously all this died down, but it was still occurring. In 2013, nearly the whole year, there were no animal voice sounds at all. They were occurring, but they were really down. It was really down. I didn't even have the recorder to record it. 2014, I moved to Burnham-on-Sea, and again, for the first 8 months, all voice sounds or seagull sounds were pretty much hardly any sounds at all, but they were occurring. There's a few sounds after the first few months I lived there that occurred. Then obviously every bike on the road was timed to a stretch between 2014 and 2021, apart from the first couple of years where there might have been 50 bikes per year which weren't timed, but the rest were. But now it's got to a point where they've got every single bike constructed to my whatever, and I'm getting very annoyed about it and very pissed off, but there's nothing I can do about it because whoever's setting this up are real nasty people, and they've got my mind controlled. They got, they know what you're doing. They've got no in advance, no ethics, science, technology, and they can just program your movement to cause all these problems. But anyway, nearly every bike on the road in 2016, tied to a stretch, came with a seagull laugh or crow ha ha, and obviously I tried recording the issue. It's also questionable, and there's also on Christmas Day, a seagull was saying words similar to bab, or sounds like that, or whatever the sound that is, but it sound like that, like saying bab, but that was on Christmas Day. But what I noticed was in the month of December, right up to about the 7th of January, there was a hell of a lot of seagull voice sounds that were occurring, and just the same way as I mentioned at my old place, and just as nasty, and just as suggestive, and just as and obviously it continued right through January of 2017, and then it got even worse again in February. So I started to sort of do recordings. People were noticing it as well by outside because of how clear the voice sounds were, so people were sort of questioning it. It's mainly old people, and that was the start of the period when threats went down for a couple of months, because there was a period of time where threats went completely down, and it's also not long after it was around 2015 when early to mid 2015 when threats started to begin. We had my ex-mugger possibly causing a little bit of trouble at the time with threats, but it all died down, and I think things just he may have changed today, I don't know, but I don't want to sort of go into that subject really, because this subject is just about animal voice sounds. And then obviously it was variable right up until 2017. 2015 at its time, I think, if I remember. It's hard to remember, to be honest, what times these occur, but it's been very regular between 2015 and 2017. 2018 it died down, but I was sitting under the pavilion at Burnham-on-Sea, which is the thing, and that was when I was being mistaken as Savenne, so I stopped sitting under there because I had this little speaker thing that I was listening to jungle music with. Now I don't really listen to much jungle music at all at the moment. 2021, since June 2021, which is the month we're in now, I don't have any jungle tracks on my MP3 player. I just listen to all these dark ambient tunes because my life's got so low and I just feel so down. Anything that's cheerful just makes me irritable, and that even affects my jungle tracks now. So, I still like it, and I've been told by a clairvoyant if I had a partner I'd cheer up and put some better music on, but that's not going to come true. It's too late. I'm 40. No one's going to help me out, so I'm buggered. The only actual enjoyment I've had in my life is the illegal things that happened to me as a child. An issue in 1994 which was set up, which was very sly, and that's not really what you call it. And then obviously we had this escort that scammed me to just take pictures or film a 1 minute session of pretending to give me enjoyment while scamming me for £800, which I mentioned on another video. 2018, animal sounds were down. They were still occurring, and there were times where it was extremely, really, really bad. But the sounds were down in 2018.
2019 was a year of threats increased and I was being mistaken as Sven. But it's also the year where animal sounds increased dramatically at times, at specific times of the year. June, September, and obviously every December is very bad. For some reason every December is very bad, and it doesn't calm down to mid-January, and it also occurs again in February. But other times of the year it's sort of down. In 2020 I was mainly staying at my dad's at Axbridge when we were through the lockdown, and obviously I was trying to make communication with this lady that I saw on the beach with the G name while in Burnham, because there's a mixture of two, but I had to go to my place because obviously energy weapons were causing problems with my eyes. But it's more a case of being in danger of issues that occurred at my place at the time, and I was feeling a bit too nervous to stay there. Anyway, there were voice sounds, but they were very far and few between, and they were often tiny, not many. It was sort of done, and when it was done, or when it was caught, it was done really spitefully, and that's spiteful incidents, or when you don't have a camera, or when setups are very heavy, they'd sort of suddenly increase their, the animals' sounds would increase. Later in 2020, I was staying at my nan's, and sounds came to a stop, a complete stop. All the animal sounds that occurred came to a complete stop, and it was just normal animal sounds, even at Christmas of 2020 into 2021. In the middle of February, I think I was still at my nan's, or in that period, but when it was around that time I sort of went back to mine, and I noticed that the seagull sounds were sort of increasing, and there was a couple of sounds that were occurring at my nan's, but not many, in that month of February. And then obviously it was on and off. I mean, there's been lots of sounds, mainly when I'm walking to enemies. When there's a threat, they'll go ha ha ha, or saying that you have to have, saying that you're not going to have enjoyment, and that you're a really sicko, or getting aggressive, and then comes with a hiss from a seagull, or seagulls coming down to try and crash into you, with these voice sounds, or crows or dog barks barking the same thing, or same for vehicles that are passed with animals in it, will make sounds in a way to get nasty, covering all malicious and sexual content and everything against me, or maliciousness, But in particular this year, it's animal sounds telling me that when you lose your life, you're going to be ripped to pieces in hell, and you're going to burn in the fire of hell forever and ever. That's a thing that's been said many times in the past, especially in 2006 and that sort of area, but it's only sort of increased again now. But it's June when it really gets bad. I make this conspiracy of what I mentioned at the beginning of this video, which is called Jesus Christ may have turned against Justin Langford on love and sexuality. And right up until today, these animal sounds have been pretty much quiet and calm, and it's just suddenly reoccurred, but it's not just occurred gradually. It's gone from a sudden jump from hardly nothing said by seagulls or crows or dog barks to hundreds of voice sounds. Now, there has been a lot of voice sounds in recent times. It hasn't been good, but today seems to be extreme. And this is why I was thinking of redoing that specific video to add this piece of information on the end. But the video is already 2 hours and 21 minutes long, and you're thinking to yourself, well, if it's that long, you're going to have to put it on a different video. So that's what I'm doing. It started when I woke up this morning, tied to an erection, and a loud bike occurs, and a seagull goes ha ha ha, no, crow, sorry, goes ha 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 ha, like that. And then I go to the toilet, and there's a loud bike, and then the seagull goes ha 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 there. Right, I go out, walk out the door,
once again there's a vehicle trying to smash into me in a sly way, and then a crow or a seagull goes ha 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 and makes a suggestive sound. Then seagulls and crows are saying you're being beat up, or you're being attacked with a weapon, or you lost your life, or you're being shot, or you're having that you're sick so and so, or you're that you're supposed to be with old people, or, you know, in the same form as how it's set up. Basically, the easiest way to put it is these animal sounds are coming out in the same aggression and the same message as what setups are coming out as, and also coming out as what threats come out with as well. And it's like there's no intelligence from the animals. It's like if someone says you're a Savan, mistaken identity, a seagull will think you're a Savan as well. And it's like there's no intelligence. There's no sort of, there's lost intelligence. It's like it's going by, they're feeding off negativity against me, but the intelligent form is to cause trouble and to, it's like it's wants you ripped to pieces sort of thing, without verifying the facts. And you're thinking to yourself, well, who's causing it? Especially when it comes to animals. You can't say that Satan's doing this as well, you know, as an excuse. You've got to consider that God might have fallen. But anyway, timed as a car went to hit me, we had this laugh from a crow or seagull, I can't remember which now. Then I had a load of threats to be, these are aggressive threats now, mind. They're much aggressiver than what I was at the Palace nightclub. I mentioned this on another video, which is that one I just mentioned. Jesus Christ may have turned against Justin Langford on Love and Sexuality part 1, 2 and 3. That's been put into one video. Between 2001 and 2004, there was really aggressive threats that are real hard and tempered. The threats are like that. And then after that, it calmed down. But the threats were shouted and could be aggressive at times, and you may get 1 or 2 threats in 3 months or something like that, which were aggressive as what they were in 2001 to 2004 or 2005 or whatever. But this threat this morning was more like a threat that was very sinister, and it was on sexuality and all the rest of it. And then Seagull says, you're paying for it, you're being ripped to pieces, and that you're a child whatever, and that you're being smashed out and having your bones broken and all the rest of it. So a seagull was saying that. When I was at the library, every time a drain cover was hit over, a seagull would go ha ha ha, or saying that you lost your life, and the seagull would say, you're that sad, that sick, or even the threats I've had, like people, not actually today, but you know, like saying you're 40, just you're 40, you're that, everyone's a granny, you're sick, and you know, so basically, what animals are saying is just the same suggestions as what's being caused by the threats, and you're thinking to yourself, well, yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, whether God's turned. And then they're also saying you're not having anybody, you're a dangerous paedophile, or you're being ripped to pieces, or you're being with a weapon, you know. I mean, some of the stuff that's occurring by animals is very aggressive, very malicious, very violent, as well as sexual. And I don't know what the cause is. But 2005, 2006, up until about 2011, that's the nastiest period of time for these seagull sounds. And then obviously, as I said earlier on, every time illegal things happened to me as a child, they would cause the laugh sounds, or make insulting sounds, or saying, you know, there's stuff that was said as well, but I can't remember the information content, and I wasn't taking that into account or looking at it in that way from the suggestions made when I was a child, because I didn't realise that seagulls were going to cause later on sounds that sounded like human sentences in English language. I've actually got an audio recording, which I did a couple of years ago, where it says Jesus Christ had turned, and that's one of the only recordings I have that's very clear, and I still have that, and it's on YouTube, on one of my YouTube accounts. But you know, it just makes you wonder why this is happening. But let's get back to today, because the amount of sounds today by seagulls or crows when I was in town earlier is probably the nastiest day this year. And I don't know why it suddenly occurred and increased. And I've had threats to be shot down, I've had threats to be smashed out,
to have my spine smashed up, or to be told that I've did illegal things to people, or tried grabbing women or whatever. And a seagull will make a nasty vicious voice sound, or a ha ha ha, or something like that. And even at the setups, and every single loud bike that's been tied to a stretch today, there's been a seagull ha ha ha, or crow ha ha ha, in that sort of manner. So, I mean, this video, I could go on for hours and hours. I mean, there's even stuff like tree branches falling off and falling on my head nearly when I've been down the canal in the past, or we've had sort of supernatural things happen, like the iron bar bending by itself and then flinging towards my direction before buckling back into shape, which is not a normal thing to occur. But when I get the camera out to do it, it's too late, you know, and you're thinking, what's caused that? You know, it's like science caused that. And when it comes to a metal bar being bent by itself when you walk past, to just thinking to yourself, yeah, well, the creator's turned, yeah, you know, and you've got no evidence and it's not in a CCTV area, and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, how clever. But anything that occurs negative, you'll get this animal sound occur. And also, as I was saying earlier, if I walk past sexual people, a seagull says, no, he is dangerous, he's a dangerous paedophile, or he's done this and done that to women or children, you know, very clearly. And then obviously some of the people that walk past, or teenagers, not conscious to the information that the seagulls are saying, but you know, it's coming out in that term. But a lot of my enemies who are negative minded, they picked this all out, and this is why a lot of them left me alone when it occurred. And also they've seagulls have been trying to defecate on my head as well as I walk past on a regular basis. And yeah, this is why I made these fake videos back in 2016 to pretend to kill seagulls with weed killer on bread. Obviously I wouldn't do that, but obviously I got very annoyed with the trouble that I was getting from threats, so I made this and the reason I made that documentary is for a couple of reasons. One, for the threats, and because the voice sounds that were being made by the seagulls and the crows and whatever were being noticed by other people at that time, and I thought this would be a good time to make a fake video of pretending to kill seagulls with weed killer on bread. Now, in real life I wouldn't do that. I mean, there's been times where I've been naughty, but obviously I wouldn't go to that extent, and obviously, you know, you just have to put up with the voice sounds that are being made. But, you know, if you get my drift, that's what I was doing back then, sort of. And then I put it on YouTube. But unfortunately, a celebrity from Ramsgate in Kent, I can't give the first names for legal reasons, but I can give you the first three letters of the surname, reported it, and I got in trouble, and it got really serious. And the first three letters are bin. I nearly ended up in jail. The police were going to put me in jail, and I had to explain to them the situation. But what I didn't mention is that people were noticing these voice sounds that the seagulls were doing, and this is why I wanted to get my sort of payback, to get my message across, to apply that, because people were noticing it, you see. They were noticing that the voice sounds were occurring. People were actually noticing it, mainly the older people. And this is why I did this YouTube thing and made a pretend video to do that. Obviously I wouldn't hurt an animal, and today I don't even, you know, I try, if I see a snail on the path or see a spider, I won't hurt it. I'm put it into a safe place, or do that. I know I killed a cat called Mutkins when I was a child and was naughty, and I have sinned in my life, you know, but obviously at the age I was, I wouldn't do that today. And obviously that was done because he scratched me, and obviously I was younger, and obviously with mental disabilities, and you know, and me not being a very happy person when I was a kid, because people were causing trouble for me even at the age I was at when I killed the cat. It scratched me again when I took it out of the shed after putting it in there for a week, and then that's why I put it under the pond. And you know, I regret doing it, and I really do. I wouldn't ever hurt an animal like this, but you know, everybody makes mistakes, and you have to learn by them. And
you know, it plays on my mind quite a lot, and you're just sort of thinking, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, but you know, you can't undo the damage it's done, but at least, you know, if the cat's in spirit, you know, like in spirit, at least you can sort of, you know, around you, you know, you can sort of apologise that way, you know, in spirit form, but you know, that's the way it is. But anyway, so yeah, these animal sounds that are occurring are just starting to increase again. But what is interesting is, why is it suddenly occurring now when all the trouble occurs? It seems to be when the trouble occurs. I mean, lost all my stuff from the break-in of where I had my stuff stored to, or kept, and the police can't do nothing because of the issue that. And it also occurs after the increase of problems, and the fact that I've never had anyone, and the fact when everybody's turned against me, who's female, who's sexual looking, it all occurs directly after the worstest time of my life occurs. And you know, why is it happening? Has God fallen? Is he trying to disguise falling against me? Is it the work of Satan and not God? I mean, when it comes to making animal sounds to do this, it's very questionable. I'd love to hear your comments on this, because it's a subject which I just want to sort of see what's going on, because obviously I'm not hearing these sounds, and obviously if I was to report it to anybody, like a social worker or the psychiatric GP, they would take this as schizophrenia or hearing voices in your head. But that's not the case, and obviously, as I was saying earlier, other people have heard this as well, and this includes some of my dangerous enemies that have gone to attack me in Bridgewater when I was living in Bridgewater. They noticed it as well, and there was a lot of things that were calming down in the 2013 area or 2014 area, when a lot of these sounds that were occurring by animals were being noticed, and because they were shouting outside the Palace nightclub, I mean, there were some people that were still after me and still causing trouble, and there were some that were just sort of calmed down. There was a mixed up side back then. Some would understand. People were a bit more intelligent, even the nastier types of people, and some would lay off. I mean, there's been people that have been really after me, say in 2003 or whatever, or 2005, and then come to 2010 or 2011, those that were after me have said that I don't like you, but we're going to just remain as bygones, and it worked out that something's gone wrong, or that they found out that people were lying, or that the seagulls are saying stuff, or stuff like that, and it's coming out in a very clever way, and that sort of thing. So yeah, this animal issue has been a really bad thing. But before 2005, it wasn't really occurring at all. There's a few incidents in 2004, and there was a couple of incidents in 2003. But it wasn't really suggestive enough for me to... I mean, I already knew that there was odd sounds occurring in 2003, and that these occurrences occurred back at the time when illegal things happened to me as a child, and that incident on the beach, which said the B word. But because it was only those sorts of sounds, I just thought it was coincidence, and it was sort of 2003 I sort of thought it was coincidence, but it just happening rather regularly. It wasn't until 2005, when it just suddenly occurred in the hundreds, that I started to take this a lot more serious. But anyway, that's the end of this recording, and if you want to mention anything on this subject or leave messages, put it in the box below. And obviously, I'd love to hear your views on this. I don't know what's causing it. I mean, I will see if I can line up some recordings and find some out. But the problem is, I'm going to have to go with the last couple of years of recordings. I can't get the past, which are in my Deep Depression page, or Deep Depression packs, because they contained a lot of voice sounds caused by animals. And the break-in of where I had all my stuff contained all my music and all that, all everything I own basically, which occurred on the 8th of June 2021, and I lost all the evidence of everything I created, or all the evidence that I used to photograph in the streets, that goes back before 2016 or 2015, I can't remember the year. So all the back stuff that I had, all the evidence, I don't have it backed up anywhere, nowhere, and I didn't expect to be busted. And this is why I was making the documentary. And obviously when you've not had no one in your life either, and then you've got the increase of setups and the increase of threats and the increase of animal sounds, you know, it makes you wonder if you're living up to your name just in time, you know, because I'm just in Langford, and it just makes you wonder what's going on, because why would God do this, you know? It makes you wonder whether God's actually slyly turned against one person and disguising it, you know, and that person being me. Since late 2015 or early 2016, seagulls or crows, well, I think it's seagulls mainly, I can't remember, or bird tweets, seagull or bird tweets, not crow. They're making the sound of they're trying to give information on my bank details, so they've actually said the 4-digit PIN, and they've actually give out the card number of my thing. But again, I tried audio recording it and the sounds come to a stop. But that's occurred on a regular basis as well. So they're trying to give my name, my bank details, by making voice sounds in the public. But whatever's causing the seagulls or the birds or whatever to say this, some information's coming across where they know the exact details of my bank card, pins and all that sort of thing. And the other thing that's occurred is when I've choked on a couple of times, almost choked, a seagull or crow would go ha 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 at times. That's occurred, and that's occurred right through my life as well, except before 2005. It may have occurred before then, but I don't remember it occurring before that time. And another thing that's occurred is when animals are on their own, with just me around, they go to attack me. But if there's other people around, they're friendly to me. I've noticed that as well. So yeah, I thought I'd add that to the equation and leave it there. So yeah, like I just said, leave the messages in the box, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Thanks for listening. Good evening, everybody. Today's subject is about God's children turning against me on sexuality, and the possibility that God has turned against me as well. We'll start with Christianity. I'm liked by people in their 60s, 70s and 80s, but anyone younger I'm known as a sicko, and if I look at anyone sexual, it's the evil eye, or just put down as very sick. On Christian dating type sites or friendship sites, free and paid, it's just continuous moaning about my age, or saying that they're a single mother since they're a teenager. There's not much I can add towards this on that specific religion, so we're going to move on to another religion that's not a cause of too much trouble either, which is Catholic. I want someone about the age of 20 to 23 give me a nice smile and looked at me as she walked past, which is about a decade ago. However, in recent times since then, I'm known as a sicko by Catholics as well, that are sexual looking up to about the age of 30. However, that's very rare that I see anyone that's a Catholic, so you might as well just discard that as just that one incident or just a couple of replies on the internet from messages. Otherwise, that's it when it comes to that religion. When it comes to Jehovah's Witnesses, is another matter. I've been started on or known as sick when I've looked at several Jehovah's Witnesses that are female under the age of 30. Outside of B&M store in Burnham-on-Sea, two sexual ladies, one aged about 23 and the other about 28, in that sort of age area, have looked at me like a piece of dirt and nailed me as sick, and in a mild way though. And the two old grannies, however, they smile and look at you in a nice way. But on the internet, it's the same scenario. Many messages, many replies, and just known as sick or sad, or told that everyone's a single mother and that people need to be baptised if you want to go in that religion and get with someone and all that sort of stuff. And at the Burnham-on-Sea Kingdom Hall, there's actually no one that goes to that specific gathering that is single, and all the teenagers there are actually single parents, which is another bad sign. And I found that out as well from an old lady I spoke to, who sort of said this in a sort of conversation when I sort of brought up the issue, but I had to do it in a certain way to avoid causing trouble, and in a clever way so that I could get an answer, basically. And I wasn't expecting an answer, to be honest, but it did come through. In 2019 I visited my mum's, and firstly I get off of the bus from the holiday, I think it is, with my mum, and I think my mum gets a taxi to home, but I stay in the town because I have to do something, which is go to the bank. 7 people started on me aggressively, started getting nasty and saying that they're going to smash me out on sexuality, and then 2 more get nasty and they think I'm Saven, even though my mum's 100 miles away from where I live. I was still getting all this trouble and mistaken as Saven there too, and they threatened to smash me in with a weapon directly as I was walking through the door into the bank. But when I knew I was in there, I knew I was actually safer. So, and when I came back out, they were gone. But I had trouble there too, but they did sort the card out and I managed to complete my bill payments after that. Walking to the bus stop after that, there was another 4 threats that I had, which were a little bit milder, but they were still quite nasty. And I thought to myself, well, I don't even live here, and it's very rare that I see my mum. I don't even see her once a year. And you're thinking to yourself, why is this occurring? But it does. And then obviously when after that, I waited at the bus stop, and then a row of motorcyclists pull up, and they all shout and get aggressive, shouting across at me saying that I'm Saven and that they're going to smash me in and get really aggressive. And they did. They actually came over towards me, one of them, or 2 of them, and I had to go towards the shop on the other side of the road. But then it sort of calmed down and I went back to the bus stop. Next to where I was standing, there were Jehovah's Witnesses with their rack full of magazines and handing out brochures. One of the ladies was about 45 to 50 and the other was in her early 20s. Now I had a CD case which has a piece of paper inside of it which says anyone single, and then it says that I've never had anyone apart from the illegal things that happened to me as a child, so wanting a young age lady that's good looking and not a single parent, and if interested contact me on the details I put below, which is my phone number or email address. Now the CD case I use for writing stuff down in the streets, like setups, problems, threats, animal sounds or other issues that are occurring when I go out. So I put them on paper and use that CD to lean on, while at the same time carrying it around just in case there is anyone single. But that's not ever been the case, because I've been doing this since 2009. But yeah, so that's what happened there. Next we go on to rapture dreams. There's a girl that's located my YouTube channel and located my videos which questions my sexual life and questions God as well. Basically it says that Jesus may have turned against me but not certain, and I've sort of made 2 longish documentaries that I put into one, and then obviously I've done another one. Anyway, this girl has put a thing on her Jesus Christ channel, and it looks like she's made herself look like a divvy, talking about mentally ill people, but she's done it in a way to be sort of spiteful about it, if you know what I'm saying. And it gets even better because she's one of those girls that's had a rapture dream with Jesus Christ, where Jesus has come into her life and transported her to another realm to tell her where she's going after she leaves planet Earth, or when the revelation takes place and God returns in human form. And she's one of the chosen ones that God sees as being one of his people, and I thought I'd bring that up as well. I've tried messaging a couple of people that have had rapture dreams, but not this girl. The one I contacted was someone from the USA, which is the same country as the girl, but this is for a relationship. But unfortunately, the story's like this. She had a rapture dream about coming into a new friend, but the new friend that she was going to see on Earth also had a rapture dream at the same time she did, and when they both returned to their bodies and woke up, shortly after they both saw each other in the street. When they saw each other, they become good friends, and in just a short period of time it went into a sexual relationship. They then got pregnant. She got pregnant, sorry. But unfortunately, at the time that occurred was when I first knew her, so it's too late to ask her if she was single, because she already had a partner and a coming new child. So that was the end of that. The next lady that I tried contacting on who's had a rapture dream or vision is probably my favourite of them all, and that's Jordan, because I like her. She's really sexy and she's really nice and understanding, if you can work out the type of person she is. If it was her using a fake account on Facebook, then it's too late for me to go with her as well, because she's with someone and she's a single mother. Now we get to the girl. I can't remember if she's 12 or 13, but she had a near-death experience, and she was shown the pit of hell by Jesus Christ, giving her a walk around there to gather information for her paintings, to let the world know what the final outcome will be if people do wrong on Earth. The painting included a picture of me, a lookalike to me, that's burning in hell. So the picture had a picture of me up the age of about 48. I'm 40 now, but the picture would have been me at the age of about 48, and it's a split image of me that was being ripped to pieces by demons in the fire of hell. That's painting number one. And also demons were ripping my privates apart, which goes with the storyline that people who have done wrong on sexuality will be punished in hell in that type of way. Well, I shouldn't be punished in hell in that type of way, because on sexuality I've never had anyone. Apart from this escort in 2018 who scammed me just to jump on me for about 30 seconds to 1 minute, just to film a brief movement on top of me before pushing my stomach and jumping off and saying that that's all you get for the 800 quid. So there's that. So it's not really sex. And there's an issue in 1994 as well. But again, it's done in a sly way to make it look like I've had sex when I haven't. It's hard to explain and it's very difficult to word, so I'm just going to leave it as it is instead of taking hours trying to describe what I'm trying to get at here. But anyway, that escort was pretending to be
a single person as well. And the very first time she came, out of the 2 days she came around, she only gave me a garden gnome out of the money that I paid, and then it cost more for the next thing that she did, which ended up in nothing basically. So I was scammed, and then she tried to rob my card as well. In total, I've been on dating sites or socialising for 16 years and have been scammed for 10 grand, which is £10,000, and have had nothing at all. But anyway, as far as sexuality does go, apart from those 2 incidents, I've had nothing at all in my whole life. I've never had a partner, I've never been entitled to anyone, and the only things that I've had is the illegal things that happened to me sexually as a child. Otherwise I've had nothing at all. And the next problem is I'm 40 years of age and I'm struggling to fancy the older type of people, and everyone's a single mother as well. So I've been looking for transgender in recent time on escorting and dating, but with no luck. Also, there's a lot of moaning between age groups and age gaps and all that sort of thing. Racism takes place rarely, but it seems to be more of an age problem these days. They seem to be moaning about the age or nailing me as a sicko because I won't take to the negative types, which is not very funny when you've never had anything before. I mean, all my enemies, they had somebody when they were a teenager, but I'll cut that short for now because this story is only to mention about religion and sexuality and all that sort of stuff. So the child that did the paintings also did a second painting, and that is for people that violate God's word, who groaned or moaned about life, never followed the word of Christ or ate the bread of life or whatever they called it, showed another person also aged about 48, which looked like me, burning in the fire of hell. There are other people on these pictures that resemble different people, but those 2 specific paintings that she did, look identical to me being ripped to pieces in hell. She also had another painting about another subject that Jesus Christ wanted to get through to humanity, and that is about gays and homosexuals, or lesbians or bisexuals, sorry. Anyone that's not straight also go to the fire of hell after death. Now that's not very funny, because I've had to look for transgender on dating sites because I can't find anyone, and the reason I can't find anyone single is because quite literally everybody out there are single mothers since they've been a teenager. So that's the reason. So why is God putting people in hell that are homosexual, bisexual or lesbian? But anyway, let's move to the next subject, which is the New Age. Right, back in 2007 I had a clairvoyant reading, and the reading was to tell me that I was going to get a sex partner for the first time in my life. The lady's name she gave was a blonde lady who was aged 18, named Chloe. 3 other psychics confirmed this later on in a matter of a 2-year gap. That never came true. And then we had this Laura or Lauren prediction later on, and then a few years after that, one of the clairvoyants told me that you're getting on and you're not going to get exactly what you want as you would have wanted it, but what she did say is that you're definitely going to find someone that you can fancy, and definitely going to have someone
that's suitable attraction for your type of thing. So basically she's saying you're entitled to someone you can fancy, and you're entitled to someone you can enjoy life with and have happiness with. But that's not going to be the case, because in June 2021, which is the month we're in now, I have had another clairvoyant reading, which is a phone reading, and she has told me that there's no good news for me. There's going to be no partner, which is not a good sign. And also, she said things are going to become tougher and you're going to have to face some difficult times in the future. So, when you're 40 and had illegal things happen to you as a child, never had anyone, and to be told that is not a very good suggestion, is it? But it gets worse, because between 2013 and 2019, I started to go to the Healing Weekend near Highbridge in Somerset, which is an annual event that takes place once a year, but it didn't take place in 2020 because of the coronavirus lockdown. In 2013, I was started on by quite a lot of people and had quite a lot of threats. In 2014, I had half the threats. Then the following year, I was moaned up by the music producer Neil H for taking a picture of myself next to his store with his music in the background, and he got quite nasty, really nasty in fact, so I don't bother listening to his music. Then there was no trouble for the other couple of years. However, my mum came down for a short holiday to go to the event in 2018. And I didn't get any trouble there either. In 2019 it kicked off. I had over 100 threats, and it was the nastiest threats that I've had at any event I've been to in my whole life. And I was being mistaken as Sven by most of those people that were giving me threats. They were threatening to smash me in, threatening to bash me up, to fight, calling me a child R, and then 6-letter word and ending in T, and then also they were giving me grief with other stuff and threatening to, use a weapon or use another device like a needle, an injection or whatever, and it just got out of hand. It got really nasty. But one of the most nastiest incidents that occurred happened when I was taking a picture of a painting. What happened there is I was writing down setups and problems and the stuff that I have that all the problems I get when I go out in the street, all the negativity that occurs, and doing so I photographed the evidence of the problems, and I keep it in a life story pack which is known as My Life, which used to be called Deep Depression if we go back 10 or 15 years ago. Anyway, the picture I took a photo of is a picture of Mary Magdalene, which was a sexual looking lady. Now, I didn't know this until about a month later, but Mary Magdalene was actually Jesus Christ's sexual girlfriend that he had in his living life over 2,000 years ago. When I took a picture of this Mary Magdalene, this bloke started a row saying that picture is paedophile attraction and saying that's a girl, and threatening to smash me in, and got very violent, saying that I'm a sicko and all the rest of it. The stuff that he shouted and got aggressive with was extremely violent and said in a real hard-tempered way, and what he said would not be suitable for me to tell you on this recording, but let's just say it ended up with me having to phone the police. I also let the social worker know about this as well, and I don't know whether there's CCTV in the tent where it was, but I had to let the police know about that specific incident because he got violent, he was getting aggressive, and he also said that he'd use a weapon on me as well. And it did take place, it nearly took place. He did actually get close to kicking off. Only by holding himself by, he only just about gained stability before kicking off, getting aggressive. He only just. I'm lucky to actually be here because he could have done more than that. But anyway, it ended up in a police issue. So I told the police that I took a photo of a painting saying Mary Magdalene. But I didn't realise until a month later that Mary Magdalene, as I just said, was Jesus Christ's sex partner in his living life. So yeah, it's been quite bad. And also in recent times, since about the year 2016, I've had increased trouble going to Glastonbury, and even the psychics themselves are making remarks or saying that I'm a sicko. That's how bad it's got. I've also been to Spirit Friends, which is a mediumship that takes place every 2 weeks, just down the road from where I live, down Peril Road in Burnham-on-Sea. Originally, I went there a few times and there was no trouble at all. After that, I was being mistaken as Savem by some of the goers, or the people that go and sit there and listen. And then they started taking pictures of me with their smartphones, and I thought, why are you doing that? And then they sort of got even more aggressive, mistaking me as Savem. And then I left it for a bit and stopped going. Later on, I returned back there, but this time with family. On my dad's side of the family, of his partner, so they're located. They're on his partner's side, and they went there. Now, nothing really changed. It was just normal, and things sort of calmed down. And then there was no trouble at all, basically, after that. But then they closed down, and that was the end of that. So, let me recap on my life. Apart from those 2 incidents, which you can't really call sex, then I'm 40 years of age, I've been stopped from getting anything, and there's nothing I can do about it. And the Bible also says, if you masturbate, that's a sin, because you're using your body as an instrument of wickedness before getting married. But the problem is, God hasn't provided me nothing all my life. So work that one out. But anyway, if you've got any comments, or even if you're single, you may want to help me. But I don't think that's possible at my age, and people will not allow it. But everyone's a single parent. Whatever happens, it's going to have to be a transgender, even though God puts people in hell if they don't go with a female. But what can I do? It's very questionable. I could go on for ages and ages trying to see what alternatives there are, but all God's children have turned against me, as I just mentioned. God's children are people that worship God, or have had visions and dreams or raptures, and these people have turned against me. So if I did die and go to heaven, we're not going to have very many friends, are we? But anyway, leave your comments. If you have anything you want to say, leave it in the box below. And thanks for listening. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Yes, Justin Langford, this is going to be quite a depressing, negative story I have to read out, to be honest. But you can't help the way your life's been planned, and it doesn't seem to be very fortunate for me. So I'm going to read out the story. How has religion had a negative impact on Justin Langford for 2021? Justin Langford is my name, incidentally. Number 1. Since studying the Bible slightly, it means criminal malicious forces at work get really vicious and nasty, with thousands of setups daily rigged up to every vehicle on the road nearly. This occurs every time I go out. Ever since December the
late December last year, and I don't know what the reason is. We just come out of a lockdown, and this setups are getting nasty at a time in vehicles to smash into me, taking the piss out of me being abused as a child, nailing me as a sicko, but really, really digging it in with it, really digging. I mean, really being spiteful. Some of what they're doing is really far-fetched, well below the belt. I mean, literally, you can go out and within the first 2 minutes of walking out, there can be about 100 setups of vehicles over a drain cover, or wording on vehicles, or an enemy in your path sneezing in your face. Just some nasty setup in that sort of way, where it's being done in this real nasty way. It's never been as heavy as what it is now. I used to do a deep depression page, and deep depression pack as I call it. I used to write stuff down, put stuff on, take pictures, audio recordings, getting negative animal sounds or whatever. You could try and audio record an animal saying something that's far-fetched, or lies, or sexuality in a sick way, or far-fetched way, or in a lieful way, a way that's not true. And it would, you push record, and the sounds would stop, and then as soon as you stop, the sounds will come again. In that sort of way, you could just stop and record, and to do that repeatedly, and it'd be time to avoiding getting recorded. I don't know how that's occurring, but it's like a curse, really. It's like a jinx, but you can't help it. Anyway, back to the story of number one. I'll just mention that. So yeah, and the other thing is, I'm being accused of having sex with people I've never been with, and accused of other stuff as well. Some of the stuff that I need to mention is too far-fetched to actually say. It wouldn't be suitable for me to put on the internet, to be honest. But if you get my drift, this is how sad they are. The other thing that they've been doing is timing a loud bike to each impulse, or time getting a stretch in private areas, if you get my drift. I mean, this has been going on for several years now. This went on since about 2008, 2009. It was in that sort of time period. And the last 5-6 years, there's been no more than about 15 bikes per year which haven't been timed to get in a stretch. And this has led into medical issues as well, causing, I can't hold my piss as easy as I used to. It's causing a lot of problems where you're trying to avoid getting a stretch over these sorts of having to put a loud bike. I don't know how they're doing it or getting it on the nail, but they're doing it persistently, and I'm getting very annoyed about it. But and that's even getting tighter ever since the lockdown has eased. They're getting tighter and more timed on the nail, and it's just pissing me off, to be honest. It shouldn't be happening. They're not just doing that, they're timing people to sneeze in my face, nailing me as sad because I won't fancy an old granny on a Zimmer frame, or granny that has a face that looks terrible. Or they're timing the sort of, I don't want to have to put it like this, but they're nailing me as a sicko because I won't fancy a face that looks like it's full of smallpox. But I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know why they're nailing me as sick, because all my enemies, they've been with teenagers 20 years ago or more. And yeah, I'm the one that's known as sick because I won't fancy a negative person, and I've had nothing in my whole life properly. I've even had threats by these people, and some of the threats that they say, obviously I'm going to have to put it in a word in where I don't cause offence, but burglary, the killer bee threats, the threats to smash my teeth in, to smash my spine up, to break my legs, to bash me out, to, in case you don't know what killer bee means, it means a lethal, whatever, or firing a dart, in that sort of thing. Obviously I'm not going to go into detail, but I think you get my drift there. The other thing that they've been doing is timing colours of cars coming out in a negative pattern, like black and blue, or with a wording or suggestion in vehicles to try and sort of hint the suggestion, like For example, you get a van that says "message to you" van, and then a Justin van, and then coming out like that, you know, in a worded pattern, and then sort of a worded pattern into like a way to get nasty and vicious against me, but in such a very tight, clever, controlled way. And it's been going on for many years. It's not just that either, it's the music industry that's been twisted against me on the commercial scene. I don't get it so much on the underground tracks, but in the commercial scene, there's quite a few tracks that have gone against me over the years, but I'm going to skip that at the moment because this is all about how the religion's affected me. But getting past this first bit, this first one is quite a difficult one because this is one of the most serious things I have to put up with day to day. So yeah, bad behaviour at me, they timing vehicles to smash into me, timing cars over a drain cover, using a catalytic converter on the back of a car, which gives like a gassy sort of in between. It's sort of, some would say it's sort of vinegar, but at the same time some people think it smells like rotten eggs, so it's not a very nice thing to have to put up with. And there are many other problems fixed like this in this type of way 24/7. I mean, going back to 2019 and before, there have been days where there's been thousands of setups, especially in the 2006 to 2011 period. But then it sort of calmed down. But ever since the release of the lockdown, we've gone to extremely heavy setups again. I mean, this has even occurred when I've been in court in Bridgewater. The setups on the day I went to court were heavy, and the animal sounds in the court when I was waiting in court, but they were heavy, and I didn't have any paper to write any of it down. So, you know, it's really spiteful the way these setups occur. So anyway, we'll go back to this story of how things are and how religion has had a negative impact on me for 2021. Right, number 2, the Holy Bible says there is no sex in heaven. The day I found this out, were lookalikes. I was seeing lookalikes to people who did bad things to me as a child, time to get in a stretch. And that was often followed by a baby being bounced around in a sling, or a teenager pushing a buggy. I'm not quite sure why they need to do that, but that's a setup that occurs. So that kind of fits in with the number 1 story that I just mentioned. But they do this all the time. They've been doing this for many years and they're not going to stop it. Not quite sure who's setting it up, but it's got to be some organisation that's corrupt and has no advanced technology. Right. Yeah, the same week this occurred, I was known as a sicko for looking at a sexual lady who looked similar to someone who did illegal things to me as a child. The person who did illegal things to me as a child was about 10 years younger than this lady I saw. And because I just looked at this lady, she said I was a sicko and said I should be looking at people my own age. She was about 28, a bit older than that, 32, somewhere between 28 and 32, I can't remember the age. I can't guarantee that is her age, that's just the way that's the sort of age gap she'd sort of looked, sort of how she looked. So, yeah. And by the way, that'd be the age, when I say someone that she looked a bit older than the person that did illegal things to me as a child, that would have been the age that person would have been at that time, not the age that person is now, if still alive. Yeah. Number 3, I tried messaging a lady who has had a Jesus Christ rapture dream or astral projection visiting Jesus. I decided to ask her on the line if she is single, but it is too late. She met a guy at a church and became a single mother the year before I messaged her, and is also moaning about my age because I'm in my 40s. Number 4, the day I bought a Bible for £7.99 because I just wanted to study it, just to go through it really, not religious or anything like that, I just wanted to read it. I saw one of my enemies in a sexual relationship with a lady about 20 years younger than him, and she had 3 daughters. Also on that day, I saw my ex-mugger Dan. He didn't see me, and if he did, he would have gone the other way, or he probably didn't want to cause any trouble if it was, but then I can't guarantee 100% that it was him. You know, there's always that possibility it could be someone that looks like him, so we've got to take that into account as well, though I'm pretty sure it was. Number 5, I gently sliced my wrist while accidentally turning the pages on the Holy Bible I bought, which cut my wrist, but it didn't actually go deep in. It was just like a bit of blood where I sliced the edge of the paper from the Bible across my wrist accidentally. Number 6, because I've had no proper sex in my whole life, I asked someone if they were single, but they were moaning about my age. Unfortunately, she was the age Jesus Christ was when he was crucified. And the reason I haven't had anyone in my life is because enemies have stopped me by making stories up about me on sexuality, or claiming that I have diseases, or trying any excuse to stop me getting anyone. And not only that, but the system, the music industry, the media, the TV industry, and the suggestions that have been made in the newspapers have also been against me and causing problems to twist people's minds against me. So that's why I've never had anyone, and I can't get an escort either, because we're in a modern time. If you want stuff like that, or want to get some fun or anything like that, they'll only give you a garden gnome. That's the polite way of putting it. So if you want that, they just say you have to get a partner, go with a partner. So basically I've had none of that in my whole life, basically. Just never been given the option. I've been offered a couple of negative attraction people, you know, smallpox looking type, or a granny or something like that, but I'm not the type that takes to that. I shouldn't be forced to go with someone twice as ugly and twice as old and twice as stale as someone that did bad things to me as a child. But you know, that's just the way it is. Number 7, a clairvoyant said trouble is going to get worse at home, and did actually pick up on the energy weapons as well. Actually, one of the clairvoyants I spoke to on the phone. This was not one I saw directly in person. This was a mobile phone reading, because we were in the middle of the lockdown when I had the reading. I mean, it's May 2021. The girlfriend was predicted from the end of March. There was 2 names given, Gemma and Melanie. The clairvoyant wasn't 100% sure which one it was, but those 2 names sprang up in mind. The second clairvoyant was a bit more accurate with the reading than the first clairvoyant, but again, she didn't actually give any names, and she said the partner would come into my life before the middle of June this year of 2021, and she said that's a fact. So if it doesn't happen before that time, the reading she gave is wrong. However, the bit she has got right is the trouble occurring at home, and obviously there's a risk of being, you know, with the attacked, the lethal issue, or the burglary or stuff like that. But there's nothing I can do about it, because obviously I can't move, because I'm in such a low position on bronze banding with the council. I just cannot move. They just will not up my banding, even with the trouble that's occurring. As far as the energy weapons go, which is causing eye trouble, I'm quite shocked the second clairvoyant I spoke to said this. Now, the reason I had 2 readings is because I wanted to verify one reading to the other reading to see if both would say the same thing, because I wanted to get confirmation. They were literally spot on, near enough, and they just said that things are going to get so worse at home that it's going to come to a stage where you're just going to get moving about, doing things, which I assume would be camping. That's not taken place yet, but I have done this back in November before the cold weather came in, and obviously I've been staying other places when it's got really bad. But there's also other reasons I've been staying at other places, not just because of the problems at my place. So
Anyway, the clairvoyants predict, we're still in the middle of the prediction actually, so I can give you what's being predicted. Things are going to get a lot worse at home. That's already coming true, and this has already been pre-stated. I've put this on Facebook as well, which is an internet site, and you know, it's actually come true. I mean, there was one reading I had in 2011. Clairvoyant said I was going to get a girlfriend called Chloe at North Petherton, and it was going to occur at a carnival, but they took the carnival off because of fuel explosion on the M5 that year, and the girlfriend prediction went through. So, but anyway, this one, I don't know if they can mess it up. It depends, because with all this force against me, all the setups that I said in number 1 story, with that all against me, it's making it very difficult for me to get from A to B, and could be a cause of why I've not got anyone, because they keep on messing it up, because they want me destroyed, or they want me sexually crucified, or anything like that, as a figure of speech. But anyway, yeah, things are going to get worse. The girlfriend is predicted. They both said it's not going to fall through, so whatever happens, it will be before the middle of June. So that's June the 15th, roughly, or June, whatever, how many days are in June. But before the middle of June, so if nothing's happened by the middle of June, the clairvoyant's got it wrong. But what's going to happen is things are going to get worse. They predict that I'm going to be going around about maybe staying at my dad's or camping or doing a bit of that, which hasn't taken place yet for a long, long time. Not since the reading, really, I don't think, or whatever. But and then when I do get a partner, things are going to still remain bad, but the problems and the threats that I get while out and about, and the setups and all the other problems, are going to continue to get worse and worse. But because I'll have a partner, the clairvoyant says you're not going to let it worry you as much as what you would as if you didn't have a partner. And because it's on sexuality, and because they're taking the piss out of me, like taking the piss out of me of things that happened to me as a child or stuff like that, and trying to say they're going to rip me to pieces and stop me getting anyone, because they're doing that, because I'm going to have a partner, they reckon it's going to lead to me keeping me out of trouble. So basically, I won't end up in trouble with the doctor. I won't end up in trouble with the police. But if the girlfriend wasn't there, coming into my life, they basically said that you could end up in trouble with the police retaliating, or you could end up in a situation where you're going to get worse and worse, and health-wise you're going to get worse as well. But they said that the girlfriend's definitely going to occur before June, the middle of June this year, so just have to hope that's true. But they went on a bit advanced from that as well. The clairvoyant said that when I did move and I was going to be with his partner, they think there was going to be a little bit of trouble when I move, but because they said it'll only be for about a month or so, it's only until people realise that I'm going to be with a partner. Because if I was to sort of move on my own, if this is the right way to put it, I'm not sure, but the clairvoyant thinks if I was to move on my own, there could be a bit of trouble, or they could start trouble, and it could turn out slightly a bit like the place I'm living at now, because people will get a misunderstanding of me. But because I'm going to be with a partner, they think that when I move, it's all going to change and all, get better, and they realise you're with a partner, things are going to settle down, your life's going to change, you're going to start eating properly, you're going to stop drinking your beer at night, you're going to sort of do things. And later on, one of them I think said they might even go into like some sort of form of a proper job or some form of work in some way or whatever between both of you. Something's just going to change, you're just going to be much more happier, you're going to take life more seriously, you're going to think more rational, not going to be so foggy. I think she said foggy mind or something, or foggy brain, can't remember the word she used now, but she said that is going to clear up. She said, you're sort of going to think more clearly, you're going to take life more seriously, you could even become like more religious in some ways. I can't remember what they said now, because the readings a couple of months ago, 3 months ago now, so, but just have to wait and see. Anyway, number 8,
A dog barks or seagull sounds coming out as far-fetched information and maliciousness, as well as sexual, if you want to read it in this suggestive way, has been increasing ever since I started reading the Bible, but it has been worse in the past, a lot worse. It just seems to be been down for the last 2 years, maybe just under. So I thought I'd mention that. And the sort of sounds that come out are like accusing me of this, accusing me of that, saying you're being attacked with a weapon, or that you're sick, or that you're going to rot in the fire of hell, or that Jesus has turned, or stuff like that. I know it sounds pretty negative, but that's the type of sounds that are occurring, and there's a lot more worse than that as well. There's stuff I can't say as well, but some of the stuff that comes out can be really spiteful and nasty, and it can occur at times when you've got these heavy setups that I mentioned on the first subject of this page. Right, I asked a single lady who had a rapture dream, this is number 9 of the sheet now, if she was single, because I've asked 2 of them. But unfortunately, Jesus Christ gave this lady an image of her future boyfriend in a rapture dream, and the boyfriend also had a rapture dream of this lady. And in the dream, they both saw Jesus Christ, and Jesus told them both that they were both going to meet each other in real life, and that Jesus was going to put them together in a companionship. It turned out true. They both had rapture dreams, and then they saw each other in real life, and then they got together in a relationship. Now this is quite recent. This occurred in the lockdown, and obviously because of this she isn't single anymore, and unfortunately she's also becoming a single mother as well. So I just discarded that woman as well. So I said, okay, I was looking for friendship. I'm trying to see if I could get more than friendship, but it's too late. Right, so I went to church, just outside the church, which was yesterday. While I was waiting for the bus, because the weather wasn't great, it was very windy, and I just went in there. But I didn't realise that you had to do a prayer, so I didn't really want to go in there and do a prayer, but just to stay dry for a few minutes, I went in there and just sat down, and the lady from the church did a prayer for me. It's not something I'm not really religious, but that's what happened. And the following day, I go past the church. Firstly, there's a dog wearing a coat saying "no children." I think nothing of it. And then there's about 4,000 setups in the next hour and a half, nailing me as a sicko. But directly after the "no children" occurred, they basically was saying that anyone that's an adult is a child as well, and making the suggestion that I'm a sicko if I don't fancy a granny, and saying that they're children if they're not old grannies. And then they timed a CAD van, and then timed 2 bikes timed to a stretch, then a Zimmer frame timed, and a Zimmer frame to go on the bus. Also a grey sexual car timed. Then when I went out on the bus, there's a whole load of setups, thousands and thousands of setups, just going 15 miles up the road on the bus. It was so bad that I had to even get home today much earlier than I would usually, after going out shopping and doing different things. Also, while out on the bus, they were nailing me as a sick, just basically what I said in part 1 of this page. And just there's one incident. There's a couple of van names. We had a child Rakist van, which is some company. I don't know what the company is, but it's spelled Rakist. We had a teeth van, which is not teeth in the spelling of teeth. There's a picture of teeth on a van, and then you had a van saying sledgehammer, having a smashing time van, and just coming out in that sort of pattern. And when I got off the bus later on, after a load more setups, like "this is the taste of things to come" suggested in wording on vehicles, and timing a car to smash into the bus, timing a tractor fork out of a side road at speed to almost smash into the window at the position I'm sitting on the bus, And then when I got off the bus, there was a rent-a-kill van, and then there was a light blue sexual car timed to smash into me. Then there was a slinky van, then there was a sick colour car and a black and blue car, followed by a laughing G van. And then obviously there was a load of other setups. This is just some of the setups that have occurred today. So when you take that all together and look at the story I gave you, then it does make you wonder whether there is whether you can really pray to Jesus. Because there's another thing I want to mention. 15 years ago on a dating site, I was told you're getting to an age where you need someone because you're getting quite old now, and to pray to Jesus and that Jesus Christ is going to let you have a nice sexual lady very soon. I did it for a short period of time. Nothing changed. 15 years later, my life got a lot worse. Actually, it's more than 15 years ago. It's what year is it now? 21. 18 years ago. Yeah. But not from the message, but that sort of thing's been said. It was about 2005, I think. No, yeah, at the library. Yeah, I forgot to mention. I was paying for postal orders. And by the way, I've spent just under £10,000 on dating. That includes visiting on the bus. No one's ever met up who's sexual looking. I've had a couple of munters meet up, and I've had a couple of incidents where I've not been able to meet up because shops have been shut the day that I've gone to meet up, or road closures been shut, or there's been enemies outside stopping me get out of my place, and a whole load of other things and obstacles in my way to stop me from, and also criminal action enforced to stop me getting anywhere as well. And even at Bridgewater Fair, the police had to arrest me for dropping a piece of paper outside which contains all my problems that I stated, and because they had to make an arrest. When I said I was going in to go to the toilet about a decade or so ago, the lady that I was meeting up to speak to at Bridgewater Fair, who was single, had gone away because obviously I only said I was going to be a few minutes and the police had to arrest me. So I've been very unlucky. But the problem I have now is I'm 40 years of age and I'm struggling to find someone that's sexual looking and someone that's not a single mother. And we're looking at people already twice the age of people that abused me as a child to try and fancy. And I'm not the type that takes to the older looking attraction. And for a first time relationship, or to enjoy fun for the first time in your life, it's not very good, is it? But there's a lot of stuff that I would like to say, but I can't because it would cause so much offence. But obviously, it'd be interesting how you could, obviously you can leave your own comments on this page in the box below. But I don't like questioning Jesus Christ, but it does seem to be I do seem to be a very unfortunate person, and it seems that when you go to these religious things, it just seems very bad. I don't know what's caused it, but it's what I told you, how all these things occur. When it comes to religion, it seems to have a negative impact on me. It seems that Christ has a negative impact on me as well. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible. Obviously there's quite a lot of stuff with the Satan stuff that goes against me, but that goes against most people. So obviously that is going to go against me. But there's a hell of a lot of stuff that goes against me from God's point of view. There seems to be a lot of stuff relating to God's side that seems to be either twisted against me or going against me from the Bible. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just an unlucky person, or just, I don't know, but Jesus Christ in his living life, he had a sexual partner called Mary Magdalene. This is a lost script that was found. And there's also been other stuff that they've had to take out of the Bible, or not put in the Bible for other reasons, which I'm not quite sure. I don't know much about the Bible, so I can't say for certain what, but if there is anyone single, bearing into account I'm in my 40s and you're sexy looking and much younger age and not a single mother, then please get in touch, because I live at Burnham-on-Sea in Somerset. I can give you part of the address, but I can't give you the full address for legal reasons. It's 27 Barrow Road, Burnham-on-Sea, Somerset, TA8 2EY. My email is candlelightHauntings@gmail.com. That's normal spelling of Candlelight Hauntings. Just put it into one word, @gmail.com. And on Facebook, I'm Justin Zorrock Tyler Langford, JUSTINZOROKTYLERLANGFORD. And if you see me in the streets, you see me writing on a word pad or writing on a piece of paper with a CD, which is all the setups I was mentioning on section 1 of that page, because that's a thing that will never stop. When I get a partner, if I do get a partner, which is unlikely, then that will be the case. I shall stop writing stuff down in the streets or photographing negative suggestions or malicious, outright nasty sexual suggestions. Many people have said pray to Jesus Christ and it'll stop happening. Nothing's happened, as I said on this sheet. It's very questionable, to be honest. I don't know what to say when it comes to Jesus Christ, but if you want to have a say or leave your comments or anything like that, please do, because I'm a very unlucky person. I mean, if things don't improve shortly, I mean, the Bible says if you take your own life, Jesus is going to leave you in the fire of hell because you won't have time to repent. But I think, to be honest, I think there needs to be times where, you know, things should be taken into account, because I'm not exactly sure what condition I'm going to be in by the end of the year, or if things haven't changed, but I can tell you now I'm not in a very happiest of moods, and things are getting a lot worse. The threats and everything's just got, this is the worst year yet for threats and all this trouble and setups, and I don't know what the reason is for all this increased trouble. So leave your comments, and thank you very much for having a listen, and if you want to download it and give it to someone to have a listen, or if you want to take it to a religious organisation to get answers for me or whatever, do what you like with the information. And obviously I hope it's not been too distressing. I've kept it as clean as I possibly can. So thank you for listening. Have a good day.
Good evening, everybody. This is not a subject that I like to talk about, to be honest, but I am really annoyed about it because it's been going on for many years and it's getting nastier and nastier. Now, this is linked with normal setups that occur when I go out, like timing vehicles to smash into me, or timing people that are enemies in my path, or just getting real vicious, timing people to sneeze in my face and that sort of thing. But the subject I want to talk about today is timing a loud bike to a stretch. I get really annoyed by it. Now, it began in 2008. Really began. It happened a few times before that, but 2008 was the time where it started. Lady Gaga released a track called Just Dance. We had the Fathers for Justice event where they were putting scaffolding around my place to put new windows in. And they opened a nightclub and a bar next to me as well, where I lived. And the next bad thing that happened was they took the CCTV camera away, and they parked a rent-a-kill van outside where I was living. However, I'm still here and able to tell the story, and when people did try climbing the scaffolding, like the roughnecks getting nasty with the neighbours, including trying to get into my place as well, you also had roughnecks which were siding with the neighbours like me or the other people in the building. And the mixed up side meant that nasty people were keeping people away from attacking the neighbours at the same time, while nasty people were trying to attack the neighbours. So it was like a mixed up side, like I just said. So there was the rough with the smooth. So you had people that were, they're rough people that were trying to stop the people attacking the neighbours, but there were also rough people that were trying to attack the neighbours, including myself. And between them both, they came to an agreement, and everything remained safe in the time period of the several months that this took place. So the loud bike issue. It began in 2003. I don't recall it happening before that time, but if it did, then I didn't take much notice of it and don't remember. It started in 2003. But it wasn't very often. It occurred now and again. And then I just took it as being something that was just annoying, maybe it passed on later on, and left it at that. And that was when I was living at North Peverton. In 2004, I was staying at this mental hospital, homeless, waiting for a place to become available to move to. When it did, the loud bike issue did occur, but about half the bikes on the road, it suddenly increased to that. In 2007 it worsened, and then obviously 2008 it's 3/4 of the bikes on the road. But also seagulls were making ha 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 sounds at each and every bike that was passing time to a stretch, and also a crow would also go ha 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 in that sort of way. And also, I don't know how to put it like this, but sometimes a flying creature would make a sound of or make a voice sound as to say a person who did illegal things to you at school as a child, for example, would basically, a seagull would tell you to have sex with that person, timed to get in a stretch as a loud bike occurred on the road. There were times where I could have a bath without it being timed to a stretch, and I could wake up through the night without a loud bike timed to a stretch, timed to the split second of waking up. However, it did occur. In 2009 it was roughly the same. It didn't change much. 2010 was bad, but again it wasn't no higher than what it usually was. Maybe a touch higher, maybe it'd been 3/4 or just over 3/4. And 2011, 2012 was sort of, well, 2012. Let's get to 2012. That wasn't too bad actually that year. The summer of 2012, around the time when the 2012 Olympics was on, it was bad, and then it sort of died down. 2013 was not too bad year for loud bikes, and then 2014 was the year I moved, and it was sort of on and off that year while I was at West Street in Bridgewater. But as soon as I moved to Burnham-on-Sea, straight away, from the first day I moved there, loud bike, nearly every loud bike on the road was tied to a stretch for the next few years that I was there. However, the setups that were occurring were slightly down for the first couple of months that I moved there, and then it suddenly increased. There was no threats either for the first 8 months that I was living at that new place at Burnham-on-Sea either. But this subject's just about bikes and timing a loud bike. In 2014, there would have been about 100 bikes on the road that passed, which weren't timed to a stretch. I didn't really take much notice of whether it was occurring in the bath at that time or timed to each and every impulse. But there were times where it didn't happen, and I went there in about September 2014, so it was all just a bit before that, I can't remember. So it was late-ish, 2014, when 100 bikes is quite a lot of bikes to pass, considering when you look at recent times. The following year, unfortunately, it was only about 50 bikes that passed. All the rest were tied to a stretch or an impulse. Also in 2015, I don't have to put it like this, but you couldn't wake up in the middle of the night without a loud bike tied to a stretch. So each impulse, no matter how many times you woke up in the night, or if you're trying to nod off and you suddenly wake up and you get a sudden stretch or an impulse occur in your private area, a loud bike would be timed, and it was inescapable. Come 2016, there wasn't a single time where I woke up. From there onwards, right through to this current day, where a loud bike hasn't been timed to that issue. Since 2016, nearly every time I've gone to the toilet, there's been a loud bike. Every time I wash my whatever in the bath, there's been a loud bike. In 2017, there was no more. 2017 there was only about 30 bikes on the road that passed that weren't timed to a stretch that year. 2018 and 2019, each and every bike on the road was timed to a stretch or an impulse. There wasn't a single, actually right till now in fact, there's not a single loud bike that has passed. Every time I've gone to the toilet, since 2018 basically, to current day, to the day it is now, June 2021, there's not been a single time I've gone to the toilet without a loud bike timed. And that includes going to toilet in the middle of town, in the public toilets, and that includes going to toilet behind a tree. There has not been a single bike that has passed since 2018 where I've gone to a toilet. Right, this has only occurred since 2019, but every time my bell end itches, a loud bike has to be timed. And there's not a single time since 2019 where that hasn't occurred. Every time it itches, or there's a sudden sharp pain, sudden loud bike, inescapable. Every bike on the road's been fixed. You wake up in the middle of the night, as I was saying, and you've got an impulse, or you're trying to fall asleep and suddenly wake up like that, and you suddenly get an impulse and get a sudden stretch, sudden loud bike occurs to the split millisecond. There's not been a single time where I've almost fallen asleep or woken up in the middle of the night since 2019 where that hasn't occurred, time to waking up. Every time. Next problem, taking a bath. There hasn't been a single time where I've washed in the bath since 2019 unless a loud bike's been timed when I wash certain areas. And it's also been timed most times that I dry myself in that area as well. And since 2020, even if it's been mainly timed at the impulses, which is even worse. So if you get a sudden itch in area or anything that involves a private area, there's been a loud bike timed and it's been inescapable. But let's get back to 2019 a minute and 2015, because while on holiday in London with my mum when she went to do a conference, I was taken for a visit to have a look around London. Every single bike on the road was timed to a stretch, and there was bikes timed to a stretch while walking around. Just as heavy, just as timed on the nail as walking around at home. So they got it timed there as tightly fixed on the nail as they have at home. But what they have done is also timed vehicles to smash into me. But just supposing the Queen walked out of the palace in Westminster in London, then, and I was around, they would have no remorse. They'd time a vehicle to smash the Queen as well. They had it on the nail when politicians were walking in and out the Houses of Parliament going through London the day that I was visiting, and they nearly hit a politician with a car trying to smash into a politician while using this force action against me as setups like I get when I walk around at home with these setups when I go out every day. So it's timed on the nail there as it is at home. But also I've been on holiday to the Isle of Wight as well. Again, they've timed a loud bike to each and every stretch. And again, this is while with my mum and my brother. And there's not a single bike or a single miss without a loud bike. And once again, when it comes to the setups, which is a different subject, but is related to the same problem, they time setups on the nail, even on the Channel Islands, as they do at home. Now, I thought if these setups were occurring, maybe they get it on the nail or time it around the whole of the UK inland. But to actually have it across the water onto the Isle of Wight, to actually have it on the nail or time there, does that mean that these setups would occur if I went to America or Africa or anywhere else in the world? Does that mean that the setups would be timed on the nail there too? How are they doing it? Because these setups have been going on since 1997, but it wasn't until 2005 they become very constructed like they are today. But anyway, this is mainly to mention bikes. Back in 2019, late 2019, around November or December, it was the beginning of timing a little child to come out of a hidden area after a stretch occurs. So you're walking in the street with a stretch, you don't see anybody, and then suddenly around a hidden corner or blind spot, a child will occur in your direction. And then obviously most children with their parents, so they would like be timed with their parents. But they were setting up suggestions with the criminal setups that occur every time I got, nailing me as sick. But they're not taking into account that they're the cause. I mean, they are the ones that caused it. I had no idea that that kid was going to walk around the corner and after I got a stretch, because I couldn't see around the corner. To me, it's, oh, I got a stretch, you know. And, you know, after that, about 15 seconds later, the time a kid around the corner. And then they're getting at me with the setups, nailing me as sick, getting aggressive and vicious and outright nasty with these setups. Yet they're the ones that are causing it. And they're nailing me as a sicko for it happening. Now this went on up until the start of the lockdown. And then at the first lockdown, the coronavirus lockdown, the COVID-19 strain. And that specific setup almost come to a complete stop. Only happened 1 or 2 more times while the lockdown was occurring. And now it doesn't happen at all. But, you know, they're trying to say that I'm a sicko for their malicious movement of erratic forces that they're putting against me. And these forces are becoming much more nastier since December 2020 right through to now. There's been thousands of setups nearly every single day I go out, and it's erratic, malicious, nasty, vicious and all the rest of it. But we'll come to those setups later because I just want to get through the bike issue a minute. Between the same period of time as when the setups got worse, as I just mentioned, is the start of timing a lookalike to someone who did illegal things to me on sexuality when I was a little child. And they were timing a lookalike to someone that did illegal things to me as a child as I got an erection in the street. And I don't find that a very funny thing to be happening. But it gets even worse because I've done it about 300 times since December 2020 to about April 2021. But from about middle of February time, or just a bit before, they also started to time a baby in a sling or timing a teenager to push a buggy in my direction. Directly after they do that, directly after they time someone who did illegal things to me as a child, occurs tied to a stretch. Now, I don't take this to be very nice, these setups, and I got a little bit upset about it. So I've had to make a couple of reports to it, and I also reported this specific setup to the police. But obviously they said it's not something they can deal with because it's not actually an offence of what they're doing. They said they can only keep reports of stuff like criminal acts, like something that's actually taken place. So something like what I mentioned, like these setups or loud bike issues, the police can't do nothing about it at all because it has no sufficient grounds. You know, it doesn't come under an offence or criminal damage or something like that, you know. So they can't do nothing about it because it's under a negative, you know, it's not as a suggestion more than anything else, and they can't do nothing when it comes to suggestions, even though that is being caused. But anyway, when we go to the setups are the most erratic, malicious and most nastiest setups that have ever occurred in the whole history of these setups. I mean, just doing this video now, there was a loud bike just a couple of minutes ago. Again, they timed it to when I got a stretch. Not the biggest stretch ever, but you know, it's on the impulse. Every impulse is counted for. You can't go to sleep. You can't wake up. Anything you do, no matter if it's 3 a.m, whether it's Christmas Day or whatever, whether it's a bank holiday or whether you're somewhere else in the country, they've got these bikes fixed and timed on the nail. But another thing is, I was suspicious that this might have been caused by the government, but or the police setting it up. But I don't want to accuse people of setting this up or anything like that. But this is interesting because when these setups occur, when I've been out in the street, they've timed a car to smash into a Conservative Party car a couple of years ago, and I thought to myself, I was on the scene, but why do they want to do that? And if they're doing that, it makes you wonder whether they are actually setting up, but you just don't know. And there's been quite a few times where they try smashing a police car up as well. That's that's more frequent, that one, and that occurs quite a lot. But again, why would they want to hurt their own people? So it makes you wonder who's actually setting it up, because I don't have a clue. But whatever is setting it up, they're really nasty people, and it's causing a lot of trouble. These setups this year have been the nastiest year on record out of all other years. They began in 1997, but it wasn't until 2005 it became obvious, and I started to realise that it's actually being done purposely. Between 2006 and 2011, they were really erratic and really nasty and really aggressive and sexual, but I wasn't walking into nasty people all the time. That was the only thing. And there was a bit of remorse as well. Now there's no remorse. Since that time I just mentioned, December 2020, you go out in the street and you walk and you try and avoid a setup in your direction, and you turn in the other direction, you can't avoid it. They got you covered in all directions. So you're walking down the street and you're trying to avoid a rough person or a nasty person, and you can't avoid it because they got a construction behind you to stop you getting out back the other way, and they've also got setups in another direction to stop you doing anything. So the only thing you can do is fly in the air or try and climb someone's house to go over their roof to get over it. So they basically got you covered. So you can try and avoid the situation, and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's nothing you can do to avoid it. You're absolutely stuck. And every single day there's thousands of setups now. It's not like it was before the lockdown. They got this setup much more nasty and much more malicious, and there used to be some intelligence towards it as well. It's like they were like saying, in a nasty way obviously, but they were saying, oh, you're right, or something like that, or you're sick but you're right, getting nasty in a way like that. Now it's sort of reversed. It's sort of gone into like a situation of, oh, we're ripping you to pieces, we don't care. Oh, that setup's just occurred. Oh, we're nailing you. We're going to rip you to pieces. We're going to land you in hell. We're going to slice your wrist with the Creator God and put you in the fire of hell. We cut your wrist with Jesus. Oh, we're just tearing you apart. We want to do it. And it's just all sexuality. They're doing it on sexuality. And then they time allow a bike to a stretch, and then the time like a sick car followed by a grey car out of every road. Or they just do it in a sly way where it's not noticeable to people, but it's being done. They do all sorts of things. I mean, they've put me in a situation, I mentioned this on another video, where there's 7 incidents this year where a man has either chased a girl or a young lady, and the lady or the girl has been screaming, and I've been on the scene at all those times. But yet before 2020, that never occurred before. So they're putting me in a situation of someone committing a sexual crime to try and force the comeback of whoever's caused the crime to backfire at me instead. And 2 of those people, one recently in fact, look identical to how I look, just different clothing. So it's not good, is it? And when you go to bite into something, like open a pasty or something, after you've taken the first bite or the second bite, they're timing someone to sneeze in my face. They've been timing more enemies than ever before in my direction. But going back to the 8th of June, I had a burglary in the garage where I had my stuff stored, which was put there to prepare for when I move. And the bad news is, the CCTV camera was broken on that specific day that the burglary took place, which is not supposed to be a case that occurs. Meaning the area, when I went to look to see who took it or investigate the garage, there's nothing they could do about it. So they'd had to look on further CCTV cameras. But you need to get the actual CCTV camera where the garage is. But it's too late. Anyway, that included my deep depression packs, which had thousands of animal voice sounds and also thousands of threats recorded. Well, no, I don't know if it's thousands in the threats, so I'm not sure. I know I've got long recordings of the Palace nightclub. It goes back many years, but I don't know if I've reached the thousands in the recordings. I used to have thousands because I posted a lot to the BBC, and also I had police raid. They took a load. Tapes, somewhere had to be transported onto tape. Transferred onto tapes from. You couldn't transfer it from tape. Sorry, I'm getting confused now because I went into digital. I mean, I had all these pages. I had about 400 pages, whereas like in my life story pack, and it's just a massive bundle of statements known as deep depression. I thought, there's no way I can put this in a digital format, and I think to myself, there's 4 years of problems on these sheets and setups and very serious stuff that's not even mentioned today on my pages. And I thought, well, the only thing I can do here is pray to God and hope that he gives me a better life and gives me a sex partner for the first time in my life, because obviously I was in my 20s at the time, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm getting on a bit now and not had anyone, and if I put my faith in Christ and that, and I thought I'd do that, and then I just got rid of all the sheets and stated some of it in brief, obviously, but I just did it in like short sentences, just giving a brief, very short brief. So I sort of said 1 year was very bad, 1 year isn't that, but I had to get rid of the sheets because obviously I did not want a digital format. And then obviously when I did get rid of the sheets, the 400 sheets or whatever, I know it's 400 and something, but I can't remember the exact number. I think it was in a low area, so it wasn't like nearly 500, it's just hitting the 400 area. And it's sort of A4 sheets, because they were done on A4, I had this white paper so that it could be photocopied, but I didn't really photocopy it. The only thing I really photocopied was what was known as a deep depression sheets, which was about God, which was a slightly separate issue. But eventually, when it went into WordPad in a digital format, I mixed that deep depression page pack, mentioning God and about the creation being faulty and all the rest of it, in with my daily life story problems. But yeah, I prayed to God and I said I'll change for him, just let me have a partner, and then chucked those sheets away, off they went, and my life got 50 times worse. So yeah, pointless praying. And then obviously there was another 7 years or something like that, 6 years or whatever it was, maybe 8 years, I can't remember now, of even worse problems, and even worse when I moved to Burnham-on-Sea for another so many years. So yeah, pointless praying. Pray to your God and life gets worse. So yeah, and I still haven't got anyone, and I'm 40 years of age and have no sex. But anyway, you know, that can't be helped. And obviously with police raids and chucking recordings away or posting them to the BBC or whatever, or to Bridgewater Mercury newspaper or whatever, I lost most of my recordings as well, even in the digital area, and just kept the best ones. And eventually I lost the deep depression page packs as well over time. Some survived, you know, over time. Then DVDs went faulty. Then I tried hiding them out and getting caught hiding the DVDs out. And then, it's just been a thing like that. Then obviously, through time, I lost most of my evidence. But I did have a few packs. You know, I did have some evidence of the past. And then this bloody burglary on the 8th of June 2021 just took the whole of my music, took all my everything gone. And I just hit the bloody roof. But I was suicidal in that particular time period. But it gets worse, because in that time period, when that occurred, the loud bike was tied to a stretch were off the scale. And the following weekend it was really hot and sunny. So I mean, it was really hot and sunny in that period. And there's just hundreds and hundreds of bikes per day tied to a stretch. And I was getting really annoyed by it. And the increase of animal voice sounds started to begin again. Accusing me of this, accusing me of that, saying you're going to end up burning in hell and all the rest of it. It's just a nightmare. But it gets even worse, because the setups are like 1,000 setups at least per day, every day since that time, including today. And you're thinking to yourself, don't they ever give up? Do you know, it's like they want to rip you to pieces, and just doing it on sexuality all the time. But what they're doing now, is the last few days, is they've been timing the most nastiest people in my direction to try and attempt an attack on me. An ABH or GBH attack. They just will not lay off with the this problem. And the amount of problems that they cause this year is worse than any other year. And the amount of people, when it comes to timing enemies or nasty people on my path, this is the worst year out of every single other year of timing these types of people in my direction or in my path. And there's been a lot of near misses. Although I haven't been attacked and only been chased and a couple of near misses, you know, it's the most dangerous path that I've ever had to face for many years. I mean, it has been quite bad in the past, and there's been times where it's been really bad. It's actually been nastier, and I've actually been attacked before. But to actually put the amount of nasty people that they're causing to go in my path this year does break the record of any other year. However, people are controlling themselves, and that's why I haven't been hurt or anything like that. But they are getting nastier or timing nastier people in my direction. They've also increased timing a vehicle to smash into me in a constructed, malicious way, in a sly movement way. And if you're crossing, they're timing several cars in a certain construction to try and get you hit by another car if you're not getting hit by another car. But anyway, this video is mainly about loud bikes and being tied to a stretch. There's not a single bike anymore that would be tied without a stretch. A clairvoyant once picked this up as well, and she said that this shouldn't be happening. But unfortunately, only one clairvoyant has ever mentioned this out of every clairvoyant I've spoken to, and this is one I've seen. She actually picked up on the issue of having to have a loud bike tied to a stretch, and she did say that's very annoying, but she said as soon as you get a partner, you might break the circuit of these problems and setups, and you might even get a move. But she was wrong. And I think this is the same clairvoyant that I mentioned, saying that things were going to get worse and you need to avoid ending up in trouble with the police, or you'll end up in jail or in serious trouble with your doctor or whatever. And it actually came true. I did get in trouble with the police and the doctor. But she said if the girlfriend would come in, if the girlfriend came into your life, you wouldn't have. But I did. But the good news is I didn't end up in jail, like she said would have been a possibility. And this was in the 2016 period. So it's been quite rough, and it's getting a lot worse. And the clairvoyant I've just recently had a reading with in lockdown, which was phone reading, because I had two of them, they predicted me something as well, and they said things are going to get worse. But it gets even worse because I've had an even more recent reading, and now there's no girlfriend at all predicted, and you're just going to have to struggle through life and accept that things are going to get hard at times. And I thought to myself, what's the point? It's pointless living then. You might as well just end your life, you know, if no one's going to help or there's no single people. I mean, what can you do? But as I said, you know, this video is just about the loud bike issue. So if you've got any comments or want to mention anything about this, then let me know, because I'm not making it up. And obviously I've made reports of this as well to the police. But like I said earlier, the police can't record this because it's not actually something that they deal with as such. They deal with things like crimes such as burglary, sexuality, harassment, and that sort of thing. And because it's not categorised in that way, and the same for the setups, they can't do nothing about it. But anyway, I'll leave it there. I'm sorry it's a bit of a negative video, but you know, I'm just giving you a bit of information about my life when it comes to the loud bike issue. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening. Good evening, everybody. I want to talk about setups and where they originally began to where they've ended, but they haven't ended. They've worsened. This year is the worst year on record for any setups in the past, but we'll come to that later on. I'm going to give you the history of what I call pre-organised criminal setups, or pre-organised obstacles or construction movement control that's been put around me deliberately with no in advance technology to try and rip me to pieces on sexuality. So it begins in 1997. Before 1997 there wasn't really any setups at all, to be honest. If there were, then I didn't notice it, or I didn't take much attention to it. I mean, as a kid there was a lot of, I was walking into bullies a lot, you know, on a regular basis, and came into people that were causing trouble and snatching friends away from me if they were female friends or whatever. But the actual setups in particular, I didn't realise until 1997. It started when I went to Taunton Bowling with some group, which is sort of organised with like a school group type thing, or for people with mental disabilities or whatever. I can't remember what the name of the group was. I think it was SNAP, the name of the group. And it started off with this driver who was a disabled driver, and I was worried about his driving when me and my mum were driven to Taunton to go to bowling, and there was a lot of sort of cars in the way, and it looked like cars would be in time to smash into his car, and his driving wasn't that great and that sort of thing. And I saw this Stephanie, who I knew at Elmwood School, who was there, and I called over to her to say alright, but she didn't hear me and she was with a group. Anyway, after that, it was the same issue going home as well in the car, and then I noticed there was another setup which occurred shortly after, which was a taxi driver called Ricky, and he was driving all over the place. He was a rapid driver, he was recklessly driving, and he could have crashed into anything. And I actually told him, I was a school kid at the time, I actually told him that he was a dangerous driver and he shouldn't be driving like it. I was a bit annoyed about it. I had the actual nerve to do it, but then again, I was in a bad mood on that day at school, because I don't know, I just was not in a good mood. And that's it. And then after 1997, I didn't really take much notice of any setups. And then obviously I was on a school bus, and I saw a black and blue car tied down the road, and I thought of just joking about with Lisa, because she was a friend at school, and I just joked about, because it looked very suggestive in the way it occurred. So I pointed to Lisa, I said, "That's a black car," and then I said, "That's a blue car." So like pissing about, she's having a laugh, and everybody started laughing on the bus, and then everybody else started saying, what was it? And then there was a blue car and then blue white, and there's sort of a couple of the kids in the class were laughing at that, which I think was the twins that went to the school that laughed and said that, but nobody else sort of really took to it. And then after that, it sort of died out. Didn't really take any notice of anything after that. And then in 1999, 2000 area, I kept walking into my ex-mugger, and obviously today he doesn't give me trouble, and he must have walked into me about 3 or 4 times per week and tried mugging me every time he saw me for about a year. So in the end, I sort of had to avoid going out too often because of this issue, and I was sort of stuck in the caravan, which was the place I was staying at the time, in that period of time. So I had to sort of avoid going out, or only went out a couple of times a week, or sort of went in the other direction, or tried to avoid the direction my ex-mugger was walking, because he must have walked into me about nearly 100 times. And obviously he tried mugging me on all those times, and I didn't have the money. But obviously he's changed today. I mean, I'm not saying that, he wouldn't cause trouble, but I think there's a lot of enemies that haven't changed, but some people do, and I think he's one of them that has. I don't want to say that he has when he hasn't, or he is, or whatever, all this and all that, because I don't know for certain. But I just want to say that in recent times I haven't had trouble. However, there have been recent threats that have involved his name, which have been very nasty in recent times. But anyway, just before the muggings started, I attempted a job, and I was started on there. The road seemed rather interesting walking back. I can't remember exactly what was on the road, but I know that there was a couple of near misses of where I nearly got hit. But again, because these are days before I knew what setups were, before I took them or thought that it was real, I thought, yeah, there was quite a lot of vehicles that were trying to smash into me when I left that specific job after doing 2 hours and giving up with this other person I went there with, because I was getting trouble there, and he had he was sort of being looked at differently as well, but it wasn't the same sort of issue that I had, and I thought, I don't want to work here, with all these problems. So we had several incidents of car colliding and cars trying to smash into me walking back. And then I said alright to Dad, thinking that I saw Dad on a bike when I walked uptown once, when I was living up in the caravan with my dad's ex-partner at that time. And then obviously it wasn't my dad, and I thought, well, he looked split in the image, and I said all right to him. It wasn't. And then after that I didn't really notice any setups at all. I didn't take to any setups. I knew that the road was quite busy at times, and there was a lot of enemies or rough people that were being put in my direction, and I thought it was just normal traffic, you know, just heavy traffic. I didn't take it to be setups at that time. But I was walking into rough people and trying to avoid them, going different direction, and just kept on doing that, and did that for years and years and years. But you know, that's a 1999 period to 2000. In 2001 to about 2004, or 2000, I can't remember, it was the year 2000, it must have been about the year 2000, I moved to North Peverton and I didn't notice any setups at all. I was walking into people giving me trouble, but as far as setups go, or suggestions like setups are being constructed in a malicious way like they are today, I didn't notice anything at all. In 2004 I stayed at this mental hospital because I was homeless. Again, I didn't notice setups in the way that as they are setups, but I kept walking into all my negative people, enemies, or people starting on me, and this is why I ended up with a bottle smashed across my head on one occasion and pushed into canal at another occasion, and why I've had near-miss attacks and been chased and all the rest of it back at that time. But the actual canal business and the bottle, I think, was a little later on. I think that's when I moved to West Street. But if you get my drift, I was walking into these people, I was walking into rough crowds who were like in big gangs, and you've got to take into account back in those days people were much more violent, much more rougher, much more of a fighter, and they jeopardise your life. And even teenagers, you know, they were like with 9-year-old girls up to about the age of 15 or 16, and these like youths, they're like hard-built roughnecks that were happy hardcore ravers and had these New York baseball caps, and you know, and they were really rough, and they were sort of threatening, and you know, they're harder than my dad, they're harder than me, and they were harder than my brother put together, just one person, because they're built like a brick house. Some of these people back then, they seem to be very hard as well. I notice a lot of these enemies today that were like that back then are sort of the people that are sort of roughnecks today, or hard smackheads, or people that cause trouble, whatever. But anyway, this is not to mention that sort of specific subject. This is to mention setups. In 2005 was when I began to notice the setups directly as I moved to West Street. The first day I moved to West Street, the setups began. But again, I just saw it as being normal. And then it became too obvious, and sort of, I was wondering whether things were going on. The increase of walking into nasty people, although it wasn't the most dangerous enemies I had, I was still walking into a lot of people giving me threats, and it was happening at least 15 to 20 times every single day. And it's been the case right up until about 2011, where I was walking into nasty people. There's over 100 people that shouted at me in cars when I was walking to North Peverton from Bridgewater to see my dad, when I used to use the main road before I knew about the canal, and that's in 2005. 2006 was when I knew about the canal and started taking the canal, and it was very rare that I was taking the road, but I was still taking the road and setups were like becoming very obvious and very heavy. But in the early days, I wasn't writing stuff down. I was sort of going out and I was sort of memorising it, and then I'll write it down on paper in a brief of that specific day, but it would mainly be stating threats. And then obviously in 2006 it became very obvious that it was set up, and it became just before 2006 actually, late 2005. So quite literally it was starting when I first moved to West Street, but you know, it's sort of within a couple of months you knew it was happening. And then in 2006, you getting through 2006, you knew that it was being constructed really nasty. And that wasn't the only thing that was occurring, because you had the animal voice sounds and you had the loud bikes tying to a stretch, which is mentioned in another video. So it all began around that time, as soon as I moved to West Street, from the first day I moved there. And I was in tears actually on one occasion. I went for a walk with a drink, and I thought to myself, I was sort of crying because I never had anyone. I wanted a partner, and I wasn't so much in need of, well, obviously I needed that as well, you know, a bit of fun and action, because I hadn't had that all my life. But I was sort of crying because I couldn't find anyone sort of in my life, and I moved to that place, and I sort of, it was sudden, you know, I had a lighter mind back that time, back in that day. And to me, I wasn't hard in the head to deal or accept the sort of threats, and I was sort of scared, and I thought there's nothing I could do, and I sort of, you know, I'm there and that's it. Because I was, as soon as I moved to that place, I thought my life was going to change. I thought I was going to get a girlfriend for the first time in my life. And this is back then. I mean, this was 20 years ago, that is nearly, and I don't have anyone now. So at first, anyway, the first 2 weeks I was there, I was looking at jobs in the job centre. I thought, got to change my life. And then I was thinking of decorating the place. And then obviously I was getting threats all of a sudden. And it started pretty rapidly. I was there no more than the first 2 weeks, and it all kicked off. About the third week it was very rough, and then from there onwards it was just malicious right through until 2011, early 2012, and then it sort of all calmed down until I moved to Peril. But the setups back then were wording on vehicles, like suggestions, like names on vehicles, or suggestions to say, basically telling me to have fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child. Setups to say that we sliced your wrist with God, or we've jeopardised you with Christ, and that we're going to land you in the fire of hell after death. Setups to say that we're going to sexually rip you to pieces and stop you getting anyone. And even in the threats, they've been saying that we're doing this. We had the fire brigade out one time in 2008, and they were actually saying over the loudspeaker, I had this audio recorded, I don't know if I still got the audio recorded. No, I wouldn't, because I had that burglary, didn't I, in the garage. Yeah, well, even if I didn't have the burglary, I wouldn't know if I still had that or not. But they were outside the Palace nightclub and saying, tear Justin apart, he's a child, whatever. And then another thing came on the thing, and they said this, what was it, slice his wrist with the creator God and tear him apart, and basically claiming that I did this and that to children. Even on carnival night, go and hang yourself, Justin, you sick, whatever, something like that said, but really nastily. And it was actually said. So if anyone's got that footage, or anyone filmed on that specific area of carnival night of 2008 or before that time, or whatever year it was, then there's evidence. There'll be evidence. But it's finding who actually recorded it and who has it. And anyway, the setups were sort of started off with verical wording in a malicious way, or telling me to have fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child, or to say they were going to smash you out and that you did this, or illegal things to kids and children and young girls or young adults, and just accusing me of things that are not true, and then bringing sort of members of different people into it, which is not suitable to state. And obviously I don't want to involve family or anything like that in these sorts of situations of setups that are being caused. But the stuff was sort of really nasty. It's sort of all lies, you know, all against you, but they're actually convinced, or they got some information where they're so convinced that it caused them to get aggressive. And then obviously we had the media and the TV industry twisted against me as well, causing, then we have newspaper and the lighting system being put down in my place to attempt a burglary, or on the roughest nights and it happened on a regular basis, not just one night, it happened about 20 or 30 times between 2005 and 2008. And then I was pushed in the canal, as I was saying, and then obviously I've been telling people that I've done this and done that, and it just went into threats and threats and threats, hundreds and hundreds of threats per night. And I don't know what happened. And even the police had made arrests on me and put in a rubbish bag outside, and they obviously, and then on Valentine's Day 2014, I think, no, not 2014, what am I on about? I can't remember the year now, but I accidentally left a weapon in my pocket. Now, I have to admit that wasn't actually intentionally. I mean, you know, there are people that do carry weapons out. This was accidental, and I think it was on Valentine's Day of a specific year. I can't remember the year now, and I got arrested for it. And I got in a bad mood actually, because I also smashed 3 church windows out, little tiny ones, St Mary's Church in Bridgewater, and obviously the police arrested me for it, and all that sort of thing. And unfortunately I had the knife on me as well, but the actual knife wasn't actually carried on purpose. It was because what happened is I was cutting wires. Well, it could have been 2 knives actually, because I was washing the other coat at the time, and I thought I got to go out and do something, and I was being terrorised by sexual threats, accused of this and accused of that, and obviously not thinking straight, I left it in my pocket and I thought, oh dear, and I got down to the road and I thought, and I thought, I'll have to risk it because I need to do this shopping as fast as I can. I want to get through past the setups as well, and these evil people. And obviously I was in a bad mood. I forgot I had the weapon in my pocket. I was started on by churchgoers calling me a child, whatever, threatening to smash me in, or to get, I mean, really nasty. I mean, the threats back there were really violent, and this is what caused me to do that. And then obviously I got arrested. But I did find out that a week before I did this was a lot later on, I found this out, that the government enforced a higher sentence for anybody that carries weapons to go straight to jail or something like that, just 1 week before this occurred. And I thought, that's very sneaky. And then obviously there's a lot of other stuff that occurred on the news or in the papers at that time, when they started showing pictures of people that did illegal things to children and done bad things to that, and making sure that they're lookalikes to me, which backfires at me. And I don't know if it did backfire at me on this occasion, because I was the threats were sort of under my real name, Justin, at that time. But whether that influenced anybody, I don't know. And then obviously the loud bikes tying to a stretch occurred, and then, as I said in another video, that got worse until it's every single timed at every single stretch. We never miss today. Timing cars to smash into me began as well, and obviously the seagull sound started making nasty sounds or laugh sounds, which I mentioned in a different recording, and telling me to have fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child, or taking the piss out of me, or when I fell and nearly nearly broke my neck on the bed when I fell at my place, and the crow goes ha ha ha, and it's the first ha 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 on that specific day at 11:30 at night or whatever time it was. So yeah, it's been pretty bad. There's the Back of Angel Place shopping centre in Bridgewater, and each and every time I'd walk to cross that road, there's a brick wall which you can't see traffic coming fast. It's quite dangerous, to be honest. They should have like a mirror there. But each and every time I walk past there, for about 3 years or 4 years, maybe no longer than that, wouldn't it? Let's work out. It sort of started, yeah, actually, hang on, let's think. Probably the 10 years I was there, actually. Nearly every single time I passed there was a car timed to the split second as I walked past to try and smash into me. Quite literally every time I went past there. And obviously they started, one of the earliest setups was timing a Somerset Waste partnership dust cart. But, and then there's wording on the vehicles like "rip you to pieces paper shredder" or "see you next life trash cowboy." I think there was a van that actually said that, but there's also something that was on the internet that had the same wording, but whether it's just coincidence or whether someone got that information from what they said on the internet and put it on the van name, I don't know, but there's definitely a van name and a piece of information on the internet that says "see you next life trash cowboy." Then you had "destroyed a grot plot," which was a new bleach thing that they put in the thing. And then obviously it gets worse than that, because the best way to describe it is they were sort of timing people. If we step further forward to the recent setups, it'd be easier to explain, because this has all gone on in the past. It's just increased and got nastier and more vicious and more nastier on sexuality. Basically, it started off in the early days to say that we're going to stop you getting sex, or that we're going to rip your life to pieces, and that we're not going to fail, we're going to win. they wanted to imply that they have power and that you don't have power. That's the very first of all the setups. They wanted to make that suggestion, and they sort of suggested the Somerset Ways partnerships, and then obviously I was taking photos and being threatened to be smashed out, saying that on sexuality, by the way. And then obviously other people started to notice it, and then there was threats in the suggestions or setups like wording on vehicles to say that you're being floored or being smashed out. But one of the earliest, I want to get to the earliest out of the nastiest suggestions, and that is to say that basically capital punishment. They wanted to make the suggestion it's capital punishment. They made that clear in 2006, and then in 2006 or 2007 they wanted to tell me that they're going to rip me to pieces for the rest of my life, and that they're going to jeopardise me with the Creator God and Jesus Christ, and that they're going to slice my wrists. And on top of that, they also wanted to tell me that I'm a great person to rip to pieces because my name is Justin, which rhymes with just in time, and basically saying that you're going to live up to your name, and you're going to be ripped to pieces until the end of your life. And also in the early days, they were making the suggestion that when I'm shot dead or destroyed, but it didn't make the suggestion shot dead actually, that came later on, but they made the suggestion that when you're smashed up, or there's it's sort of gone in different stages. It's sort of manslaughter suggestion back then, and basically they're saying that they could rip me to pieces in my next life, and then they're sort of taking the piss out of me to tell me that illegal things are going to happen to me as a child when I'm reborn into a new life, but doing it in like a really nasty way, rather than the laughing type way that they do it today. This is more done in like a vicious way to apply you're paying the price for what you've done to girls, that which isn't true, accusing me of certain specific names or specific girls that I'm supposed to have did illegal things to when I haven't. And also they've accused me of doing things to people or names that don't exist in my life or I don't know. But anyway, as we progress, there's not much you can really say about the setups because it's all the same sort of setups from the square one to now, but I'm just giving you sort of details of what they've done in different periods of time. So they've timed enemies in my path around hidden corners or rough people to cause trouble, as I keep mentioning on a frequent basis. They're timing people to cough and sneeze in my face. Going back to 2015, no, before that actually, no, because that's when I moved to Burnham, sorry. No, I was in Burnham then. No, just go back to 2011, sorry. They were timing people with chicken pox in my direction, or other diseases, usually teenagers who are single parents holding a baby, and they're sort of timing a baby to sneeze in my face with chicken pox, or doing that sort of thing. But going back in the days of the threats, they were also threatening to inject you with different diseases like chickenpox, HIV or AIDS by means of a needle. Now obviously if you did do that, you could go to jail for a long, long time. But obviously, you know, that's just what people were saying back at that time. And that threat did get worse because they started to say that they're not cowards and that they wouldn't use diseases, and they thought that they'd go headstrong and say that I'm not a coward, I'm not going to use diseases, I'm going to go straight to the point. And then they would sort of say that they would get direct with the point and saying, with the stuff I use, they won't be alive tomorrow, sort of thing. So they're sort of threatening to use chemicals and that sort of stuff, which again, no one sort of reported these sorts of problems to the police, but you know, that's what they were saying. So, you know, it did get quite bad, and then obviously later on they started timing people to sneeze and cough in my face, and that's been something that's been going on for quite some time, but it's getting worse today than what it was 15 years ago or whatever. They closed shops or stopped me going anywhere, closed off roads on days when I used dating sites and went to meet up with people. They've either closed shops to stop me getting to the shop where I was going to meet, they closed the road to stop me getting to where I want to go to, and they did actually take the bus service off on a specific day as well, which was odd because it was no specific bank holiday or nothing like that, no specific day, and they just took the bus service off on one specific day when I went to meet up with a blonde teenage lady at the earliest days of when I started using dating, when I was still in my early 20s or something like that. So they've done all this. Then obviously they've done this on many occasions. It's not just one or two times. And then obviously they're using the media and the music industry. But when it really started to kick off, the setups, and when they started to sort of set up suggestions to tell me to enjoy fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child, or started to take the piss out of me, or started to get really heavy or really aggressive with the setups, was around the time Lady Gaga released her Just Dance record, when we had the Fathers for Justice event, because people were putting me down as a mental case because of this record that was released, and this turned more people against me, and people started getting more nasty because they got brainwashed by this specific record. But we also had Scooter's tracks as well in 2003, which was making the suggestion to tell people to bump me off, especially with the Weekend track by Scooter. And then obviously there's other tracks. There's hundreds of tracks, to be honest, but it would take me forever to go through them. There's even commercial tracks that were released back in the 80s that were going against me. But, you know, because they're such old tracks, not many people know about the tracks. And, you know, like Mars, Pump Up the Volume, for example, it says, it's just dead, history. And then you've got Babylon Zoo, Spaceman, where 2 minutes through it's got a sample that we don't exactly know what it says, but it sounds like it says, gotta kill Jas, gotta kill Jas, gotta kill Jas. And then you've got some underground music as well, which quite literally claims that I did illegal things to children when I haven't. And then obviously you've got that A-Sides Murder, Time to Get Busy mix on the Strictly Underground compilation volume 3 from Strictly Underground Records that was released in 1994. And that track goes like this: murder, ja, ja, murder, ja, ja, time to get busy. So you got that, and then obviously you got loads and loads of tracks. I mean, I'm going to spend all day just mentioning the tracks, but I've got to get on with the setups. So obviously they increased timing vehicles to smash into me, timing tractors with a fork arm or a spike to be timed out of a side road, but timed to hit into the bus when I was using the bus service to the exact position of where I'm sitting on the bus. They managed to do that, and they were doing that on a regular basis. And then the sort of timing streetlight, the plastic pieces, the globes that go in the streetlight covers, the plastic or the glass casing that holds the, you know, what you call it. They were timed on a couple of occasions. They timed the glass to fall out on my head, but luckily misses my head. And for it to hit your head or nearly hit your head just once in a lifetime is remarkable. But this happened quite about 2 or 3 times, and then it happened a couple of times when I moved to Burnham-on-Sea. And you're thinking to yourself, how does it happen? It's like someone's just causing it to happen. Like, you know, has someone put something there to cause it to happen? You know, you're thinking, you're wondering, but you just don't know. And then obviously the setups get even worse, though, because obviously timing enemies, as I said, timing vehicles to smash into you, and sort of nailing you as a pervert, nailing you as a paedophile, accusing you of this, accusing you of that, and just getting really aggressive and erratic with the setups. And then obviously this year in particular is the best way to describe setups as a whole of all the years it's happened, because this year's been the nastiest year since well, it's been the nastiest year on record every day, setups, but it's in the sort of in the area of how it would have been between 2006 and 2011. So it's got back to that sort of nasty stage. They're even timing people that are chasing children. There's been 7 incidents this year where children or young females have been chased by adults, and they were screaming for their lives. But they've been caused at the time when I've been around on the scene. And 2 of those people that did that look like me, and you're thinking to yourself, they're getting very clever with this sly setup to try and get me in trouble and cause trouble. And obviously if you eat something in the street, you know, open a pasty or a sausage roll or whatever, you take the first bite or the second bite, and within taking the first or second bite, they're timing someone to sneeze in your face or cough hard or phlegm cough in your direction, and spitting as well. And this has happened about 30 times. I mean, only in the last couple of weeks this has happened about 25 times, and it hardly happens at all. It's always happened, but not as frequent as what it does now. And obviously timing a vehicle to smash into me is happens every day. And obviously timing a car to be smashed over a drain covers all the time. When I pass, obviously they're telling me that they're putting my life down the drain, so they're timing a car to be smashed over a drain cover. They're trying to collide cars into me so they can hit me off and destroy me in my next life. They're getting quite nasty, actually. They're making the suggestion that they need to confirm and guarantee that they slice my wrist with the Creator God. I don't know why they need to do this, but they just, in the past, as I was saying, they said your name is just in time with the setups and suggestions, and they said that we want you ripped to pieces and you're living up to your name, and we're tearing you apart, and on sexuality we're messing your life up because we're sexually crucifying you, basically. So they want me abused and want me stopped, and want to stop me getting sex on my life. And obviously they've won. You know, there's nothing I can do about it. They've actually won. They've actually got what they wanted. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm too old. I'm 40, and obviously people will change today. 18-year-olds don't go with people in their 40s anymore like they did 20 years ago. So the government have basically sliced my wrist, yeah. So they got what they want on sexuality. Now, I'm not quite sure if they've actually sliced my wrist with the Creator God, because they want to do that as well. But assuming if they manage to do that, and you've got these seagull sounds coming out against me, or dog barks coming out against me, or in a nasty way, then it's possible that they slice my wrist with Christ and the Creator God as well, to land me in hell for the eternal flame after death. But they're also applying that they're going to rip me to pieces in other lives, and if God doesn't put me in hell. So they're sort of doing that. And there's one suggestion that occurred back in 2008 area, and to apply with the setups, I can't remember how they did it, but it was very sly how they did do it. But they were making the suggestion that they're going to rip the Creator to pieces, or the Creator God, by blowing everything up, using weapons of mass destruction, applying that if God or Jesus doesn't turn against me, that they're going to blow the world up or destroy the creation of God, and making the suggestion that I don't know why they need to destroy me in particular, but that's the suggestion. It was sort of suggesting that if they don't rip me to pieces, I mean, if God doesn't turn against me and rip me to pieces and put me in the fire of hell to suffer for the eternal flame for eternity, then they would blow the world up or destroy God's creation with weapons of mass destruction like CERN or whatever. So they were suggesting that, but that was in 2008. These types of suggestions of slicing my wrist with the Creator God, or tearing me apart, or jeopardising me in full jeopardy and sacrificing me in cold blood or whatever, didn't last very long. That sort of died out in 2009, 2010. But the other setups still continued, and it just continued and continued. You couldn't go anywhere without these setups, and it's just increased and increased and increased. But it did calm down between 2012 and it went right down in 2013, and it started to pick up slightly in 2014, and then it was about 8 months after I moved to Burnham-on-Sea that it started getting heavy again, like it was when I was living in Bridgewater. And then it had really heavy times, and then started getting heavier than what it used to be, especially in 2016 period, and then had its ups and downs and all the rest of it, and you have record-breaking days of problems as well. But it wasn't until December 2020, right through to now, where each and every day is the worst it's ever been. I mean, it's never been setups this heavy. There's always been days or times I've gone out where the setups are not heavy, but now you can't do nothing at all without these setups. It's just the heaviest they've ever been. And they've been timing people that look like people that did illegal things to me as a child, trying to get in a stretch on top of the loud bike. They've timed a little child to go around the corner about a few seconds after a stretch occurs, but making sure that, you know, it's someone you don't see, so you're getting stretched and you don't see anybody at all. And then after the stretch, around a hidden corner, a child will come in your direction without you knowing that the child's there, and you don't realise that. And then they're accusing you of being sick for getting a stretch when you didn't realise that a child's going to come around, you know, and all that sort of stuff. So they're sort of trying to force trouble into you, cause trouble, and then once they've done that, get aggressive with the setups against me. I mean, they've caused a car tyre to blow out at me before now. They've got it on the nail. They got everything you do is timed on the nail. And we're looking at thousands of setups every day. But this year is the worst it's ever been. And they're just doing it on sexuality. They're just saying that they're ripping you to pieces. But there is one thing that they've made a suggestion with, which they haven't done since 2008 area. And that is to say that they're happy and that they're cheering and laughing because they sliced my wrist with the Creator God, and that they're throwing a party about it, and then suggesting, cool, you're having fun or having illegal things, don't you, as a child? Cool, it's funny, you know, and just sort of boasting in like a government, in a way like the Houses of People laughing in the Houses of Parliament, and doing it in that sort of way, you know, sort of cheering in that sort of way with setups, or the way they constructed all the setups. But there's one other thing that they made a suggestion with, and the threats as well. They've been threatening to blow up the Houses of Parliament over the United States of America. This is why I've been in Berlin, by the way. If the American people... Well, basically what's happened is I made friendship with people in America, yeah, on Facebook, and spoken to people that are single, and they were going to say they were going to help me out. And they're basically saying if they help me out by people coming over from America to this country to allow me to have sex or whatever, then they're going to blow the Houses of Parliament up in the United States of America. Now this has come as threats since I've been in Berlin. So I'm sort of wondering to myself, who's causing it? Why is it happening? What's going on? You know, and then obviously, if I mention this to the doctor, you're put down as a schizophrenic or someone who's psycho and have to go into psychiatric care or whatever. So I don't sort of mention these problems. But I did mention these sorts of problems in the past. You know, I tried audio recording it, but you know, when it came to that specific subject, I failed. And they just sort of making the suggestion that if anyone starts in the USA, they would blow the people up in the USA, people in power in the USA, if they try and help me out by finding me a sex partner. That's what they suggested. And this goes back in 2016 or something like that, 2017. There seems to be something in that period of time, 2016 area, just seems to be very bad, and then sort of calmed down again until recent times. But yeah, I know it sounds pretty bad. I don't want to have to put it like this, but you know, I'm only giving you what the setups are suggesting, but I'm also mixing in the threats. But you know, when it comes to threats, I just can't make a video with the threats. There's just too many threats. I can't even do it with the setups really, so I sort of might just call this video the threats and the setups. But yeah, I had a couple of people on Facebook actually add me as a friend to try and help me out because I was single and never had anybody. I think it was on Facebook. I can't remember now, or dating, I can't remember. One of the two, or both, or a bit of both, I can't remember. But I was sort of, yeah, is there anyone single? And they said they're going to help me out. And they sort of said, got so close, they sort of, you know, they said they were in the UK, they were saying, and all the rest of it. And they said they're going to help me out. And then David Cameron left the EU. And the same time David Cameron left the EU, who was a politician at that time, in 2016 area, these people that were speaking to me on Facebook suddenly turned against me and looked for an excuse to fall out with me, and all fell out with me. And then a couple of blocked me on Facebook, or whatever they did. Just no one just didn't start talking or close their account down, basically. You know, deactivated it. So we've had that as well. And then obviously this year is the worst year on record for any setups. And the setups are like, as I've already mentioned, timing people to sneeze in my face, timing lookalikes to people that did illegal things to me to try, with a baby bounced around in a sling afterwards, or a teenager pushing a buggy, causing people to nail me as a sicko if I look at anyone under the age of 35. and yet all my enemies had sex with people in IB4 or nightclubs. I've literally been told, I've had threats from many people from nightclubs over the years, yeah, and I hasn't even gone to a nightclub, only once, and that was on my cousin's 21st birthday at the Palace nightclub. Luckily it was a night where it wasn't too much trouble, because everyone went to a Westfest happy hardcore hardstyle rave on that night, and there wasn't many people in the Palace nightclub. But they went upstairs and I was told to piss off by the sexual ladies there, and I was the one that was singled out and I had to go home. So I sort of did that, and then obviously spoke to them the next day, you know, after I woke up and went home. But yeah, setups now are sort of the heaviest they've ever been. You can't go out without 100 drink, you know. Every time I walk past a drain cover, they're telling me they put my life down the drain, and they keep on doing it on sexuality, but they keep on nailing me as that sick because I won't fancy a granny. They're trying to tell me I'm sick because I won't fancy a granny, or the sort of ginger-haired lady that has a face that looks like vomit. They're getting really, really nasty. They're trying to tell me I'm really, really sick, accusing me of stuff I haven't done, nailing me as sick, and telling me they're going to stop me getting sex. And they've also, this year, timed several vans to tell me that there's 20 years guarantee, or 10 years, there's another one as well, which is a Windows van, which is to tell you that there's 10 years guaranteed, to say that you're being ripped to pieces and stopped from getting sex for 20 years or 10 years at least. But they've timed both the 10 years and the 20-year vans this year. And they're just telling me that they're going to rip me to pieces. They're telling me that you're not having nothing for your life. They're just saying that that's it. They're just digging at me. They've just chosen me to be one person they want to, you know, to be destroyed with these setups. And they're succeeding. There's nothing I can do about it because obviously I'm powerless. And if you take into account all these enemies I have and all the thousands and thousands of enemies, or people causing trouble, people mistaking me as certain, it gives whoever's doing this a better option. You know, they're feeding off of it. They think, oh, he's got no friends, he's got no one, he's a good target to destroy, you know. And this has been said by people, you know, in the past, saying, you know, and it sort of, this goes back to 2005, saying, you know why they're doing this, or why people are doing this, because they, or why there seems to be sort of bad negative suggestions occurring at me, and they say, because they know they can get away with it, because he hasn't got no friends or nobody that can help him, or got no partner or anything like that. Because going back, they were supposed to help me find someone, some of these people. But what happened is my enemies, or friends, sorry, they were being paid, enemies were paying my friends to turn against me. And they were paying these sexual ladies that I tried to get, you know, that sort of liked me, they were giving them money secretly. And they were sort of mentioning it in the open, you know, like at the Palace nightclub in a place like that, you know, where there's CCTV around if there was at that time, you know, and just saying that we'll pay you all this money if you turn against our Justin, you know, we want him, you know, he's not getting away with what he done, but they're accusing me of stuff I didn't do, and they were sort of paying people, and they all sort of turned against me. So, you know, so they turned against me in that way, but most of them didn't need to be paid. A lot of them were sort of just turned against me where they made up stuff against me on sexuality, or said that I had AIDS or HIV to turn someone against me, which wasn't true. At the end of the day, come 2016, they turned everybody I know against me that I can fancy, and come 2019, 2019, actually, this is quite interesting, because the very last person, of the last possible person left that I knew that I could only just fancy, that wasn't a single mother, became pregnant just as the lockdown began, which was not the lockdown in the UK, but when the first signs of this outbreak of coronavirus began, which was in December, I think, of 2019. Directly as that occurred, the first outbreak of that coronavirus was when I found out that the very last possibility left of anybody I possibly knew, including people working shops or bygones in the street, that I could possibly know that's single, that is not a single mother, turned against me and then you had the coronavirus outbreak. How typical was that? But anyway, I've not managed to make any new friends. Obviously I'm being nailed as a sicko if I look at any one basic attraction or I mean, I'm being told, I mean, there's some people that are actually, if I was 20 years ago, some of my people would have put these people that are telling me that I'm a sicko as actual negative attraction. But because I'm getting older, I'm starting to be able to fancy the more sort of less attractive type. But they want to go beyond that. They're trying to force me people I can't fancy at all. And because people are unhealthy these days or got bad diet or just seem to walk into the people that are negative, they're just trying to force me to go with something I can't fancy at all. And you know, you're thinking to yourself, when you look at pictures of the past, you're thinking, are you saying, oh God, I can't bloody stand look at that lady, say 20 years ago. 20 years later, you're thinking to yourself, yeah, you can fancy her, but obviously she's not the best looker, but you know, she's someone that you can fancy, sort of thing. So you're thinking to yourself, well, if that's the case now, the type that they're telling me to go with now, if I can't fancy them now, then obviously it must be bad. But guess what? If I look at anything basic or anything sexy or someone hot, I'm known as sick. You know, and they're getting really nasty about it. I mean, these threats, they're sort of getting really aggressive about it. They're getting really stern about it and getting nasty because I won't fancy these negative types. But they're not taking into account, they've been with these types of people that are sexual. And not only that, but most people can't take to the type that they're telling me to go with. There's lots and lots, there's millions of people that can't take to the type that they're telling me to go with. And obviously I haven't had anyone in the past to adjust to the type that they're telling me to go with. So yeah, and you know, escorts won't even allow it. I can't even get an escort. You know, what's known as a prostitute in olden days. You try and ask someone like that out and they're just moaning about the age. And they're just telling me to go with people that are not sexual, or all they give you is garden gnome. So yeah, but anyway, the setups this year, whether it be vertical wording, timing enemies in my path, timing cars to smash into me, timing buggies in a sly way after I look like someone who did illegal things to me as a child, after time to get in a stretch, or all this malicious movement control around me, wording on verticals, or sneezing in my face, coughing at me, or timing vehicles to smash into me, or when you cross the road, timing a car to reverse back out of a drive to smash into you, or construction of vehicles in that way, or whatever it is, that's known as setups, okay? And I mean, I could go on for hours thinking of new things to mention, or sly things that have occurred in a very deliberate way, or to make it look like you the cause of a problem, or to get you involved in a problem that you hadn't done, or to commit a problem. It's just too much to say, you know, too many problems to mention. But if you get the idea, this is just a quick documentary to explain that situation. So I'll leave it there. And sorry it's been a bit disturbing, but you know, I'm only going by the truth. I'm only going by what the setups are. And there's two things that's happened, and they got away with it. And that is, they've sexually hanged me. And there's nothing I can do about that because I can't get anybody, because nobody will accept my age group and everyone's a single parent. And the next thing is a possibility that they have actually cut my wrists with the Creator God or Jesus Christ and landed me in jeopardy. Because if you listen to the animal sounds that are coming out and all the rest of it, then it does make sense. I know it sounds nasty, but you know, this is the sort of suggestions they want to tell me or make the suggestion of. Not so much these days, but back in the early days, say 2008 area, then it was bad for that suggestion. But anyway, if you have any comments on this video, then leave it in the message box below, and have a great day. Thank you for listening. Evening everybody. Even though I am only mentioning the last 7 days, this video could turn out quite a long video. I'm absolutely hitting the roof. I'm off the rails. I'm so surprised that I'm keeping my cool, to be honest. It starts off on the 8th of June. I have a burglary and all my stuff goes missing at the garage, which includes my music, everything I own. So I try getting my music back, and obviously I changed my style of music, so I'm going for dark ambient. But we're going to skip all that and get through all that. I'm buying 2 copies of each CD now. One to keep there and one to keep at this new place I'll be moving to, which is predicted for the next, well, I think it's 4 months' time that I move there, if the place becomes available from June. So July, August, something like October. But I've got to stay there 6 months before I can move to get gold banding. So I'm not very happy about this. But I've got to get out. I've got to get out, you know. There's just too many problems. But it gets even worse. It starts off in the last 7 days. There's been over 200 people they put in my path in that 7 days who are mentally unstable, unbalanced, shouting their heads off in my direction. I've even had someone carry a weapon out and almost attack me, who was walking with a person. And everyone who's like a yob or a thug, that type of person is being put in my direction as well. I've had over 1,000 threats in the last couple of days, believe it or not. I shouted back at 5 of them, and they've been nasty threats because I wanted my say. I'm not saying what I shouted, but I could get arrested for what I shouted. But you know, I'm being ripped to pieces. Whoever's setting all this action up against me, they want to hit me off. They just want to bump me off and rid me. So I'm getting my say before it's too late. So some of the nastiest setups on record, basically. I'm fuming. I want to swear, but I can't because this is going on the internet. But quite literally, it's not a slow build-up, but it is and it isn't. It starts on the 21st of June. So it's just as my life's just got so bad, it got unbearable, and they decided to see if they could push it so far that they could cause me to end my life. It starts off with a setup that occurred back at my old place, which hasn't been occurring. It's occurred a little bit this year, but not too much. And that's to jeopardise me and put me in peril and slice my wrist with a creator God, jeopardising my life and ending me up so that I end up in hell after death, basically. They want to make it clear that they've done that, but they want to make sure that they rub it in to say it's on sexuality and accusing me of this and that, which is not true. They've also made the suggestion, which they haven't done for a long time either, and that is to say you're living up to your name just in time. My name is Justin Langford, but they're using the term just in time. And they want to apply that you're living up to your name and you're being ripped to pieces, and we're going to rip you, making the suggestion they want to rip me to pieces for the record books. But I don't think they can actually, not to the record books, because obviously Jesus was crucified on the cross. That's an extremely bad life. However, sexually, he didn't have too much of a bad life, because he had Mary Magdalene, who was a teenage blonde in his living life, which had to be taken out of the Bible for legal reasons. And there's other things that have been taken out as well, which they weren't allowed to put in the Bible because of restrictions when they made the Holy Bible in the 1600s. When they put all the sheets together, they had to leave some information out for legal reasons. But anyway, I don't want to get into the Bible. I just want to mention that sexuality, I might have had the worst life on record. Well, I can't guarantee that. I don't know. We're working out on the principle of threats that I've had by everybody, and never having anyone apart from the illegal things that have happened to me as a child. And then obviously 16 years on dating at a cost of 10 grand, and only a couple people meeting up, and I couldn't even meet with them because they were too disgusting to look at, and I didn't want to get involved. And then everybody else have threatened me. So it's just been abuse, threats, age, racism, moaning about age gaps and all the rest of it. But anyway, let's just go to the setups. So it could be difficult, and I could get a bit confused, and I could make a few mistakes, not thinking straight from the day to the next day. But I'm just giving you an example of what has been happening, which has happened, but because it's difficult to remember, I can't guarantee I'm going to have it in the right place, and I might make a few mess ups while doing this, okay? Right, obviously the 21st, is basically timing loads of bikes to erections. It's quite a sunny day on the 21st, if I remember. So I was sort of feeling like jelly, trying to make myself impudent, stop getting an erection over a bike. And you turn your head, whatever way you turn your head, a bike's being timed and angled in my direction while on the bus or walking around. There's just under 1,000 bikes on that specific day, and I thought to myself, well, this is going to cause serious damage. It could cause, I'm being forced to be impudent because obviously I don't want to get an erection over a suggestion of someone who did illegal things to me as a child, which is the following setup where they set up 15 lookalikes to people that did illegal things to me as a child on that specific day. I remember how many it was on that day now. That's on top of nearly 1,000 bikes timed to a stretch, and I was hitting the roof. You couldn't walk there, it wasn't a side street. Every time you turn your head to the left, turn your head to the right, look behind, a bike was being angled and timed out a pathway, out a side road, out of wherever, even out a farm gate, and out many houses as well. They just wanted to rub it in, and they just sort of, and I was getting impulses. Every impulse was counted for. You couldn't escape it. And at the end of the day, I was feeling like jelly, I felt fatigue, and I was struggling to walk off the bus when I got home because I was feeling so shaky, because I was and I couldn't hold my weight because bladder problems, because I was trying to stop getting an erection over a lookalike to someone who had abused me as a child, and because I tried to avoid getting an erection over nearly 1,000 bikes on that specific day of the 21st of June 2021. Now obviously I didn't report any things to a social worker or anything like that because I've put it all on the evidence in my sheets. I photographed 3 lots of 8 pages of setups on that day. Usually when I go out there's no more than 16 pages on a really bad day when I was living at my old place, and that was in 2011 when the setups were extreme. And now we've got another 6 pages on top of that now. So, it depends. I mean, it's getting terrible. But on that specific day, it's 3 lots of 8s. So, right, let's work it out. 8, 16, basically 24 pages of trouble on that day. They were timing a vehicle to smash into me at least 15 times, I think it was. It's hard to remember because obviously I've got to do every day now on that day. They were basically saying that they're going to rip me to pieces and stop me getting sex, but it wasn't as heavy as what it was in the next few days. Nailing me as sick, and then a grey car following that, and just nailing me as sick because I won't fancy an old granny to lose virginity over. And then they want to make the suggestion that they're going to rip me to pieces and destroy me in my following life. On the 22nd, again, is another issue with loud bikes, but a quarter from the day before, so it's only about about 300, I think. There was only 1 or 2 people that looked like people that did illegal things to me as a child, tied to an erection, followed by a baby being bounced in a sling. There's a lot of babies in slings on that day, but it was mainly coming after a bike rather than after a lookalike to someone who did illegal things to me as a child, tied to an erection. And obviously every single bike was tied to an erection on that day as well. It was more of a black and blue setup on that day, and a suggestion of murder. So I want to make it sound like they want me murdered. And they were timing an MDR lorry. They even had a Blair lorry as well, and load of troop vehicles passing after that on the motorway bridge. And I thought, yeah, that's very good, set up, and all that. I think it's on the 22nd. Like I said, I can't remember the days properly, but I'm just giving you a roundup of the setups that have occurred in the last 7 days. There was 2 unstable people in my direction. I passed a car door and someone went to shout his head off saying that I was surveillance, that he was going to smash me out and bash me in and the rest of it. I walked into 6 other dangerous people, thug life type people, and I thought to myself, well, whoever's setting this up are desperate to get me bumped off. They definitely want to hit me off. 6 rough people, they started on me. They saying that some of those were only teenagers, and they were sort of with sexual girls, kissing and cuddling, and they had the nerve, but they are, muscly type build people, and they were saying they were going to smash me and bash me out, saying I'm a sicko and all the rest of it, and kick my head in, or going to fight me in a hard man fist fight, or going to smash me to the floor, take me out in a hard man fight. Well, I'm not built like this, and I can't stand up to people that build. But you know, I've also been threatened to be injected with sexual diseases. I haven't had so many in the way of chemical, because people are saying that they're not cowards and they're going to do it with chemicals and rather than sexual diseases. But it's been sexual diseases all the ones this week, I think. Yeah, on the 22nd they timed a car in a constructual way, like 4 different cars in different areas. So you try and avoid one car, they're timing another car to smash into you, or timing an oncoming bike or an oncoming vehicle to smash into you in a pattern where it's inescapable nearly, and you sort of have to go back and just hope for the best. And that's what I did. On one occasion I almost got hit from a car, but it's only because he beeped that I missed it when I went to go back to avoid being smashed up with a car from the other direction. So a car was coming from speed in one direction, but then I didn't see one coming behind when I tried to avoid getting hit from an oncoming car that wouldn't have been able to stop in that direction. And that's happened a couple of times this week. But I'm just giving you the 22nd. I walked into another 3 rough type people who give me trouble, and again another person tried to get a weapon out of me. He posed. He didn't take the weapon out, but he posed as to do it. And obviously they were nailing me as sick and that grey and all the rest of it, and just getting really vicious with the setups and just sort of nailing me as sick, accusing me of doing this and accusing me of doing that. And the seagull sounds were bad on that day. And from that day onwards, the seagull sounds have hit the record. All animal sounds have hit the record. Clearest voice sounds on records, and the most malicious stuff being said ever. Let's move on to the 23rd. Once again, there's over 30. I walk into 30 roughneck people, yobbish type thug people, which comes with a load of threats, and I do actually get hit by one of them, but I have to accept it and walk past because there's no way I can fight the build of that person who hit me. So I had to walk into that as well. Setups also on that day was to time a Lisa Pike lookalike, or worse attraction than Lisa Pike, over 40 times. And that's on top of the other types that look uglier than Lisa Pike, which occurred another 100 times. They timed a car to smash into me, or collide to bash into me, or time to smash into me unexpectedly over 40 times on that day. Out of the 30 thugs that were put in my direction, or nasty people, there wasn't too many threats, but again it came very close, and I was being mistaken as Savenne by a lot of them, and being threatened to be smashed in on sexual grounds, mainly with fists, but hard fists in a hard fist fight. An ABH and GBH talk is all that talk, all to bash me in, not so much with a weapon, but to smash me up in a hard man fight on sexuality. At the same time that I'm walking into these people, on all the days that I mention this, they've been timing people to timing setup, to nail me as effing sick on sexuality. And you've got to take into account that I've never had sex in my life. The only sex I've had is with adults that abused me when I was a little boy. Otherwise I've had no sex in my whole life, because I've been stopped and enemies have stopped me. And it's too late for me to get anyone, because everyone will put me down as sick if I don't look at the negative type. Then they want me to go with people that look like they got smallpox, and I don't take to that attraction. But if I don't look at people that have smallpox, I'm known as a sicko, and that's the end of it. They're all single mothers when they're teenagers, so I can't find anyone that's not a single mother. Transgender are racist against my age, moaning about age gaps. And they're not escorts, which were formerly known as prostitutes, which was the more unpolite way of putting it back in the 90s. They won't let you have nothing either apart from a garden gnome, and I've been scammed there. We have this incident in 1994, which I mentioned on a previous video, which was a setup for deconstructed sex, which I never had properly. And it was a setup, like I said. I don't know why they needed to do that setup, but the next thing after that, we had that deconstructed sex by that escort in 2018, who just wanted to rob me of my bank details, but I never gave it, just 800 quid. She gave a garden gnome and then 1 minute of deconstructed sex just to film it on a second occasion. which was in a 2-day period where she scammed me of the 800 quid. And she also posed to pretend to be a single lady. But this is all mentioned on another video. But anyway, back to the setups. There's a whole load of threats as well. But the threats are getting nastier. The threats are the nastiest they've been. The last 3 days in particular is the nastiest they've been. Well, this year. I'll just get the page out a minute because I've written it down on the page and I can't remember which page it is, because I've already taken 4 lots of 8 pages today of setups I've been writing down. And there's another 1, 2, 3 because I've just taken, and there's one in my pocket as well, but it still counts. So 3 8s and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 4 lots of 8 pages plus 5 lots of 8 pages and 2 more sheets on top of that. That's how many setups there's been today. I'll read you a page out if you like, just to clarify what sort of setups have been going on today. See if I can find a bad one. That's mainly bikes tied to an erection, because that's been extremely bad. Nailing me is sick. Oh yeah, blockages, I forgot about that. That occurred on the 23rd. The timing blockages to stop me getting through, to get past to people, on the path to get through. And while I diverted, they were putting rough people in my direction. I think that's what happened on the 23rd as well. And Somerset Waste Partnership dust carts, and to tell me that they're ripping my life apart. There's something that really happened that's really sick that's happened today. God, hang on. I need to get through all this because there's a lot to get through. I mean, it's very difficult to make this documentary, to be honest. This is the nastiest I've ever been. The seagull sounds, it's beyond belief as well. But let me just see if I can find a page that there's a load of threats that just happened when I got home. And I need that page because obviously it's not good. No child bounced about in the sling. When was that? Grannies for you, Van. That's today, by the way. Well, let me just mention the seagulls a minute. Seagulls have been saying that you sexually did specific female names and giving a surname, but giving what I've been accused for as well, which is not true. This is an S name, and it ends in a. Well, I have to give you the surname that ends in an O, the surname. And I've never been with this person, and I've never had sex with this person, or never did illegal things to this person. But I pass a toilet block, and the seagull shouts, "You paedophile, you effing her." And it's the clearest voice sound ever, and this is when I was walking back this evening. 3 people heard it. One person heard it so clear that he even started on me about it, getting in his car, shouting his head off, saying that, yeah, even the seagull was saying it, yeah, it is true, and saying, oh yeah, it is true, he did, and saying, yeah, he did, and started a row, getting really nasty, threatening to smash me and beat into me. And then the seagull goes, ha 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 ha, directly after he closes the car door and drives off. And then the druggies that live in the house above, opposite the pavilion in Burnham, they heard it as well, and they got erratic and nasty because of what the seagull said. They heard it clearly, but I must admit it's one of the clearest voice sounds ever, and all week it's been the same. There's been about 1,000 clear voice sounds by seagulls in the last 7 days. The actual voice sounds is record breaking. Now, I made a video just a few days ago, 7 days ago or whatever, and I was saying these animal sounds are getting bad and very clear. But I said they're not record breaking. I think you've broken the record. But not for the amount of voice sounds. I mean, there's been a lot more in one go, especially in the 2005 area and to 2008. But for clarity, viciousness, I mean the actual nastiness and the maliciousness and telling me to have fun with people that did illegal things to me as a child, or timing, or saying, oh, have fun with, when I get look like someone who did illegal things to me as a child, tied to a stretch, or or allow bike time to a stretch, or bike only time to a stretch, or bike wheelie, or bike on the roof upright time to a stretch. I mean, the bikes this week is very heavy, but the actual animal sounds, telling people to actually kill me, telling people that I did this and done this to children, or done this to females, or I've been chasing a girl or whatever, has actually caused people to actually shout back at me. Seagulls are even telling people that I'm Savan, when that's not my name. My name's Just in Time, as I put it. It was just in Langford, but they see it as Just in Time. People are setting this up because they want me to live up to my name and to rip me to pieces. But from the 23rd to now, it might be better just to state the 23rd to now, because it's getting very awkward to remember the days and when they happened, because there's so many setups. There's been time in Lisa Pike lookalikes, as I mentioned, but they've been doing this very heavily at the moment, and it's been getting really aggressive and really nasty. Let me just see if I can find that page. It's got to be in there somewhere, because I want to give you the threats that I've had this evening. There it is. Got it. Got a sick weapon, Cummins said. Wait there. Snap his hands off. I can't say the swear words in this mine, because obviously this is going on the internet, and I've got to keep it within borders, if you get what I'm saying. A lot of seagull F-bab type sounds or similar. Smashing all your swear word windows in. Gonna swear word murder you. You swear word cornered her, and swear word R word that's 6 letters long and ends in a D, and then her. You dangerous paedophile, said in extreme temper outside my place when I've done nothing wrong. There's been a couple of new things said this evening. Slander. I'll have him down for slander. Breaking in his flat. I'm going to fly for him with a weapon. Break in his flat. I'll smash his bones up. I'll smash his ribs up. Pro. And then that Lisa name said. But I never went with her, because she's definitely not a sort that nobody can fancy. Well, I don't want to be rude or anything like that, or cause trouble or anything like that, because I actually like her as a friend. But different people have different opinions on sexual fantasies, and if you want to look at it in that way, then she's just not my type. And I mean, I could look like an old ugly person to her as well. So, it's. But, as a friend, you might like each other very nicely. But, she's just not my type. But it's not so much early time in Lisa lookalikes, as I put it. They're going beyond that. They're going to the... they're trying this time people that are extremely bad looking in my direction. To be unhygienic, to sneeze in my face, to spit talk in my direction, or to be unhygienic and boasting in a really disgusting, unhygienic way. And I really hate that. And I don't fancy that type, and don't really get on that well with people that are like that. I never have. And those sorts of people don't really like me anyway. I haven't really been liked by that type of person, so it works both ways, basically. Over the last few days, after the 23rd, they timed a lot more dangerous people in my direction. Somebody had to call someone to get them off of me, because they went to smash me in, and I only escaped it. They're timing a thug-like person in my direction, and I was in an inescapable position where I couldn't go back in any other direction, because there was rough people behind, rough people aside, and there was rough people down another path. Meaning, I had a choice, and I thought this one looked the safest path, so I had to walk in the same direction I was walking, and I didn't expect this person to start on me. And again, he was mistaking me as Savan. Once again, in the last 7 days, I've gone to eat something, and they've timed someone to either cough dirty, do a hard cough with phlegm in my direction, or sneeze in my face, timed as I take a second or first bite out of a sandwich or whatever I'm eating. They've done that about 10 times in the last 7 days, on every time I've eaten something when I've gone out. It's happened every day. They've also caused another person, and I'm not making this up, they've caused another person to chase another child. And again, there's a person that looks not like me, but very similar. And then I get 3 people come up to me who are female, saying that I got all their friends after them. This is also in the last 7 days, and this is new as well. That because they claim that I chased them when I didn't. They said you've got to watch your back because you're going to end up being attacked or being shot or being smashed in with a weapon. 4 ladies have said it, teenage ladies. They've mistaken me as someone who's chased them and is coming back at me and is getting really nasty. I went to Wellington on one of those days. I can't remember what the date was, but it's sometime after the 21st to what the date is now. I had 6 nasty threats from people shouting from cars, thinking I'm Savenne, getting really aggressive with me. And then obviously, I'll give you today's setup though. I might as well do that since it's fresh and I've got all the sheets. Well, I haven't got all the sheets with me. There's another 4 that I've photographed and took the sheets away. So there's 8, 16. Well, it's basically how many sheets is there? Let's work it out. 24. Oh God. Let's work it out. 32. Hang on, just work it out. Oh God. I haven't got my brain with me tonight. Hang on. Yeah, 32. About 40 sheets, something like that, just in one day. Actually, I might even be record breaking. I'm not actually sure. I will check that out, but I think 40 sheets is record breaking for one day of setups. I'm not 100% sure. I will check that out. But there's been thousands of setups today. I mean, it's been really, really bad. I mean, every single roadway, if they can't time a bike to a stretch, is nailing me as sick with a sick car followed by a grey car, black and blue, black and blue. They're getting really aggressive with the other setups as well, which I haven't been doing, like Street Fighter tops and knockout tops and a man with a broken arm or a man with a broken leg in a wheelchair. They've been doing all that in the last 7 days as well. Timing vans or vehicles with vans with with spanner pictures on it, or t-shirts with spanner pictures on it. I've actually taken pictures, got evidence of some of this. I've even got the MDR van, which is like a murder suggestion on a vehicle. I mean, they're getting really, really nasty. This is nasty. They've even, that's another thing. This has happened today. They timed a suggestion to tell me that they're ripping me to pieces in my next life. And then as I pass a house, I don't expect it. There's like a rough guy having illegal sex with a child in a window as I'm passing on the bus. And obviously, directly after they made that setup. And do you know what happens? The next miracle is after that. After that, I see that person having that. It's like a suggestion to say that they're cheering and laughing about it. And then they're blue, blue, blue car. And then black, white, done in a sort of dumb way. And sort of just trying to take the piss to tell me that they're going to tear me to pieces in my next life. I mean, they were cheering about this the other day. They're saying that they sliced my wrist with a creator God, going to land me in jeopardy so that God puts me in the fire of hell. And when a seagull makes a sound or tells someone to murder me, they got like a van in a suggested pattern with a word on the side of it to say, yeah, they're cheering, and or saying, oh, the seagull's right, oh yeah, that's right, you're sick. Doing that. I don't know how many thousands of setups they've done in the last 7 days, but this is the worst 7 days ever. But it all starts. It starts from December 2020. I mean, the threats have been more aggressive than what they were at the Palace nightclub. It's more like the threats I was getting between 2001 to 2003 or 2004 area. So the threats are back to that. The aggression and the sexuality in the threats is in every threat. I do get threats under my real name, and some of my real name threats are getting really nasty again, by the way. As bad as the Savenne threats, but there's nothing I can do about it. Today they timed about 40 cars to smash into me. Once again, a tailboard on the back of a vehicle or something hanging off was trying to smash my legs up, which have only started in the last couple of months. or this month, I think. I can't remember if it started in May or June. They started doing that. It's happened again today. That's happened again in the last 7 days as well. They've keep on timing these rough people in my direction. They keep on making the suggestion that they're going to tear me to pieces in my next life. They're taking the piss out of me, or trying to, they're laughing about me being abused as a child. They're really, really digging at that at the moment. They're sort of laughing, saying, that's right, And then they've got a Jack Jones t-shirt. Every time they make a suggestion of someone who did illegal things to me as a child, they're timing a Jack Jones or something like that, which is an old saying for I don't give a damn, And they do it with the setups like they slice my wrist with a creator god, and then it's like I don't give a damn, or we're going to rip you to pieces. You're living up to your name just in time. Oh, I don't give a damn. And then you get a thought in your head thinking, oh, well, is there any good news? Am I going to get anyone? And then it's sort of, is there anybody that likes me? And then you just get a loud bite time to a stretch, or just get a negative suggestion being forced in your direction. And quite literally, you can't go down a housing estate and walk down a road anymore with at least 20 cars started as you pass in the wind direction. Now, they started putting a catalytic converter on a car in 1997, and by the year 2000, they made them so that they smell like rotten eggs and vinegar with a very silvery smell on top of that, which can cause sort of a sore throat and chest pains as well when it happens frequently. They keep doing that. They keep causing a car to be started with that smell that occurs, and they keep mostly do it in the wind direction of where I'm walking. They're timing a car to reverse out of a roadway, making an illegal move on a roadway, timing to reverse out of a drive. And they've done that about 1,000 times in the last 7 days as well. Apart from the 21st, where it only happened 20 times on that particular specific day. But although it only happened 20 or 40 times on that specific day, I can't remember if it's 20 or 40, I think it's 20, but I remember putting it on the sheet as 20 or 40, but I think it was 20. So it wasn't really that many. But the following days, up till now, is made up to all the rest of the numbers that I just mentioned. But anyway, timing a car to be smashed over a drain cover. They've even timed that ban again where it says, we put your life down the drain. They've made the suggestion that someone called Olivia is a rich person, and that you shouldn't be interfering with someone called Olivia with their lives. And then they're sort of making the suggestion we're ripping you to bloody pieces, and claiming that you're a tramp, or that you're a piece of dirt that's a worthless living and need to die. So you're sort of being told you're like a piece of dirt that just needs to be hit off, basically. And saying if you're a poor person, sort of laughing as well. They're making the suggestion that they're laughing because you're poor, and saying that they're sort of making the suggestion that you've got no money. We want you destroyed and all the rest of it. And at home it has been good for the last couple of days, but it hasn't been good as far as the eye problem goes, because that's been increasing again. But the threats have been down, I will give it that, considering it's been bad. However, outside threats are getting worse. Direct threats when I go out, there's threats all the time, and they're getting aggressiver and nastier. The threats are to tell me that I did this and did that to children, that I chased women and did this to women when I haven't, and to say that they're going to smash me in with a weapon or beat me up in a hard man fight, said in various malicious, hardened, tempered ways, and really aggressive and really. And I mean, with the sell-ups, they're going erratic. You can't walk out the door without 100 sell-ups in the first 2 minutes of walking out anymore. It was rare to get 50 sell-ups walking out that door before the lockdown. And that was on a busy summer's day. Now they doubled it. That road outside my place is as busy as the M5 motorway. And I don't know how they're doing it, because it doesn't go nowhere, that road. It goes to Breen, that's it. And Peril, from where I live, in Burnham-on-Sea. So I don't get it. I don't know why that road's completely busy. I could do a recording when we're getting this weekend, if you like, and just for an example, put it on the internet. But yeah, I don't know why. But they choose warm, hot, sunny days when they time the bike time to a stretch. And they're really doing damage now because they're causing bladder problems and they just will not stop it. But what they have increased, and this is again from the 21st, it started off low, but apart from one of the days, I think it was the 21st, where there's 15. I remember there being 15 on the 21st. And it was variable. But they've definitely increased it. I haven't got the number with me because it's confusing when you don't know when you're trying to remember all the problems that are occurring. So yeah, it's getting really nasty. It seems that they want to hit me off. They're making it clear. There's several things they want to do. They want me destroyed. They want me ripped to pieces. They want me smashed to pieces. They want to accuse me of doing this and doing this on sexuality. But the problem is, animals are agreeing. And if they're connected to God causing them to speak or whatever, then God's making a mistake. God's not verifying the facts. That means God has turned against me. So they might have actually sliced my wrist with a creator God like they've been saying. Because they're making the suggestion that they're the high up people that are going to heaven and that all the people that are down here are going to hell. They're making it sound like humanity are being they're making it sound like humanity just a piece of dirt. They want to do it like, so I ain't got a clue who is setting this up. I don't want to accuse anyone because I can get in trouble, but whatever is causing it, they are desperately trying to rip me to pieces and trying to hit me off, and I don't know what. And it's not gonna I'm not gonna escape it. There's nothing I can do. They got me this year in particular, you can't go anywhere, and it's also happened in the last 7 days as well. You try and go down one street, you try and avoid another situation. You can't go back in the other street or go down that side path or go back behind because you're in a trap of setups in every direction, constructed in a movement control way where you can't avoid it. And that happens about 20 times a day. Well, it has done in the last 7 days anyway. It could have been more than the day before yesterday. But I really lost count, to be honest. I don't know what it was since the last 7 days ago, because obviously the last 7 days has brought on something new, and I can't discount anything before that because I can't remember, because I'm just looking at the last 7 days. But it's roughly that, so I might have said something in the last video of how many times it was. But it's at least 20 times a day. I don't know what it was before that time because I hadn't had time to check. So we're getting that. I found out that the music company that is supplying the CDs that I'm after in my new style of music, since I've had that break-in the garage and lost all my stuff, they want to step it up after that. They're trying to get rid of me. They're trying to hit me off. But they want to do it. They want it to be destroyed. But they're also making the suggestion that they want me hit off in a hurry so that they can rip me to pieces in my next life. And they know that they can do that because I won't have any knowledge of my previous life, and they'll be getting away with ripping me to pieces in my next life when they do so. And that's what they want. And they're taking the piss out of me because when they suggested that, which I mentioned earlier on this video, is they timed someone to do illegal things to a child directly after they suggested it, and then made a laughing suggestion after that. So, there's no need for it. I don't know who these people are that are doing this, but they're really sad people, really, really far-fetched. But the time this Lisa will look about like people that have smallpox, which is disease-looking. It's just beyond belief. And every time I walk past a sexual lady, even as high up as 40, they're nailing me as sick. And that's something else I wanted to mention, which happened yesterday. I walked into a lady, I looked at a lady, I thought, surely I can look at a lady, thinking, well, I haven't had nothing in my whole life, so what's the matter with looking at a lady? She might be single, I've not had anyone. And I found out that she's just 1 year younger than me when she started a row with me, saying that you need to look at older people, you effing sick, whatever, and got really aggressive about it. But she did say, it sort of got a bit sarcastic in the sort of coughing, sort of humming type way as well. but I'm only 1 year older. And she thinks I'm about 10 years older. And she's nailing me as a sick whatever. And I thought to myself, what's wrong with it? I mean, she did have smooth skin, I'll give you that, and she did look young, you know, but she did give her age when she gave the threat. She did look younger than her age, but you know, she was 39, I'm 40, and she was nailing me as sick, saying that I should be looking at people that are not attractive. And I thought to myself, I'm only 1 year older, so what's making you think that I'm 10 years older or whatever, or 20 years older? I don't get that. This was like a lady that had darkish hair, but it wasn't dark in the same way as Lisa Pike or like a pizza face. This was like a smooth face, a longish sort of face, smooth, slim build, and very sexual looking. I think she might have had to sort of I'm trying to work out how she'd look. Hard to explain, but she's one of those like really sexy type people. But obviously, it's probably unlikely she's single. So yeah, I've been started on by everybody. I can't look at anyone. Anybody I look at as basic attraction, sexual attraction, I get known as a sicko. I did look at another person as well, but I was forced to cross the road because they timed dangerous people in my direction. Thug life people starting on me. And when I did cross the road, there was another load of people in my direction that were rough. So then I changed the direction to go to the next direction. This was at North Peril. And these didn't look like North Peril people either. So there might have just been visitors or someone that's, I don't know. But I went in the other direction and there's a load of other people that are rough in my direction. And then I tried to avoid those people, and there was two rough people having an argument. So the safest bet, believe it or not, I thought, I walk past the two that are having an argument, because if they're having an argument against themselves, then they're more likely to leave me alone than the others. And that was the case. Luckily, they didn't start on me, but that's what they're doing now. They're putting all these dangerous people in my direction. People that are unbalanced, or people that are kicking off or shouting because they're a schizophrenic, high on drugs or drunk or whatever. I've had that many times in the last 7 days. I mean, this is rare. Before 2016, yeah, this would only occur a couple of times a year. Now it's like hundreds of times this year. And that's the way it is now. But the last 7 days, it's like beyond belief. It's what I just told you at the beginning of the video. I don't know where I put the sheet, so I don't know how many it is now. But yeah, it's like that. And the other thing they got is they got every single car on the road timed. I mean, going back before the lockdown, cars would be out of place. So you like get a grey car and a blue car and not, something that's not suggestive and coming out in that order. But since the lockdown, take away 10 cars out of 1,000 cars, every other car on the road out of that 1,000, apart from 10, are all set up in a constructed way, in a suggestive way, like black and blue, sick colour, white, sexual, you're that grey suggestional, that's sick. Constantly, they got it constructed to every single car on the road. Even on the motorway, passing the motorway bridge. On the motorway, on the dual carriageway, entering Taunton, and coming back out of Taunton, when on the bus. Walking around North Peril, walking around Burnham-on-Sea, timed at the end of each road, the end of each side area. They got every car on the road in that pattern. I don't know how they got it like that, but they got everything on the nail timed, ever since the last lockdown ended. But more in particular, let me just give you a quick brief of how it was in the lockdown. Because in the lockdown, there were setups, but it was not heavy as what it is now. But it's sort of, I noticed September last year, September 2019, the setup started to collapse. So I thought to myself, that's good, it'll be the first time in about 25 years. So they sort of started to collapse. And as they did so, I started walking into single sexual looking people. And I've actually spoken to one person, but I didn't say, am I single? But at the time, they still had a time where they timed rough people in my direction. And obviously, I put the conversation to an end and left it there. That was only on a couple of occasions though. So the setup started to fall apart. I started to walk into friendlier people. The suggestions they were actually making, there was actually a couple of vehicles to say that they're laying off with the setups. And I thought, I'm shocked. And then it sort of all went down. So did the threats. I didn't walk into any threats. And then as that occurred, as soon as we hit December, the lockdown begins. Not in this country, but the lockdown begins, and then obviously it begins in this country. But the setups still occur. So, they're still bad at times, but they're sort of eased. Then and then they started to reconstruct themselves, the setups, actually before the first lockdown. So they started to sort of reconstruct themselves in that sort of period, but it sort of still fell apart. So it was sort of half there, half not. But when we were in the lockdown, it was sort of still occurring, but it wasn't so tightly set up. And then obviously through the lockdown, it was sort of much the same. And then come December 2020, everything started to get more constructed and more set up and more tightly timed on the nail. And then they sort of suddenly increased allowed bikes time to a stretch directly after Christmas. And then obviously after that, the setups are the heaviest they've ever been, every single day. So, that's basically all I can say on this video, to be honest. I mean, if you have any comments, then leave it in the box below. But this has been the worst. And obviously they're trying to knock me off, and they've also, they're saying that they're making it clear that to stop me getting sex, and that they're laughing about it and taking a piss out of me and basically want to make the suggestion that you're in the record books because you haven't had no sex. And they also suggest, I forgot about this is in the last 7 days as well, they're saying that you're incapable of showing love by having sex. But they're not giving me anything. Nobody's giving me nothing. So how can I show love? And then they're making the suggestion that Jesus will throw you in the fire of hell because you won't show love by having sex. Well, I haven't been offered anything. I'm nailed as a sicko if I don't go with a negative type. Everybody's telling me to go with a negative type. I mean, going back earlier to 2016, I knew someone from Bridgewater, and he told me that he was shocked that I could fancy this specific person that I knew from Burnham-on-Sea. And he was saying most people would see that as negative attraction. And he says, I'm quite surprised that you fancy her. And that person, in 2016, when I saw her again, she nailed me as a sicko, saying I'm supposed to look at the negative type. And I thought to myself, that says it all. And if you go back 200 plus years ago, it said on the internet once, which is not on there anymore, that people that are aged 25 would have the same appearance as someone aged 50 200 years ago, because people didn't age or look as old when they were in their 50s like they are today. And they think it's because of the Industrial Revolution and because of the way people are living their lives and the cleanliness and unhealthy foods and the way they're living, causing people to age much older at a younger age. And also the Bible says that everyone should be looking pure. So I don't know how people looked before 200 years ago, but something's gone wrong, and apparently, people look much more ugly and older than what they used to be. And also people used to die a lot younger as well. Some say it's as young as 40, so 40 would be your maximum age. But whether that's true or not, I don't know. So that means that the age I'm at would be the end of my life. And you've got to take into account I've not had sex in my whole life apart from being abused as a child, and I'm nailed as a sicko, even if I look at a 30. Well, basically, I'm known as a sicko. I forgot about this. Because yesterday, I think it was, I was told by this 39-year-old that I'm a sicko because I looked at her. So basically, I should say that I'm being known as a sicko for looking at someone basically as good as the same age I am. I'm 40, but she's 39. So just 1 year difference. So basically I'm being nailed as a sicko because she thinks I'm older. So yeah, right up to my age nearly, apart from 1 year. Unbelievable. But anyway, if there is anyone that wants to help me, who's obviously it might have to be transgender. I know this is breaking the rule of God and the Bible, but it's too late. Everyone's a single mother my age, and I don't want to go with a single parent. It's not my problem to take care of other people's mistakes, you know. It's my enemies that have made these mistakes, you know. And all the people who turn against me, there's nobody left, so there's going to have to be someone new. But I can't socialise, that's the problem. If you socialise, you get started on, and you get your head kicked in because you're interacting with people you don't know. And this is at social places where you're actually supposed to socialise, or the name of the place is actually a social club or whatever. You know, nobody will have it anymore unless they know you're in their phones list. The only way this can be done is on the internet, or if you get the 1 in 1 million of a person who will actually chat you up in the street or make connection. You can't get a mentally disabled person either. They're all in relationships or they're taken. There's nothing I can do. You can't have an escort. They won't give you it. They tell you need... I mean, go back into the early 2000s or 90s or before then. You'd have all these sort of adverts on telly at night saying hardcore, XXX or 18+++. And you would see like 18-year-olds and people in their 40s, even 50s, and showing that it's the right thing to do and not a problem. Nowadays you'd be known as sick. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of things to consider. But this video is mainly about talking about the setups and trying to bump me off basically. So you know, it's not a very good video, but I hope you can leave some comments for me and see if you can help me find someone basically, because you know, I've had to give up because of all the scamming and liars and all the rest of it, and I've even paid £500 through Western Union via the £25 costs that it does to do it, and I was scammed now as well for travel. This is America, so there's nothing I can do. It's going to have to be in the UK, or someone's going to have to put their cost to it. I mean, I'm not going to be able to help until I see the person face to face. And whatever happens, it's going to have to be, if it's a transgender, I'm going to have to go with someone younger, because as soon as they reach the age of what my age is, I hate to say this, but they do actually look like a man, completely like a man. I mean, if it's a transgender, it's going to have to be a lot younger anyway, because they age older than a female does, and I want someone who looks like a female and not a fella. And when they reach 40, they get grey hair and they start to get wrinkly skin, and I want someone with smooth skin. That's another problem. This is all my enemy's fault, and whoever's causing these setups and putting the media and music industry and TV industry against me to twist people's minds to stop me getting anyone. So it seems to be the same people that are trying to hit me off are doing that as well, but I don't know. You know, whatever's been going on, it needs to be stopped. But anyway, I'll leave it there. If you've got any messages, please leave it in the box below, and thanks a lot.
Good evening, it's Justin Langford. This is the worst several months on record. Let's start with the setups, because I've got to get through this quick, because I've got to use a camera, because my digital audio recorder's gone. I've been robbed of about £3,000 this year in cost. I was going to say 4, but I don't think it's actually reached that. Right, firstly, setups. The setups are very aggressive. They're getting worse and worse. I'm being nailed as doing this and doing that. They're just accusing me of doing this to children and women and beating women and all that. These setups are getting real aggressive and just nailing me as sick as what? You know, as sick as it can possibly get, with thousands of setups per day. There's not hundreds anymore. You know, high hundreds on a bad day. We're going into thousands now. Backing cars up me, timing cars to smash into me, tailboards overhanging to smash into me, to smash my legs off. Anything they can do, it's nasty. Sneezing in my face, timing enemies in my path, timing bikes to a stretch, that's really bad. Next problem, well, I don't know. You know, I mentioned the setups. I've already done that. We'll skip all that. But let's say it's just getting aggressive, nailing me as sick. The animal voice sounds that are occurring, that's worse as it's ever been as well. Seagulls are just saying, oh, you did this to a child, you did this, you're whatever, you know, covering it. I got aggressive earlier today. Remember, today's the 13th of August 2021. And I got aggressive, and I said, I shouted it to a seagull because I wasn't in a very happy mood because of the voice sounds. The voice sounds that have been occurring to tell me that I'm being shot, to tell me that I'm being ripped to pieces in my next life, and I'm going to burn in hell, and accusing me of doing this and doing that to children, and it just goes on and on like that. I mean, some of the stuff, and telling me to have enjoyment and have sex with people that did illegal things to me as a child, and I still haven't had anyone in my whole life yet, or had anyone, and I'm being nailed as sick everywhere. Just nailed as sick. The setups are just getting aggressive, nasty, malicious, outright menacing. There's no pause, there's no stop. This is one aggressive feed through, like a swish full of traffic that's nailing me as sad as anything. This is the nastiest I've ever got with all these setups, and I'm fuming. The radiation problem at my place, I went there today for just 20 minutes. This is the worst this has ever been. In 20 minutes, I've had to do 111 call. They've lost the evidence of me going to the opticians because obviously I went to the opticians and they told me I had glaucoma. They lost all that information. They're telling me to go again. They're claiming that I don't even have any problems in my eye. I went to my place for 20 minutes and the neighbours have deliberately tried blinding me with either ultraviolets, an X-ray, a microwave energy weapon, a strobe, or some form of laser or whatever they're using to try and blind me. I don't know what they're using, but it penetrates through the ceiling and through the wall, and they cause my eyes to be extremely gritty. I got burning in my eyes. It seems to me burning whatever they're using, mainly in particular. But there's grittiness and there's also stinging and extreme crispy dryness and a feeling like underneath your eyelids and underneath in the corners of your eyes, it feels like it's grittiness in there, like if you cut your fingernail and put it in your eye. It's that sort of feeling. But it's also feeling like the middle of your eyeball is being pressurised, like it's trying to crack it open. They're trying forcing it open and outwards. But it's sort of mixed with two different devices, not one device. You can tell that it just feels like it's two different devices that they're using. And I can't stay at any other relatives either because of this problem. But it's being directed at me. They're mistaking me as Savannah as well. The threats are getting nastier as well. I'm being threatened to be smashed in with a weapon. And I went to King's Cliff to camp for several weeks. The several weeks I was there, each and every evening, it's like a demonic presence overwhelming, nastily around me, wrapping around me, evilly, for the 3 weeks that I was there. But I had to leave because I had someone in the woodland, lost his temper, got aggressive, shouting to smash my swear word head off, saying that I was Savannah and a child, whatever, beginning with the R word, ending in a T. So he got aggressive. I was lucky I didn't get hit, or I did a 999 call because I was scared, because obviously he was harder than me. There's no way I could have fighted him because this person was hard. He had a similar look to the celebrity Izzy, the magician, but obviously in a male term, if you want an appearance of this person. And then later that evening, I had to call my dad, and because another incident occurred, this time I managed to escape it properly, but I would have been dead now, or would have been attacked if I didn't escape it. But anyway, while in the woodland, I have this tapping. There's tapping on my feet every time I drink in the evenings, and I don't know what's causing it. But the tapping's getting more frequent. It seems to be when I drink, or if I get a thought of going to hell, and there's a tapping underneath my foot that occurs. Every time I think I could go in hell, there's tapping under my foot for some reason, or I get a negative thought of the outcome of my future. Something taps under my foot, but it does happen in the day, but it only happens when I've had a drink. Usually at that sort of time, or around about 11 onwards. Something's causing it. I don't know what's causing it. It just seems to be a lot of banging and tapping underneath my foot. This year's cost me £3,000, as I mentioned. I think I mentioned it on there. I've got 5 cameras broken or lost, and they're at £100 each. Yesterday I lost my MP3 players that were in a bag on the bus, 120 quid's worth, and that includes the headphones as well, because they're different MP3 players, different music on each of them. So I've lost all that. I've got to do this on a camera, by the way, so it's using more bytes, but I've got no digital audio recorder device anymore. Seagulls have been constantly nailing me as a sicko, claiming that I've done this to children, and just adamant, just repeating the same voice sound all day, as well as saying that I'm being shot and that you've done this, and that you did this in a bad way, or you beat a woman, or every time I hurt myself, there's a certain crow goes ha ha ha, or if someone causes a threat, or someone shouts at me, a seagull's going ha ha ha, or telling me to have sex with someone who did illegal things to me as a child, or something like that. By the way, I still haven't had anyone, and I'm 40 years of age, as I said on other videos. I've had nothing. Christ has fallen against me. The Bible says that well, I haven't really done anything too bad to repent from, but you know, that you can repent. But God's telling me in particular that he's fallen and he's putting me in hell regardless. So I'm not very happy. He's making it clear. I mentioned this on other videos. So I've got to cut this story short because obviously I haven't got the time to do it on it. And obviously this is a problem. Anyway, this tapping continues now while I'm camping where I am at the moment. And since I moved camping destination, the government have caused me to get caught every single time, apart from one time ever, a time leaving or coming back to the tent. They just want me back at my place. But I can't go to my place, I just explained that. And today's the worst this has been. This is why I'm making this video. And I got a nasty this evening, because a seagull has been telling me that I've done this, and done this to a child, and that I'm a child, whatever. I got aggressive, and I said, I shouted back to the seagull, I said, yes, I am a child, whatever. You little, I said, and then basically said that Jesus is a corrupt little B word, and I got really nasty about it. And then, do you know what happens? A seagull clearly says, that's right. Well, it's not true. God's making a mistake and accusing me of something I've done. Next problem. After that, seagull says everyone's a single mother now. And then everything suddenly shuts up. And a little bit later, after that, a seagull says negative attraction. So we've got all these problems, and not only that, they've increased the loud bite time to a stretch. But they're getting more clever with the setups. They're timing knife-shaped vehicles, gun-shaped vehicles, in a pattern, but they're also doing it in a way where a car's mixed with the colour blue, instead of like a black car followed by a blue car. They're mixing the colours of the car to be in the pattern of how they want it. But nearly every single road, they're nailing me as that grey, or that sick, or that grey sick, or white, black sick, or whatever. With about 500 cars per day being timed in that order, followed by the rest of it in sexual, black and blue. So I just thought I'd update you on the latest. Obviously, I've been hanged. God's turned against me. And the next problem is I can't move. But I can't stay at my place. 20 minutes today. The reason I'm not very happy is because I have to take a bath. And if I can't go to my place just for 20 minutes to do that, without my eyes being damaged like this for 6 or 7 hours or whatever, then what hell is there to come next? I'm being told to take this medication by the doctor. I'm suspicious that they're trying to hit me off because the olanzapine's one of the in the top 10 most dangerous medications in the world that can kill you, and they're trying to give me this one on the injections, and this one on the injections is actually on a conspiracy video on YouTube as a way of hitting people off. I can't remember what the name of it is. I think it begins with a P. But yeah, so anyway, I'll leave it there. Leave your comments. My life's fucked up.